Chapter 24 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bonita Dominguez. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 24. The End of the Dream. Gilbert did not go to work next morning. Though Lydia had disguised his sister's strange condition as well as she could, he knew that something was being kept from him, and his mind, ever ready to doubt the reality of the happiness that had been granted him, was at length so beset with fears that he could no longer pay attention to the day's business. He rose at the usual time, but with a word at his mother's door made known his intention not to go out till after breakfast. Having lit a fire in the parlour, he sat down and tried to read. He had purposed working till Saturday. Tonight and tomorrow night, Thursday and Friday, Thyrza and he were to go and purchase such articles of furniture and the like as would be needed for the new house. The list was long since carefully made out, and the places of purchase decided upon, and these would be taken in by Mrs. Butterfield. On Saturday afternoon the contents of Gilbert's own room were to be removed. On that and the following night he would sleep under the new roof, and by Monday morning would have things in sufficient order to allow of Mrs. Grayle and Lydia coming, for these two were to keep each other company whilst he and his wife were away. By this scheme he might work on to the end of the week, and suffer no loss of wages. But Gilbert was not a machine, unhappily for himself. Even had nothing external occurred to trouble the order he had planned, his own mood would probably have rendered steady work impossible now that he could positively count on his fingers the days before his marriage day, before the day which would make him a free man. It was hard to believe that two such blessings could descend upon a mortal at once. It seemed to him that the very hours, as they went by, looked on him with faces of mysterious menace, foretelling a dread successor. Since Monday he had with difficulty accomplished his tasks. Each time he hastened home, it was with unreasoning fear lest something bad come to pass in his absence. And now it was no longer only apprehension. Thyrza was changing under his eyes. She was physically ill, and he knew that some agitation possessed her mind. She shrank from him. The glimmer of early morning at the parlour window was cold and threatening. A faint ray of sunlight showed itself, only to fade upon a low, rain-charged sky. The sounds of labour recommencing were as wearisome to him as they always are to one who has watched through an unending night. The house itself seemed unnaturally silent. Mrs. Grayle came in at length, and looked at him anxiously. Her own eyes lacked the refreshment of sleep. "I didn't feel able to go, Mother," he said. "I want to hear how Thyrza is as soon as possible. Perhaps he can go up presently." She murmured an assent, and began to lay the table. In a few minutes she ascended very quietly, and listened at the girl's door. Her report was that she could hear no sound. They must both be sleeping. An hour went by. Mother and son made no pretence of conversing. Gilbert kept an open book before him. Rain had begun to fall, and the sky darkened as the minutes ticked themselves away by the clock on the mantelpiece. Then there was a sound on the stairs. Lydia came into the room, and with her Thyrza. Lydia smiled, and tried to draw attention from her sister by lamenting her lateness at the meal. "We were afraid you'd have gone away again," she said to Gilbert. "I don't think I shall go to work this morning," he replied quietly. She became silent. Thyrza had drawn a chair to the table. One saw that she had risen with difficulty, that she with difficulty sat upright. Gilbert, without speaking, went and sat by her. Lydia was dreading questions, but she did injustice to the delicacy of his mind. Mrs. Grayle just said, You're very pale still, dear, and nothing more. The meal was made as short as possible. Then Lydia helped Mrs. Grayle to take the things to the kitchen. Thyrza, before coming down, had asked to be left alone with Gilbert for a few minutes. Grayle was at the window, watching the rain. He heard Thyrza approaching him, and turned. "Gilbert," she said, without raising her eyes, "I'm behaving very unkindly to you. Will you forgive me?" "How are you behaving unkindly, Thyrza?" he asked, with gently expressed surprise. "I've been keeping away from you. I couldn't help it. I don't feel myself." "You are ill, Thyrza. Am I to forgive you for that?" "Yes, I am ill. Gilbert, is it too late to ask you? Will you put it off for a week, 1 week? He let a minute pass before replying. Seeing that she trembled as she stood, he led her to a chair, the chair in which she always sat. "Dear," he said at length, "I will do whatever you wish. I shall be better by then, I think, but I'll go with you to buy the things just the same." "We can leave that for a few days," he said absently. "It wouldn't make any difference to you at the library." "None, I am sure. I will write and tell Mr. Egremont. He will be very sorry to hear of your illness." She stood up and looked at the clock. "I've made you late for your work." "I shan't go today." "You won't go?" she asked. "I can't, Thyrza. I'm too uneasy about you." "Don't be that, Gilbert. I promise you to try and get better." Another silence. Then he asked, "Will you stay here this morning?" She just raised her face. Fear and entreaty were on the features. "I only came down for breakfast to ask you that, and to tell you I was so sorry." "To be sure," he replied at once. "You are not well enough to be up. Liddy will stay with you." "Yes, she is going to stay. I'll come and see you again if I feel able." She offered her hand. He took it, held it a little, then said, "Thyrza, is there anything on your mind, anything you don't wish to tell me just now, but in a day or two, perhaps?" "No, Gilbert, no. If you'll forgive me for behaving unkindly." "Dear, how can there be any forgiving, so long as I love you? There must be blame before there is need of forgiveness, and I love you too well to think a reproachful thought." She bent her head and sobbed. "Thyrza, is it any happiness to you to know that I love you?" "Yes, it is. You are very good. I know I am making you suffer. But I shall see the old face again before long?" "Soon. I shall be myself again soon." She left him and went upstairs. A minute or two after, Lydia knocked at the door. "Thyrza has gone up?" she asked. "Yes. Come here, Lydia." He spoke with abruptness. Lydia drew near. "You know that she has asked me to put off our marriage for a week." "I didn't know that she was going to ask you now. I thought perhaps she wished it. I can't ask you to betray your sister's secrets, but, Liddy, you won't keep anything from me that I ought to know." He paused, then went on again with a shaking voice. "There are some things that I ought to know, if... You know that, Liddy. You owe love to your sister first, but you owe something to me as well. There are some things you would have no right to keep from me. You might be doing both her and me the greatest wrong." Lydia could not face him. She tried to speak, but uttered only a meaningless word. "Thyrza is ill," he pursued. "I can't ask her, as I feel I ought to, what has made her ill. Tell me this, as you are a good and a truthful girl. If I marry Thyrza, shall I be taking advantage of her weakness? Does she wish me to free her?" "She doesn't. Indeed, Gilbert, she doesn't. You are her very best friend. All her life depends upon you. You won't break it off. Perhaps she will even be well enough by the end of the week. Remember how young she is, and how often she has strange fancies. You tell me solemnly that Thyrza still wishes to be my wife. She does. She wishes to be your wife, Gilbert. To Lydia her sister's fate hung in the balance. What she uttered was verbally true. Before rising, Thyrza had said, I will marry him. In the possible breaking of this bond, Lydia saw such a terrible danger that her instincts of absolute sincerity for once were overridden. If she spoke falsely, it was to save her sister. Thyrza once married, the face of life would be altered for her. This sudden passionate love would fall like a brief flame. Lydia had decided upon a bold step. As soon as it was possible, she would go and see Mr. Egremont, see him herself, and, if he had any heart or any honour, prevail with him that Thyrza might be spared temptation. But the marriage must first be over, and must be brought about at all costs. In her life she had never spoken an untruth for her own advantage. Now, as she spoke, the sense that her course was chosen gave her courage. She looked Gilbert at length boldly in the face. His confidence in her was so great that, his own desires aiding, he believed her to the full. Thyrza's suffering, he said to himself, had not the grave meaning he had feared. It was something that must be sacred from his search. So much power was there in Lydia's word, uttered for her sister's saving. All day long it rained. Gilbert did not go from the house. He wrestled with hope, which was still only to be held by persistent effort. Sunshine would have aided him, but all day he looked upon a gloomy, wet street. At dinner-time he had all but made up his mind to go to work. The thought, however, was too hateful to him, and he felt it would be hard to meet men's faces. Perhaps there would be comfort by the morrow. Thyrza did in fact come down for tea. She spoke only a few words, but she seemed stronger than in the morning. Lydia had a brighter face too. They went up again together after the meal. Another night passed. Lydia slept. She believed that the worst was over, and that there might after all be no postponement of the marriage. For Thyrza had become very quiet. She seemed worn out with struggle, and resigned. Her sleep, she said, had been good, yet her eyelids were swollen. No doubt she had cried in the night. Lydia had no intention of leaving home. Gilbert had gone to work, reassured by her report the last thing on the previous evening. There was no more speech between the sisters on the subject of their thoughts. Through the morning Thyrza lay so still that Lydia, thinking her asleep, now and then stepped lightly and bent over her. Each time, however, she found the sad eyes gazing fixedly upwards. Thyrza just turned them to her, but without change of expression. "Don't look at me like that, dear," Lydia said once. "It's as if you didn't know me." The reply was a brief smile. Thyrza got up in the afternoon. About 5 o'clock, when Lydia was making tea, Mrs. Jarmy came with a message. She said Mr. Body had sent word that he wished to see Lydia particularly. He begged she would come during the evening. "Who brought the message?" Lydia asked, going outside the door to speak with the landlady. "A little boy," was the answer. "I never seen before, as I know." Lydia was disturbed. It might only mean that the old man was anxious at not having seen her for 5 or 6 days, or that he was ill, but the fact of his living in the Bowers' house suggested another explanation. An answer was required. She sent back word that she would come. "I shan't be more than half an hour away at the very longest," she said, when she reluctantly prepared to go out after tea. "Wouldn't you like to go downstairs just for that time, dear?" "No, Liddy, I'll stay." Thyrza had left her chair, and stood with her hand resting on the mantelpiece. She did not turn her head. How funny you look with your hair like that." Thyrza had declined to have her hair braided, and had coiled it herself in a new way. She made no reply. "Goodbye, pet," Lydia said, coming near. Thyrza did not move. She was looking downwards at the fire. Lydia touched her. She started, and, with a steady gaze, said, "Goodbye, Liddy. I do wish I hadn't to go, but I shall be very quick. Yes, goodbye." They kissed each other, and Lydia hastened on her errand. Her absence did not last much longer than the time she had set. Mr. Body had heard from Mrs. Bower all the story about Egremont. He gave no faith to it, but wished to warn Lydia that such gossip was afloat, and to receive from her an authoritative denial. She declared it to be false from beginning to end. Without a moment's hesitation she did this, having determined that there was no middle course. She denied that Thyrza had been to the library. Whoever originated the story had done so in malice. She enjoined upon him to contradict it without reserve. She felt as if she were being hunted by merciless beasts. To escape them, any means were justifiable. Of the Bowers she thought with bitter hatred. No wrong to herself could have excited all her fiercest emotions as did this attack upon her sister. Running homewards, she felt the will and the strength to take the life of her enemy. She had entered the Bowers' house, and left it by the private door. It was well that she had met no one. She remembered that Thyrza must not discover her excitement, and went up the stairs slowly, regaining breath, trying to smooth her face. A fable to account for Mr. Body's summons was ready on her tongue. She entered, and found an empty room. So Thyrza had gone down to Mrs. Grayle after all. That was good. The poor girl was making a brave struggle, and would conquer herself yet. If only Bower's gossip could be kept from Gilbert. But there was still a long time till Monday, still 2 whole days, and Bower, determined as he evidently was to work mischief, would not neglect the supreme opportunity. It would have been better if Gilbert had not returned to work. She took off her things. What was that lying on the table? An envelope, a dirty one which had been in the drawer for a long time. On it was written Liddy. It was Thyrza's writing. Lydia opened it. Inside was a rough piece of white paper, torn off a sheet in which something had been wrapped. It was written upon, and the writing said this: "I have gone away. I can't marry Gilbert, and I can't tell him the truth. Remember your promise. Some day I shall come back to you when everything is different. Remember your promise so that Gilbert can go to the library just the same. No harm will come to me. Goodbye, my dear, dear sister. If you love me, you will say you know nothing, so that it will be all right for Gilbert. Goodbye, Liddy, darling." Crushing the paper in her hand, Lydia, just as she was, ran out into the street. It was not yet dark. Instinctively, after one glance towards Kennington Road, she took the opposite way and made for Newport Street. Thyrza would communicate with Totty Nancarrow, if with anyone at all. She would not go there at once, but Totty must be won over to aid in discovering the child and bringing her back. It rained, not heavily, but enough to do Lydia's hair in a few minutes. Little she thought of that. Thyrza wandering alone, straying off into some far part of London. Thyrza, ill as she was, with at most a few pence to procure lodging for this one night, alone among what dangers. The thought was fire in her brain. She was in Paradise Street, and someone stood in her way, speaking. "Lydia, wherever are you going like that?" It was Mary Bower. Lydia glared at her. "How dare you speak to me? I hate you." And with a wild gesture, almost a blow at the girl, she rushed on. Totty had just come in from work. Lydia scarcely waited for a reply to her knock before she burst into the room. "Totty, will you help me? Thyrza has left me, gone away. I was out for half an hour. She left a note for me to say goodbye. Help me to find her. Do you know anything? Can you think where she'd go?" Totty was on her knees, lighting a fire. In her amazement she made no effort to rise. A lighted piece of paper was in her hand. Forgetting it, she let the flame creep on till it burnt her fingers. Then she stood up. "What does she say in the note?" she asked with deliberation. Lydia opened her hand and spread out the crumpled paper. She was going to read aloud, but checked herself and looked at the other piteously. "You know all about it, don't you? Thyrza told you?" "I suppose I know pretty well," Totty replied, in the same deliberate and distant way. "Has she said anything to you about going away?" "I don't know if she has." "Then look what she's written." Totty hesitated, then said, "Thank you, I'd rather not. It's not my business. If I was you, I'd speak to Mr. Ackroyd. I know nothing about Thyrza." "To Mr. Ackroyd?" exclaimed Lydia. "But I'm sure she won't see him. It's you'll hear from her, if anybody does. Can't you think of any place she'd be likely to go? Hasn't she never said anything in talking? You wouldn't keep it back, just because you don't like me. It's my sister. She's all I have. You know she can't look out for herself like you and me could. And she's been ill since Monday. Won't you help me if you can, just because I'm in trouble?" "I'd help you if I could," replied the other, not unmoved by the appeal, but still distant. "I'm quite sure Thyrza won't let me know where she is. If you take my advice, you'll see Mr. Ackroyd." In her agitation, Lydia could not reflect upon the complicated details of the case. She never doubted that Totty knew the truth. In this, we know, Luke had unintentionally deceived her. Perhaps the advice to consult Ackroyd was good. Perhaps he had done something more since Wednesday night, something that Totty also knew, but did not care to communicate herself. "I'll try and find him," Lydia said. "But if you do hear anything, you wouldn't keep it from me?" "You'll hear just as soon as I do," was the reply. Lydia turned away, feeling that the girl's coldness was a cruelty, wondering at it. She herself could not have behaved so to one in dire need. She was going away, but Totty stopped her. "You can't go back like that, in the rain. Take my umbrella." "What do I care for the rain?" Lydia cried. "I must find Thyrza. I thought you pretended to be her friend." She hastened into the street. Not many yards from the door she met the man she desired to see. Ackroyd was coming to ask for Totty, for the first time since Tuesday night. Lydia drew him to the opposite side of the way, and hurriedly told him, showing him the scrap of paper. "I've been to Totty," she added. "She didn't seem to wish to help me. She spoke as if she didn't care, and said I'd better ask you. Do you know anything more?" He was mute at first. His mind naturally turned to one thought. Then he said, speaking slowly, "I know nothing more, except that lots of people have heard Bower's story. Does Grail know?" "Not unless he has heard since this morning. I haven't seen much of him today, but I noticed he looked very queer." "That's because Thyrza asked him to put off the wedding for a week. I never thought she'd leave me. We talked about everything that night after I left you. I pretended I'd found it out myself. I dursn't let her know that other people had noticed anything. She had a dreadful night, but she seemed better since." "And did she tell you everything?" "Everything. She said he'd never spoken a word to her that he shouldn't. I'm sure it was the truth. Thyrza wouldn't have deceived me like that. He's gone away, somewhere out of London." Luke stopped her. He looked closely at her through the dusk, and said in a low voice, "He's gone away." "Did she tell you he was going away?" "Yes, he said goodbye to her and hoped she would be happy." "But, Lydia, if he's gone away, and now she's gone—" Lydia understood him. "Oh, don't think that," she said, her eyes full of fear. "No, no, I'm sure that isn't true. He'd never said a word to her. He hadn't given her to think he cared for her. She cried because he didn't." "But if she's so mad with love of him," Luke said, dropping his eyes, "who knows what she might do? You'd never have thought she could leave you like this." The rain was falling more heavily. As Lydia stood, unable to utter any argument against him, Ackroyd saw that her hair was quite wet. "You mustn't stand out here," he said. "Come round into Paradise Street with me, and I'll get you something of my sister's to go home in. Poor girl, you came out like this as soon as you'd found she was gone. Come quick, or you'll get your death." She accompanied him without speaking. Her mind was working on the suggestion he had uttered. Against her will he compelled her to step into the house, whilst he procured a hat and a garment for her. He took care that no one saw her, and when she was clad, he went out with her, carrying an umbrella for her protection. "Don't come with me," she said. "Yes, you must let me. I was going to try and see you tonight, Lydia, to ask and I wanted to see you. I felt I must tell you how well everything seemed to be going. Oh, and now, how shall I tell Gilbert? How shall I tell him? What ought I to do, Mr. Ackroyd? Thyrza made me promise faithful I wouldn't tell her secret. She says that in the note. I'm sure she hasn't gone to him. She couldn't marry Gilbert, and yet she doesn't want him to lose the library. That's why she's gone, I know it is. She believes I shall keep my promise. But what must I do? How can I pretend I don't know anything?" "I don't think you can." "I didn't care for anything as long as it helped her. Mr. Bawdy sent for me just now. That was why I had to go out. Mrs. Bower had been telling him. I said it was all a lie from beginning to end. Didn't I do right, Mr. Ackroyd? I'd say and do anything for Thyrza. But how can I keep it from Gilbert now?" "You can't, Lydia. He's bound to hear from somebody. And if you feel so sure that she hasn't gone—" She hasn't. You promised me you wouldn't think harm of her." "Indeed I won't, but Grayle's bound to know. I can't see that you'll make it a bit better by denying." "But my promise to Thyrza, the last thing she ever asked of me. And Gilbert will refuse the place. I know he will." "Yes, he will. There's no man could take it after this. I'm right down sorry for poor Grayle." They were on Walnut Tree Walk by this time. "Don't come any farther," Lydia said. "Thank you for being so kind to me. Here, take these things of your sister's. You can just carry them back, or I'll leave them if you like. No, you shan't have that trouble. If Gilbert's home, you ought to tell him now. He'll go to the police station and ask them to help to find her. Let me know at once if you hear anything. She may come back." "No, she won't. Run into the house at once." The parlour door opened as she entered the passage. Gilbert came out. "Where has Thyrza gone to?" he asked, after examining her for an instant. She could not speak, and could not stir from the place. Her hope had been to have time before she saw him. "Lydia, where has Thyrza gone?" She stepped into the room. The piece of paper was still crushed within her hand. She held it closer still. "She's gone away, Gilbert. I don't know where. I had to go out, and when I came back she was gone. Perhaps she'll come back." Mrs. Grayle was in the background. She was supporting herself by a chair. Her face gave proof of some agitation just experienced. Gilbert was very pale, but when Lydia ended, he seemed to master himself and spoke with an unnatural calm. "Have you heard anything," he asked, "of a calumny the Bowers have been spreading about your sister and Mr. Egremont?" "Yes, I have heard it." "When did it first come to your knowledge?" "On Wednesday night. Mr. Ackroyd told me." "And did Thyrza hear of it?" "No, Gilbert, I think not." He moved in surprise. "You say she is gone. What makes you think she has left us?" To hide anything now was worse than useless. Without speaking, she held to him the scrap of paper. He, having read, turned to his mother. "Will you let us be alone, mother?" The poor old woman went with bowed head from the room. Gilbert's voice dropped to a lower note. "Lydia, as you have shown me this, you must have decided that you cannot keep the promise which is spoken of here." "I can't keep it, Gilbert, because you might think worse of Thyrza if I do." "Think worse? Then you suppose I believe what is said about her, about Thyrza?" "I can't think you believe what Mr. Bower wishes people to, but you can't know how little she's been to blame." He was silent, then said, "I came home a few minutes ago, thinking that what Bunce has just told was a mere lie, set afloat by someone who wished us harm. I thought Thyrza knew of the lie, and that it had made her ill, that she could not bring herself to speak to me of it. But I see there's something more." She stood before him like one guilty. His calmness was terrible to her. She seemed to feel in herself all the anguish which he was repressing. He continued, "You told me yesterday afternoon that Thyrza still wished to marry me. This note shows me why you said that, and in what sense you meant it. I don't blame you, Lydia. You were loyal to your sister. But I must ask you something else now, and your answer must be the simple truth. Does Thyrza love Mr. Egremont?" "Yes, Gilbert." She said it with failing voice, and, as soon as she had spoken, burst into tears. "Oh, I have broken the promise I made to my dear one, the last thing she asked, and perhaps I shall never see her again. What could I do, Gilbert? If I kept it back, you'd have thought there was something worse. She seems to have behaved cruel to you, but you don't know what she's gone through. She's so ill. She'll go somewhere and die, and I shall never hear her speak to me again. I've been unkind to her so often. She doesn't know how I love her. Gilbert, help me to find her. I can't live without my sister. Don't be angry with her, Gilbert. She's suffered dreadful. If you only knew. She tried so hard. Her last thought was about you, and how she could spare you. Forgive her, and bring her back to me. What shall we do to find her? Oh, I can't lose her, my little sister, my dear one." One would have thought Gilbert had no grief of his own, so anxiously did he try to comfort her. "Liddy," he said, when she could listen to him, "you are my sister, and will always be. If I could think unkindly of Thyrza now, I should show that I was never worthy of her. Don't hurt me by saying such things. We will find her. Have no fear, we will find her. And you'll do as she wished. You'll still go to the library." "I can't think of myself yet, Liddy. You must have her back again, and there'll be time enough to think of trifles. But let me tell you all I know, Gilbert. He doesn't love her. You mustn't think that. There's never been a word between them. She went to help him with the books, and so it came on her." "It's true, then," he said gravely, "that they met there." "He didn't encourage her. She told me again and again he didn't. She went on Wednesday morning, and he never came. That was on purpose, I'm sure." "But why wasn't I told about the books?" "He wanted to surprise you. And now he's gone away, Gilbert. He told her he wouldn't be back till after her marriage." "He's gone away?" She raised her face and continued eagerly, "You see why he went, don't you? I had hard thoughts of him at first, but now I know I was wrong. You think so much of him. You know he wouldn't be so cowardly and wicked. Thyrza told me the solemn truth. I would die rather than doubt her word. You must believe her, Gilbert. It's all so hard. She couldn't help it, and you mustn't think harm of him. He said under his breath, I must try not to. She sat down, overcome, yielding herself to voiceless misery. It was a long time before Gilbert spoke. Do you know where he has gone to, Liddy? No, I don't. Again silence. Then he moved and looked at the clock. Will you sit with my mother? This is a great blow to her as well, and it is hard to bear at her age. I will go out and see what I can do. Don't fear, we'll find her. You shall soon have her back. Do you feel able to sit with mother? Yes, I will, Gilbert. Thank you. It will be kindness. I don't think I shall be very late. And passing her, he just touched her hand. In the meanwhile, Ackroyd had returned to Newport Street. He sent up word by the landlady that he wished to see Totty. The latter sent a reply to him that perhaps she would be coming out in about an hour, but could not be certain. He waited, standing in the rain, over against the house. Perhaps 20 minutes passed. Then he saw the girl come forth. We can't talk here, Luke said, joining her. Will you come under the archway yonder? I don't see that we've got so much to talk about, Totty answered, indifferently. Yes, I've several things to ask you. All right, but I can't wait out in the cold for long. They went in the direction away from Paradise Street, and found shelter under a black vault of the railway. A train roared above their heads as they entered. I've just seen Lydia Trent, he began. Did you expect that anything of this kind would happen? I've told you already that I have nothing to do with Thyrza and her goings-on. I told Lydia she'd better go to you if she wanted to find her sister. I hope you told her all you know. What do you mean by that? How should I be able to help her to find Thyrza? Oh, don't bother me, Totty exclaimed, with impatience. I'm sick of it. If you've brought me out to talk in this way, you might as well have let it alone. What are you driving at, Totty? I tell you I don't understand you. Speak plainly, if you please. You think that I know where Thyrza is. I suppose you're as likely to as anybody. Why? Confound it, why? She shrugged her shoulders and turned away. He pressed his question with growing impatience. Why, what did you come telling me the other night? Cried Totty at length. It was like your impudence. What did I tell you? I didn't tell you anything. I asked if you knew of something, and you said you did. I don't see how I was impudent. After hearing Bower's tale, it was likely I should come and speak to you about it. Bower's tale? What tale? You don't know that Bower's found it all out, and is telling everybody. Found all what out? I haven't been to the shop for a week. What do you mean? Ackroyd checked some impulsive words, and recommenced gravely. Look here, Totty. Will you please tell me in plain words what you supposed I was asking you about on Tuesday night? All right. It's nothing to me. You'd found out somehow that Thyrza was foolish enough to want to have you instead of Mr. Grail, and so you were so kind as to come and tell me. I quite understood. There's no need of saying I beg your pardon. You may go your way, and I go mine. And you mean to say you believe that? Well, I don't wonder at you being in the sulks. And that's why you sent Lydia to me to ask about Thyrza. By the Lord, if I ever heard the like of that. Well, I've got a fair lot of cheek, but I couldn't quite manage that. Then what did you mean? She cried angrily. Why, nothing at all. But what did you mean by saying you knew all about it? about as much as you did, she answered coldly. Then we both meant nothing. I'll say good night, Totty. No, you won't. You'll please to tell me what you did mean. He was about to answer lightly, but altered his intention and said, I can't do that. It's not my business. As you please. I shall go and ask Mrs. Bower what's going on. I can't prevent you. But listen here, Totty. If you repeat what they tell you, if you repeat it once, you are not the girl I thought you. It's more than half a cursed lie, and you can't tell one half the story without meaning the other. I shall know what to think when I've heard it, Mr. Ackroyd, and as to repeating, I shall do as I think fit. Look here, when you've heard that story, you'll just go and say to everybody that ever mentions it to you that it's a lie from beginning to end. You understand me? I shall do as I please. No, you'll do as I please. Indeed. And who made you my master, Mr. Ackroyd? I've nothing more to say, but you've heard me, and you'll do it because your own heart will tell you it's the right thing to do. I don't often use words like that, but I mean it tonight. Goodbye. She allowed him to walk away. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bonita Dominguez. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 25. A Bird of the Air. When Paula had been 3 or 4 days wedded, it occurred to her to examine her husband's countenance. They were at breakfast at Biarritz, and certain words that fell from Mr. Dalmain, as he sat sideways from the table with his newspaper, led her eyes to rest for a few moments on his face. He was smiling, but with depressed brows. Paula noted the smile well, and it occupied her thoughts now and then during the day. She was rather in want of something to think of just then, feeling a little lonely, and wishing her mother, or her brother, or somebody whom she really knew, were at hand to talk to. It was with that same peculiar smile, the bushy eyebrows closely together, the lips very tight, that her husband approached her late one evening in the first week of May. They were in their house in Kensington now. There had been a dinner party, the last guest was gone, and Paula sat in the drawing-room, thinking how she had impressed a certain polite old member of Parliament, a man whom it was worth while impressing. Mr. Dalmain took a seat near her, and leaned forward with his hands clasped between his knees. He asked, "What were you saying to Puggerton when I passed and looked at you? You remember? Something about working men and intelligent voting." "Oh, I was telling that tale of yours about the candidate whose name was Beer, and who got in so easily, for I thought so," he remarked, before she had finished. "And you went on to say that I thought it a pity that there were not more men on our side with names of similar sound?" "Yes, I did. Mr. Puggerton laughed ever so much." "Paula, my dear, I think it won't be amiss if you leave off talking about politics." "Why? I'm sure I've been talking very cleverly all the evening. Mr. Ligg said I was an acquisition to something, I forget what." "No doubt. For all that, I think you had better give your attention to other things. In fact, it's not a polite thing to say, but you're making a fool of yourself." Paula's features hardened. She looked very beautiful tonight, and had, in truth, been charming. Her appearance suffered when the delicate curves of her face fell into hard lines. It was noteworthy that the smile her husband now wore always caused this change in her expression. "I'm glad you know that it isn't polite," she answered sourly. "You often need to be told." "I hope not. But you try my patience a little now and then. Surely it's better that I should save you from making these ridiculous mistakes. Once or twice this week I've heard most absurd remarks of yours repeated. Please remember that it isn't only yourself you stultify. Politics may be a joke for you. For me it is a serious pursuit. I mustn't have people associating my name with all kinds of nonsensical chatter. I have a career before me, Paula. He said it with dignity, resting a hand on each knee, and letting a smile fade into a look of ministerial importance. Why are you ashamed of having your stories repeated? Well, I told you that when I didn't think of the need of measuring my words with you. I've been more cautious lately. If you had any understanding for such things at all, I could explain that a trifle like that might be made to tell heavily against me by some political enemy. Once more, if you are drawn into talk of that kind, you must always speak of working people with the utmost respect, with reverence. No matter how intimate a friend you may be speaking with, even with your mother or your father. Paula laughed. You think Papa would believe me if I told my reverenced working men, the free and independent electors? There again, that's a phrase you must not use. I say it absolutely. You must forget the phrase. Yes, your father must believe you. Do you think he believes you? Mr. Dalmain drew himself up. I don't know what you mean, Paula. And I don't know what you mean. You are ridiculous. Excuse me. That is the word that applies to you. However, I have no wish to wrangle. Let it be understood that you gradually abandon conversation such as this of tonight. For the sake of appearances, you must make no sudden and obvious change. If you take my advice, you'll cultivate talk of a light, fashionable kind. Literature you mustn't interfere with. I shouldn't advise you to say much about art, except that of course you may admire the pictures at the Grosvenor Gallery. You'd better read the society journals carefully. In fact, keep to the sphere which is distinctly womanly. And what about your anxiety to see women take part in politics? There are exceptions to every rule, and the program of the platform, be good enough to try and understand, doesn't always apply to domestic circumstances. If one happens to have married a very pretty and delightful girl, oh, of course, I repeat, a very pretty and charming girl, with no turn whatever for seriousness, one can't pretend to offer an instance in one's own house of the political woman. Once more understand, in England politics must be pursued with gravity. We don't fly about and chatter and scream like Frenchmen. No man will succeed with us in politics who has not a reputation for solid earnestness. Therefore, the more stupid a man, the better chance he has. I am naturally fond of a joke, but to get a name for that kind of thing would ruin me. You are clever, Paula, very clever in your way, but you don't, and you never will, understand politics. I beg of you not to damage my prospects. Cultivate a safe habit of speech. You may talk of the events of the season, of pigeon shooting, of horse racing, of the Prince and Princess of Wales, and so on. It's what everybody expects in a fashionable lady. Of course, if you had been able to take up politics in earnest, but never mind. I like you very well as you are. How well you look in that dress. I rather think you're right, Paula remarked, after a short pause, turning about a bracelet on her wrist. It'll be better if you go your way and I go mine. Precisely, though that's an unkind way of putting it. He sat looking at the ground, and a smile of another kind came to his face. By the by, I've something to tell you, something that'll amuse you very much, and that you may talk about just as much as you like. She made no reply. Your friend Egremont has come out in a new part, his first appearance in it, absolutely, though he can't be said to have created the role. He's run away with the girl from Lambeth, in fact, the girl who was just going to be married to his right-hand man, his librarian. Paula looked up in astonishment. Then, with indignant incredulity, she said, What do you mean? What's your object in talking nonsense of that kind? Again and again I have to tell you that I never talk nonsense. I am a politician. I heard the news this morning from Tasker. The man Grail, Egremont's librarian, was to have been married 2 days ago, Monday. Last Friday night his bride-elect disappeared. She's a very pretty girl, Tasker tells me, wonderfully pretty for one in her position, a work girl. Egremont seems to have thought it a pity to let her be wasted. He's been meeting her secretly for some time, in the library of all places, whilst the man Grail was at work, poor fellow, and at last he carried her off. There's no getting on his track, I'm told. The question is, what will become of the embryo library? The whole thing's about the finest joke I've heard for some time. Paula had reddened. Her eyes flashed anger. I don't know whether you've invented it, she said, or whether your secretary has, but I know there isn't one word of truth in it. My dear child, it's no invention at all. The affair is the common talk of Lambeth. Then do you mean to say Mr. Egremont has married this girl? Well, I don't know that. We'll discuss that point, Dalmain replied, twiddling his thumbs. There's no information to hand. I don't believe it. I tell you I don't believe it. Mr. Egremont is engaged to my cousin Annabel, and besides, he couldn't do such a thing. He isn't a man of that kind. Your experience of men is not great, my dear Paula. I don't care. I know Mr. Egremont. Even if you said he'd married her, it isn't true. You mustn't judge every man by what you were going to say. She rose and swept her train over a few yards of floor. Then she came back and stood before him. You tell me that people are saying this? A considerable number of my respected constituents, and their wives, are saying it. Tasker shall give you judicial evidence, if you please. I'm sure I'm not going to talk to Mr. Tasker. I dislike him too much to believe a word he says. Of course, but he is absolutely trustworthy. I called at Egremont's this afternoon to make sure that he was away from home. Now there is something for you to talk about, Paula. I shall take very good care that I don't speak a word of it to anyone. It's contemptible to make up such a story about a man just because you dislike him. It seemed to me that you were not remarkably fond of him 2 months or so ago. Did it? She said sarcastically. If I know little of men, it's certain you don't know much more of women. He leaned back and laughed, and whilst he laughed, Paula quitted the room. Paula still kept up her habit of letter-writing. After breakfast next morning she sat in her pretty boudoir writing to Annabel. After sentences referring to Annabel's expected arrival in London for the season, she added this. A very shocking story has just come to my ears. I oughtn't really to repeat it to you, dear, and yet in another way it is my duty to. Mr. Egremont has disappeared, and with him the girl who was just going to marry his librarian, the poor man you know of from him. There are no means of knowing whether they have run away together to be married or not. Everybody knows about it. It is the talk of Lambeth. My husband heard of it at once. The girl is said to be very good-looking. I wish I could refuse to believe it, but there is no doubt whatever. You ought to know at once, but perhaps you will have heard already. I never knew anything more dreadful, and I can't say what I feel. There was not much more in the letter. Having fastened up the envelope, Paula let it lie on her desk whilst she walked about the room. Each time she passed the desk she looked at the letter and lingered a little. Once she took it up and seemed about to open it again. Her expression all this time was very strange. Her colour came and went. She bit her lips and twisted her fingers together. At length she rang the bell, and when the servant came, gave the letter to be posted immediately. 5 minutes later, she was in her bedroom, sitting in a low chair, crying like a very unhappy child. The letter reached Eastbourne 2 days before that appointed for the departure of Annabel and her father for London. They had accepted Mrs. Tyrrell's invitation to her house. Mr. Newthorpe might remain only a fortnight, or might stay through the season, but Annabel would not come back to Eastbourne before August. She said little, but her father saw with what pleasure she anticipated this change. He wondered whether it would do her good or harm. Her books lay almost unused. Of late she attended chiefly to music, in such hours as were not spent out of doors. Mr. Newthorpe's health was as far improved as he could hope it ever would be. He, too, looked forward to associating once more with the few friends he had in London. It was in the evening that Annabel, entering after a long drive with her father, found Paula's letter. She took it from the hall in passing to her room. At dinner she spoke very little. After the meal she said that she wished to walk over to the Chestnuts. She left her father deep in a French novel. He read much more of the lighter literature now than formerly. Mrs. Ormond was upstairs with her children. They were singing to her. Annabel heard the choir of young voices as she entered the garden. The servant who went to announce her brought back a request that she would ascend and hear a song. She did so. The last song was to be Annie Laurie, in which the children were perfect. Annabel took the offered seat without speaking, and listened. Bessie Bunce was near Mrs. Ormond. When the song was over, she said, "I'd like to hear Miss Trent sing that again. Wouldn't you, Mum?" "Yes, I should, Bessie. Perhaps we shall have her here again some day." Mrs. Ormond went down with Annabel to the drawing-room. She was in a happy mood tonight, and, as they descended together, she put her arm playfully about the girl's waist. "I wonder where Mr. Grail has taken her," she said. "I can't get any news from Mr. Egremont. I wrote to Jersey, and behold, the letter was returned to me with 'gone and left no address.' I wonder whether he's back in town." "I have some news of him," Annabel said quietly. "Have you?" There was no reply till they were in the drawing-room. Then Annabel held out her cousin's letter. "Will you read that?" Mrs. Ormond complied, Annabel watching her face the while. The girl looked for indignation, for scornful disbelief. She saw something quite different. Mrs. Ormond's hand trembled, but in a moment she had overcome all weakness. "Sit down, dear," she said calmly. "You have just received this. Yes, I see the date." Annabel remained standing. "Your letter is returned from Jersey," she remarked, with steady date. "Paula mentions no dates. Did he go to Jersey at all?" "I have no means of knowing, save his own declaration, when he said good-bye to me on Thursday of last week. And he told me he was going to his old quarters at St. Albans. Do you give credit to this, Mrs. Ormond?" "Annabel, I can say nothing. Yet, no, I do not believe it until it is confirmed beyond all doubt. I owe that to him, as you also do." "But it does not seem to you incredible. I saw that on your face." "One thing suggested here is incredible, wholly incredible. If there is any truth in the story at all, by this time she is his wife. So much we know, you and I, Annabel." "Yes. Remember, it is possible that he is in Jersey. The old rooms may have been occupied. The people would know where he had gone, I think, though if he was not alone, probably he would go to a new place at once. He may have told you the truth in saying he was going to Jersey. Then it was needless to add the untruth. I did not ask him where he would live. Sit down, dear." "Thank you. I shall not stay now. I thought it was better to come to you with this at once. Please destroy the letter." Mrs. Ormond mused. "Can you still go to your aunt's?" she asked, when Annabel moved for leave-taking. "You are taking the truth for granted, Mrs. Ormond. I mean that we have no way of discovering whether it is true or not. It will make no change. I shall not speak of it to father. There will be no change in any case." Again there fell a short silence. "I can only wait in hope of hearing from him," Mrs. Ormond said. "Of course, if my aunt says anything to me about it, I will write to you. Good-bye. I shall see you tomorrow, as we arranged." "Oh, yes, but, please, we won't refer again to this." They parted as on an ordinary occasion. But Annabel did not go home at once. She walked down to the shore and stood for a long time looking upon the dim sea. It was the very spot where Thyrza had stood that Sunday morning when she came out in the early sunlight. Annabel had often thought how fitting it was that at this period of her life she should leave the calm, voiceless shore of Ullswater for the neighbourhood of the never-resting waves. The sea had a voice of craving, and her heart responded with desire for completion of her being, with desire for love. The thought that she would be near Walter Egremont had a great part in her anticipation of London. She was not hitherto sure that she loved him. It was rather, let me see him again, and discover how his presence affects me. Yet his manifest coldness at the last meeting had caused her much vague heartache. She blamed herself for being so cold. Was it not natural that he should take his tone from her? He would naturally watch to see how she bore herself to him, and, remembering Ullswater, he could not press for more than she seemed ready to give. Yet her reserve had been involuntary. Assuredly she was not then moved with the longing to recover which she had rejected. There was a change after the meeting with Thyrza Trent. It seemed to her very foolish to remember so persistently that Egremont had said nothing of the girl's strange loveliness, yet she could not help thinking of the omission as something significant. She even recollected that, in speaking to her of Thyrza, he had turned his eyes seaward. Such trifles could mean nothing as regarded Egremont, but how in reference to herself? How if she knew that he had given his love to another woman? I think that would be hard to bear. And it was hard to bear. Passion had won it over everything. He had taken Thyrza at the 11th hour, and now she was married to him. She did not doubt it. She felt that Mrs. Ormond did not doubt it. It had meant something, that failure to speak of the girl's beauty, that evasion with the eyes. The night was cold, but she sat down by the shore and let her head droop as she listened to the sea dirge. She could love him, now that it was in vain. She knew now the warm yearning for his presence which at Ullswater had never troubled her, and it was too late. No tears came to her eyes. She did not even breathe a deeper breath. Most likely would pass without a single outbreak of grief. And perhaps the thought of another's misery somewhat dulled the edge of her own. Gilbert Grail was only a name to her, but he lived very vividly in her imagination. Of course she had idealized him, as was natural in a woman thinking of a man who has been represented to her as full of native nobleness. For him, as for herself, her heart was heavy. She knew that he must return to his hated day-labour, and how would it now be embittered? What anguish of resentment! What despair of frustrate passion! She wished she could know him, and take his hand, and soothe him with the woman's tenderness. His lot was harder than hers, nay, it was mockery to compare them. Annabel rose, murmuring old words. Therefore I praise the dead which are already dead more than the living which are yet alive. Yea, better is he than both they which have not yet been, who have not seen the evil work which is done under the sun. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bonita Dominguez. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 26. Idealist and His Friend. Egremont alighted one evening at Charing Cross. He came direct from Paris, and was alone. His absence from England had extended over a fortnight. He did not look better for his travels. One in the crowd waiting for the arrival of the train might have supposed that he had suffered on the sea passage and was not yet quite recovered. Having bidden a porter look after the bag which was his only luggage, he walked to the bookstall to buy a periodical that he wished to take home with him. and there he came face to face with two people whom he knew. Mr. Dalmain was just turning from the stall with an evening paper, and by his side was Paula. Egremont had not seen either since their marriage. The three pairs of eyes focused on one point. Egremont saluted, did it nervously, for he was prepared for nothing less than an encounter with acquaintances. He saw a smile come to Paula's face. He saw her on the point of extending her hand. Then, to his amazement, he heard a sharp "Paula" from Dalmain, and husband and wife turned from him. It was the cut direct, or would have been, but for that little piece of impulsiveness on Paula's part. The two walked towards one of the platforms, and it was plain that Dalmain was delivering himself in an undertone of a gentlemanly reproof. He stood disconcerted. What might this mean? Was it merely an urbane way of reminding him that he had neglected certain civilities demanded by the social code? Dalmain would doubtless be punctilious. He was a rising politician. Yet the insult was too pronounced. It suggested some grave ground of offence. As the cab bore him homewards, he felt that this was an ominous event for the moment of his return to London. He had had no heart to come back. From the steamer he had gazed sadly on the sunny shores of France, and on landing at Dover the island air was hard to breathe. Yet harder the air of London streets. The meeting in the station became a symbol of stiff, awkward, pretentious Anglicism. He had unkind sentiments toward his native country, and asked himself how he was going to live in England henceforth. His room in Great Russell Street seemed to have suffered neglect during his absence. His return was unexpected. Everything seemed unhomely and unwelcoming. The great front of the British Museum frowned, as if to express disapproval of such aimless running hither and thither, in one who should be spending his days soberly and strenuously. Even the pigeons walked or flew with balance of purpose, with English respectability. It seemed to have rained all day. The evening sky was heavy and featureless. The landlady presented herself. She was grieved exceedingly that she had not known of Mr. Egremont's coming, but everything should be made comfortable in less than no time. He would have a fire. To be sure, it was a little chilly, though really summer has come upon us all at a jump whilst you've been away, sir. I got your telegram, sir, that I wasn't to send any letters on. Gentlemen have called, and indeed, who has called? Why, sir, on the day after you went. I dare say it was 9 o'clock in the evening, or a little later. Someone came, wishing very much to see you. He wouldn't give a name. I don't think it was a gentleman. It seemed like somebody coming on business. He was very anxious to have your address. Of course I didn't give it. I just said that any note he liked to leave should be forwarded at once. A dark man, with a beard, a working man. No doubt the one you're thinking of, sir. He called again, 4 or 5 days after. Called again? Then it couldn't be the man I mean. He entered into a fuller description of Gilbert Grail. The landlady identified the caller as Grail beyond all doubt. What day was it? Why, sir, it'd be Wednesday. Yes, Wednesday. And you told him I had left Jersey? Yes, sir. He said he knew that, and that said he knew it, repeated Egremont, astonished. Yes, sir, and that he wished to see if you had got home again. Has he been since? No, sir, but I was coming in a night or two after, sir, and I saw him standing on the opposite side of the way, looking at the house. He hadn't called, however, and he didn't again. Egremont bent his eyes on the ground, and delayed a moment before asking, Who else has been? A gentleman. I don't know who it was. The servant went to the door. He said he only wished to know if you were in town or not. He wouldn't leave a name. Egremont's face changed to annoyance. He did not care to pursue the subject. Let me have something to eat, please, he said. The landlady having withdrawn, he at once sat down to his desk and wrote a note. It was to Grail, and ran in substance, "I am just back from the Continent. Am I right in thinking that it is you who have called here twice in my absence? If so, your second call was at a time when I hoped you were out of London. Do let me see you as soon as possible. Of course you received my letter from Jersey. Shall I come to you, or will you come here? I will stay in tonight. I send this by a messenger, as I wish you to receive it immediately." The landlady had a son at home, a lad of 16. Having discovered that the boy's services were available, Egremont gave him directions. He was to take a cab and drive to the library in Brook Street. If he should not find Grail there, he was to proceed to Walnut Tree Walk. If Grail would come back with him, so much the better. Walter was left to refresh himself after his journey. He changed his clothes, and presently sat down to a meal. But appetite by this time failed him. He had the table cleared 10 minutes after it was laid. He was in the utmost uneasiness. Could it be Grail who had called? He tried to assure himself that it must be a mistake. How could Grail expect him to be in town after reading that letter from Jersey? If indeed the visitor were Gilbert, some catastrophe had befallen, but he would not entertain such a fear. Then the second caller, that might be any acquaintance. Still, it was strange that he too had refused his name. You know the state of mind in which, whatever one thinks of, a pain, a fear, draws the thought another way. It was so with Egremont. The 2 mysterious callers and their annoying scene at the railway station plagued him successively, and for background to them all was a shadow of indefinite apprehension. He could scarcely endure his impatience. It seemed as though the messenger would never return. The lad presented himself, however, without undue delay. He had found Mr. Grail, he said, at the second address. "And whom did you see in Brook Street?" "A woman, sir. She said Mr. Grail didn't live there." "He couldn't come with you?" "No, sir, but he said he'd come very soon." "Thank you, that will do." So Grail was not at the library. Then of a certainty something had happened. Thyrza was ill, perhaps. He walked about the room. That dread physical pain which clutches at all the inner parts when one is waiting in agonized impatience for that which will be misery when it comes, racked him so that at moments he had to lean for support. He felt how the suffering of the last fortnight, in vain fled from hither and thither, had reduced his strength. Since he took leave of Thyrza, he had not known one moment of calm. When passion was merciful for a time, fear had taken its turn to torment him. It had not availed to demonstrate to himself that fear must be groundless. Love from of old has had a comrade superstition. If he awoke from a wretched dream, he interpreted it as sympathy with Thyrza in some dreadful trial. And behold, he had been right. His flight had profited nothing. Woe had come upon her he loved, and upon the man he most desired to befriend. Half an hour after the return of the messenger, the servant came to the door and said that Mr. Grail was below. "Yes, I'll see him." He spoke the words with difficulty. He advanced to the middle of the room. Gilbert came in, and the door was closed behind him. The man looked as if he had risen from his deathbed to obey this summons. The flesh of his face had shrunk, and left the lines of his countenance sharp. His eye sockets were cavernous, the dark eyes had an unnatural lustre. His hair and beard were abandoned to neglect. His garments hung with strange looseness about him. He stood there, just within the door, his gaze fixed on Egremont, a gaze wherein suspicion and reproach and all unutterable woe were blended. Walter took a step forward, vainly holding out his hand. "Grail, what has happened? You are ill. What does it mean?" Why have you sent for me, Mr. Egremont?" The question was uttered with some sternness, but bodily weakness subdued the voice, which shook, and when he had spoken, his eyes fell. "Because I want to know what is the matter," Egremont replied, in quick, unnerved tones. "Have you been here to try and see me?" "Yes, I have." "Why, you knew I was away. What has happened, Grail?" "I thought you knew, Mr. Egremont." "How should I know? I have heard nothing from London for a fortnight. You speak to me in an unfriendly way. Tell me at once what you mean." Gilbert looked up for a moment, looked indignantly, bitterly, but his eyes drooped again as he spoke. "A fortnight ago Miss Trent left her home, and we can hear nothing of her. I tried to find you, because I had reason to think that you knew where she was." Walter felt it as a relief. He had waited for something worse. Only afterthought could occupy itself with the charge distinctly made against him. He said, as soon as he could command his voice, "You were wrong in thinking so. I know nothing of Miss Trent. I have no idea where she could have gone." It was only when he found Grail's eyes fixed upon him that he added, after a pause, "What were the reasons that led you to think so?" "You know nothing," Gilbert said slowly. "Nothing whatever. How could you think I did? I don't understand you." Walter was not used to speak untruthfully. He knew all this time that a man upon whom a charge such as this had come as a sheer surprise would have met it with quite other face and accent. Remembering all that had passed between Thyrza and himself, remembering all that he had undergone, all that he had at one moment proposed, he could not express the astonishment which would have given evidence on his behalf. As yet he had not even tried to affect indignation, for it was against his nature to play the hypocrite. He knew that his manner was all but a tacit admission that appearances were against him. But agitation drove him to the brink of anger, and when Gilbert stood mute, with veiled eyes, he continued impetuously, "I tell you that you have amazed me by your news. Are you accusing me of something? You must speak more plainly. Do you mean that suspicion has fallen upon me? How? I can't understand you." "I thought you would understand me," Gilbert replied, gravely, not offensively, with far more dignity than the other had been able to preserve. "Several things compelled me to believe that you knew of her leaving us. I was told of your meetings with her at the library." He paused. Like Egremont, he could not speak his whole thought. Whilst there remained a possibility that Egremont indeed knew nothing of Thyrza's disappearance, he might not strengthen his case by making use of the girl's confession to her sister. He could only make use of outward circumstances. "The meetings at the library," Egremont repeated. "But do you think they had any meaning that I can't at once and freely explain to you? It was the idlest folly on my part. I had a plan that I would get books onto the shelves that week, and at the end of it take you there and surprise you. Didn't I imply that in my letter to you from Jersey? It was childish, of course. On the Monday, Miss Trent surprised me at work. She had happened to see a box being brought in, and naturally came to see what was going on. I was unthinking enough to ask her to keep the secret. By allowing her to help me, I encouraged her to come again the next day. So much was wholly my fault, but surely not a very grave one. Do you imagine, Grail, that anything passed between us on those 2 mornings which you might not have heard? How is it possible for you, to pass from the fact of that foolish secret to such suspicions as these?" In the pause, Gilbert offered no word. "And who told you about it? Evidently someone bent on mischief." Again a pause. Gilbert stood unmoving. "You still suspect me? You think I am lying to you? Do you know me no better than that? It rained false, it rained false. His own voice sounded to him as that of an actor who does his poor best to be forcible and pathetic. Yet what lie had he told? Could he say all he thought he had read in Thyrza's eyes? There was the parting that night beyond Lambeth Bridge. How could he speak of that? Was he himself not absolutely innocent? Had he not by a desperate struggle avoided as much as a glance of tenderness at the girl for whom he was mad with love? Gilbert spoke at length. "I find it very hard to believe that you know nothing more. There are other things. As soon as we knew that she was gone, that Friday night, I came here to ask for you." "And why? Why to me?" "Because she had been seen with you at the library, and people had begun to talk. They told me you were gone, and I asked for your address. They wouldn't give it to me." "That meant nothing whatever. It was merely my landlady's idea of her responsibility to me." "Yes, that may be. On Saturday night a letter came from you, from Jersey." "Well, was that the kind of letter I could have written if I had been such a traitor to you?" "I don't know what the letter would have seemed to me if I had been able to judge it with my ordinary mind. I couldn't. I was going through too much. I believed it false. On Monday I went to Southampton, and from there at night to Jersey. It was the earliest that I could get there." "You went to Jersey?" "I had no choice. I had to see you. And I found you had gone away on Saturday morning, gone to France. It was only Saturday night that I got your letter. There was no word in it about going to France. Instead of that, you said plainly that you would be in Jersey for a week or more." "It is true. I see how I have made evidence against myself." He said it with impatience, but at once added in a steadier voice, "I wrote the letter and posted it on Friday night, when I had only been at St. Albans half a day. The very next morning I was compelled by restlessness to give up my idea of remaining there. When I wrote to you I had no thought of leaving the island." How pleasant it was to be able to speak with unshadowed veracity. Walter Albert smiled, and, when the other made no reply, he went on in a voice almost of pleading. "You believe this? Is your mind so set against me that you will accuse me of any cowardice rather than credit my word?" A change came over Gilbert's face. It was run with pain, and as he looked up it seemed to cost him a horrible effort to speak. "If," he said, "in a moment of temptation you did her the greatest wrong that a man can do to a woman, you would perhaps say and do anything rather than confess it." Walter tried to meet those eyes steadily, but failed. He broke forth into passionate self-defence. "That means you think the worst of me that one man can think of another. You are wrong. You are basely wrong. You speak of a moment of temptation. Suppose me to have suffered that. What sort of temptation do you suppose would have assailed me? A man is tempted according to his fibre. Do you class me with those who can only be tempted by base suggestions? What reason have I ever given you to think of me so? Suppose me to have been tempted. You conclude that I must have aimed at stealing the girl from you solely to gratify myself, heedless of her, heedless of you. Such a motive as that is to outweigh every higher instinct I possess, to blind me to past and future, to make me all at once a heartless, unimaginative brute. That is your view of my character, Grail." Gilbert had not the appearance of a man who listens. Since entering the room, he had not moved from the spot where he stood, and now, with his head again drooping, he seemed sunk in a reverie of the profoundest sadness. But he heard, and he strove to believe. A fortnight ago he would not have thought it possible for Walter Egremont to speak a word of which the sincerity would seem doubtful. Since then he had spent days and nights such as sap the foundations of a man's moral being, and shake convictions which appeared impregnable. The catastrophe which had come upon him was proportionate in its effects to the immeasurable happiness which preceded it. Remember that it was not only the imaginary wrong from which his mind suffered. The fact that Thyrza loved Egremont was in itself an agony almost enough to threaten his reason. His love was not demonstrative. Perhaps he did not himself know all its force until jealousy taught him. How, think you, did he spend that night on the Channel, voyaging from Southampton to Jersey? What sort of companions were the winds and waves as he paced the deck in the dim light before dawn, straining his eyes for the first sight of land? To the end of all things that night would remain with him a ghastly memory. And since then he had not known one full hour of forgetfulness. The days and the nights had succeeded each other as in a torture chamber. His body had wasted. His mind ever renewed its capability of anguish. With all appearances against Egremont, could he preserve the nice balance of his judgment through an experience such as this? Had he seen Egremont at once, after Thyrza's disappearance, it would not have been so hard for him to credit the denial. The blow was not felt to its full until the night had passed. Thyrza's exculpation of Egremont would then have been strong upon the latter's side. But the fruitless journey frenzied him. It was impossible for him to avoid the belief that the letter had been contrived to deceive him. All the suspicions he had entertained grew darker as his suffering increased. His meeting with Egremont at the end of Newport Street on the Wednesday night seemed to him beyond doubt condemnatory. He remembered the young man's haste and obvious agitation. Then Thyrza's words ceased to have weight. He thought them due to her desire to avert suspicion from her lover. And now that he was at length face to face with the man whom in his lonely woe he had cursed as the falsest friend, his ear was keen to detect every note of treachery. His eyes read Egremont's countenance with preternatural keenness. Walter could not sustain such proof. His agitation spoke against him. Only when he at length passed from uncertain argument and pleading to scornful repudiation of the charge, did his utterances awaken the hero the old associations of sincerity and nobleness. How many a night Gilbert had hung on every word that fell from him! Could he speak thus and be no more than a contemptible hypocrite? Walter paused for a few moments. When no reply came, he continued with the same warmth. "I have told you that, on those 2 mornings, when she was with me in the library, no word passed between us that you might not have heard. It is true. But one thing I did say to her which doubtless would not have been said in your presence. She was speaking to me as if to a superior. I begged her to let there be an end of that, and to allow me to call myself her friend. I meant it in the purest sense, and in that sense she understood it. If I was wrong in taking that freedom with her, at least there was no thought of wrong in my mind." "You met her on Wednesday night in that week," Gilbert said, speaking with uncertain voice. "The night that you saw me and said you had been to Bunce. Do you know of that from some spy, her enemy and mine, or how?" "I know it. I can't tell you how. Yes, I met her that night. Not by appointment, as you suppose. It was by mere chance, as I came away from Bunce's house. I told her I was leaving town next day, and I said good-bye to her. Again, not a syllable was uttered that anyone might not have heard." "Were you coming away from her, then, when I saw you?" Gilbert asked, in a hard voice. "No, not straight from her." As is wont to be the case with us when we have recourse to equivocation, Egremont thought that he read in his rival's countenance a scornful surmise of the truth. As is also wont to happen, this sense of detection heated his blood, and for a moment he could have found pleasure in flinging out an angry defiance. But as he looked Grail in the face, the latter's eyes fell, and some slight movement of feature, touching once more Walter's sense of compassion, shamed him from unworthy utterance. He said in a lower voice, "If I had yielded to temptation, if I had so far lost control of myself as to speak a word to her which at once and for ever altered our relations, do you think I should have tried to keep secret what had happened? Do you think I could have conceived a desire which had her suffering for its end? Are you so embittered that you can imagine of me nothing better than that? You think I could have made her my victim?" Grail read his face. The emphasis of the speech was deliberate, could not be misunderstood. For the first time Gilbert turned and moved a little apart. Walter had not the exclusive privilege of being an idealist. When at length he spoke out of his deepest feeling, when he revealed, though but indirectly, the meaning of his agitation, of his evasions and doubtful behaviour, he had found the way of convincing his hearer. It was a new blow to Gilbert, but it put an end to his darkest fears and to the misery of his misjudgment. In the silence that followed, all the details of the story passed before him with a new significance. The greatness of his own love, a love which drew into its service every noblest element of his nature, enabled him, once the obscuring mists dispelled, to interpret his rival's mind with justice. Regarding Egremont again, he could read aright the signs of suffering that were on his face. It was with a strange bitter joy that he recovered his faith in the man who had been so much to him. Yet his first words seemed to express more of passionate resentment than any he had yet spoken. "Then you acted wrongly," he exclaimed, in a firm, clear voice. "You were wrong in allowing her to stay and help you in the library. You were wrong in speaking to her as you did, in asking her to address you as an equal and to let you be her friend. You must have known then what your real meaning was. It is only half a truth that you said and did nothing to disturb her mind. You were not honest with yourself, and you had no just regard for me. You did yield to temptation, and all you have said in defence of yourself has only been true and sound. No, you go too far, Grail. You accuse me of baseness, and I have never had a base thought." Then came a long silence. Gilbert stood motionless. Egremont walked slowly from place to place. The point at issue between the two men was changed. Anger and suspicion were at an end, but so was all hope of restoring the old union. Then Egremont said, "You must tell me one thing plainly. Do you still doubt my word when I say that I knew nothing of her flight from you, and know nothing of where she now is?" "I believe you," was answered simply. "And more than that, do you think me capable of wronging her and you in the way you suspected?" "I was wrong. I was unjust to you." Grail could suffer jealousy, but was incapable of malice. The stab of the revelation that had been made might go through and through his heart, but the wound would breed no evil humours. He made his admission of the relief which comes of recovered self-respect. "Thank you for that, Grail," Walter replied, moved as a gentle nature always is by magnanimity. After another pause, he said, "May I ask you anything more about her? Had she money? Could she have gone far?" "At most she had a few pence." "Did she leave no written word?" "Yes, she wrote something for her sister." Walter hesitated. Grail, after a struggle with himself, repeated the substance of Thyrza's note. A few more words were interchanged, then Gilbert said, "I will leave you now, Mr. Egremont." Walter dreaded this parting. Could he let Grail go from him and say no word about the library? Yet what was to be said? Everything was hopelessly at an end. The hint of favour from him to the other was henceforth insult. Gilbert was moving towards him, but he could not look up. forcing himself to speak. "If you find her, if you hear anything, will you tell me? I mean only, will you let me know the fact that you have news?" "Yes, I will." At length their eyes met. Then Grail held out his hand, and Egremont clasped it firmly. "This is not the end between us," he said huskily. "You must wish that you had never seen me, but I can never lose the hope that we may some day be friends again." The haggard man went his way in silence. Egremont, throwing himself upon a seat in utter weariness, felt more alone than ever yet in his life. Who or what was left to him now? A little while ago, when he had felt that his connection with the world of wealth and refinement was practically at an end, it seemed more than a substitute to look forward to intimacy with that one household in Lambeth, and to associations that would arise thence. He believed that it would henceforth content him to have friends in the sphere to which he belonged by birth, and, for the needs of his mind, to find companionship among his books. He saw before him a career of practical usefulness, such as only a man in his peculiar position could pursue with unwavering zeal. What now was to become of his future? Where were his friends? Grail had said that in Lambeth people were gossiping evil of him. Such gossip, he understood too well, would have its lasting effect. No contradiction could avail against it. Even if Thyrza returned, it would be impossible for her to resume her life in the old places. The truth could never be so spread as to counteract the harm already done. Lambeth had lost its free library. How long would it wait before another man was found able and willing to do so much on its behalf? Looking in the other direction, he could now explain that scene at Charing Cross. Dalmain, through his connection with Lambeth, had already heard the story. He took this way of showing that he was informed of everything, and of manifesting his august disapproval. It needed only a word of admonition to Paula, and she at once recognized how improper it would be to hold further relations with so unprincipled a man. So they turned away, and, in the vulgar phrase, cut him. The Dalmains knowing, of course their relatives and their friends knew. The Tyrrells would by this time have discussed the whole shocking affair, doubtless with the decision that they could no longer be at home to Mr. Egremont. And if the Tyrrells, then Annabel Newthorpe. Would Annabel give faith to such a charge against him? Perhaps such evidence would be adduced to her that she could have no choice but to judge and condemn him. Gilbert Grail had thought him infamous. Perhaps Annabel would hesitate as little. She would have remarked a strangeness in his manner to her, explicable now. Believing, how she must scorn him. How those beautiful eyes of hers would speak in one glance of cold contempt, if ever he passed beneath them. She might take the nobler part, she might hold it incredible till she had a confession from his very lips. But were women magnanimous? And Annabel, very clear in thought, very pure in soul, was she after all so far above her sisters as to face all hazard of human weakness in defence of an ideal? Annabel, now in London, would write the news to Mrs. Ormond. Would it receive credence from her, his dearest friend? Assuredly not, if she had known nothing to give the calumny a startling support. But there was that letter he wrote to her about Thyrza. There was her recollection of the interview in Great Russell Street, when it might be that he had betrayed himself. She had found him in a state of perturbation which he could not conceal. It was on the eve of his own departure from London, of Thyrza's disappearance. Well, she too must form her own judgment. If she wrote to him and asked plainly for information, he would know how to reply. Till she wrote, he must keep silence. So there was the head-roll of his friends. No, he had omitted Annabel's father. Mr. Newthorpe was a student, and apt to be humorously cynical in his judgment of men. To him the story would not appear incredible. Youth, human nature, a passionate temperament, these explain so much to the unprejudiced mind. Mr. Newthorpe must go with the rest. For other acquaintances he cared nothing. So his fate at last had declared itself. Even though the all but impossible should befall, and Grail should still marry Thyrza, how could the schemes for common activity survive this shock? Say what he might, he had no longer even the desire to work personally for the old aims. How hard to believe that he was the same man who had lectured to that little band of hearers on English literature, who had uttered with such vehemence the thoughts for the present. That period of his life was gone by like smoke. The heart in which such enthusiasms were nourished had been swept by an all-consuming fire. Henceforth he must live for himself, the vainest of all lives. To such a one the world was a sorry place. He had no mind to taste such pleasures as it offered to a rich man with no ideals save physical enjoyment. He no longer cared to search out its beautiful things, to probe its mysteries. To what end, since all pleasure and all knowledge must end in himself? Where at this moment was Thyrza? The thought had mingled with all those others. Did she then love him so much that marriage with Grail had become impossible, that she would rather face every hardship and peril of a hidden life in some dark corner of London? For she lived. Proof of it seemed to be in the refusal of his mind to contemplate the fatal issue of her trial. She lived, and held him in her heart, the strong, passionate heart, source of music and of love. And could he foresee the day when he should no longer love her? But of that she knew nothing, and must never know of it. The one outlook for his life lay yonder, where love was beckoning. Grant him leave to follow, and what limitless prospect opened in place of the barren hills which now enclosed him. But follow he must not. In that respect nothing was altered. When he thought of Thyrza, it must still be with the hope that she would return and fulfill her promise to Gilbert Grail. At a late hour he went to his bedroom. He lay down with a weary brain, and, in trying to ask himself what he should do on the morrow, fell asleep. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bonita Dominguez. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 27. Found. Mrs. Ormond waited anxiously for Annabel's first letter from London. Neither of them had spoken of Egremont after Annabel's visit with the news from Paula. The girl gave no sign of trouble. She appeared to continue her preparations with the same enjoyment as before. It was doubtful whether, in writing, she would make any reference to Egremont, but Mrs. Ormond hoped there would be some word. The letter came 5 days after Annabel's arrival in London, and was short. It mentioned visits to the Academy and the Grosvenor, made a few comments, spoke of this and that old acquaintance re-seen. Then came a concluding paragraph. Father called at Mr. Egremont's 2 days ago, but did not see him. He learnt that Mr. Egremont had been at home for 1 day, but was gone out of town again. My aunt, as I gather from a chance word, takes the least charitable view. I fear that was to be expected. We, however, know the truth, do we not? It is sad, but not shameful. I have no means of hearing anything about the library. I believe father has been to Lambeth, but he and I do not speak on the subject. Paula, for some reason, avoids me. It was one of several letters that arrived that morning. After opening 2 appeals from charitable institutions, Mrs. Ormond found an envelope which, from the handwriting upon it, she judged to be a similar communication from a private source. The address was laboriously scrawled and ill-spelt. The postage stamp was badly affixed. There were finger marks on the back. Such envelopes generally came from the parents of children who had been in the home, and frequently, dirtiness announced such cases, made appeal for temporary assistance. The present missive, however, was misleading. Its contents proved to be these. Madam, we have a young girl with us as lies very bad. She come to us not more than 3 weeks ago and asked for employment, and me and my husband wasn't unwilling for her to give her a chance, seeing she looked respectable, though we thought it wasn't unlikely as there might be something wrong, because of her looks and her clothing, which wasn't neither of them like the girl out of work, and then it's true she couldn't give no reference. And now she's had fainting fits, and lies very bad, having broke 2 dishes with falling, and which of course she couldn't help, and we don't say as she could. My husband told me as I ought for to look in her pocket, and which I did, and there I found an envelope as had wrote your name and address on it. So I take the liberty of writing, and which I am not much of a scholar, because she do lie very bad, and if so she has friends, they had ought to know. I do what I can for her, but I have the customers to tend to, because we keep a coffee shop, which you'll find it at number 17, Bank Street, off the Caledonian Road. And I beg to end. From yours obedient, Sarah Gandal. There could be little doubt who this young girl was. Bad spelling and worse writing rendered the letter difficult to translate into English, but from the first sentence Mrs. Ormond thought of Thyrza Trent. The description would apply to Thyrza, and Thyrza might by some chance have kept in her pocket the address which, as Mrs. Ormond knew, Bunce had given her when she brought Bessie to Eastbourne. Her first emotion was of joy. This was quickly succeeded by doubts and fears in plenty, for it was difficult to explain Thyrza's taking such a step as this letter suggested. But the course to be pursued was clear. She took the first train to London. Caledonian Road is a great channel of traffic running directly north from King's Cross to Holloway. It is doubtful whether London can show any thoroughfare of importance more offensive to eye and ear and nostril. You stand at the entrance to it, and gaze into a region of supreme ugliness. Every house front is marked with meanness and inveterate grime. Every shop seems breaking forth with mould or dry rot. The people who walk here appear one and all to be employed in labour that soils body and spirit. Journey on the top of a tram-car from King's Cross to Holloway, and civilization has taught you its ultimate achievement in ignoble hideousness. You look off into narrow side channels where unconscious degradation has made its inexpugnable home, and sits veiled with refuse. You pass above lines of railway, which cleave the region with black-breathing fissure. You see the pavements half occupied with the paltriest and most sordid wares. The sign of the pawnbroker is on every hand. The public houses look and reek more intolerably than in other places. The population is dense, the poverty is undisguised. All this northward-bearing tract, between Camden Town on the one hand and Islington on the other, is the valley of the shadow of vilest servitude. Its public monument is a cyclopean prison. Save for the desert around the Great Northern Goods Depot, its only open ground is a malodorous cattle market. In comparison, Lambeth is picturesque and venerable, St. Giles is romantic, Hoxton is clean and suggestive of domesticity, Whitechapel is full of poetry, Limehouse is sweet with sea-breathings. Hither Mrs. Ormond drove from Victoria Station. The neighbourhood was unknown to her save by name. On entering the Caledonian Road, her cabman had to make inquiries for Bank Street, which he at length found not far from the prison. He drew up before a small coffee shop, on the window whereof was pasted this advertisement: "Dine here, best quality, largest quantity, lowest price." Over the door was the name Gandel. Mrs. Ormond bade the driver wait, and entered. It was the dinner hour of this part of the world. Every available place was occupied by men, some in their shirt-sleeves, who were doing ample justice to the fare set before them by Mrs. Gandel and her daughter. Beyond the space assigned to the public was a partition of wood, 4 feet high, with a door in the middle. This concealed the kitchen, whence came clouds of steam, and the sound of frying, and odours manifold. At the entrance of a lady without qualification, such of the feeders as happened to look from their plates stared in wonderment. It was an embarrassing position. Mrs. Ormond walked quickly down the narrow gangway and to the door in the partition. A young woman was just coming forth, with steaming plates on a tray. "Can I see Mrs. Gandel?" the visitor asked. The girl cried out, "Mother, you're wanted," and pushed past, with grins bestowed on either side. Above the partition appeared a face like a harvest moon. "I have come in reply to your letter," Mrs. Ormond said, "the letter about the girl who is ill." "Oh, you've come, have you, Mum?" was the reply, in a voice at once respectful and surprised. "Would you be so good as step inside, Mum? Please push the door." Mrs. Ormond was relieved to pass into the privacy of the kitchen. It was a room of some 10 feet square, insufferably hot, very dirty, a factory for the production of human fodder. On a side table stood a great red dripping mass, whence Mrs. Gandel severed portions to be supplied as roast beef. Vessels on the range held a green substance which was called cabbage, and yellow lumps rolled forth as potatoes. Before the fire, bacon and sausages were frizzling. Above it was spluttering a beefsteak. On a sink in one corner were piled eating utensils which awaited the wipe of a very loathsome rag hanging hard by. Other objects lay about in indescribable confusion. Mrs. Gandel was a very stout woman, with bare arms. She perspired freely, and was not a little disconcerted by the appearance of her visitor. Her moon face had a simple and not disagreeable look. "You won't mind me a-getting on with my work the whiles I talk, Mum," she said. "The men's tied to time, most of 'em, and I've often lost a customer by keeping 'em waiting. They're not too sweet-tempered in these parts. I was born and bred in Peckham myself, and only come here when I married my second husband, which he's a plumber by trade. I can't so much as ask for you to sit down, Mum. You see, we have to economize room, as my husband says. But I can talk and work, both. Only I've got to keep one ear open." A shrill voice cried from the shop, "2 beefs, taters and greens, 1 steak pie, taters, 2 cups of tea." "Right," cried Mrs. Gandel, and proceeded to execute the orders. "What is this poor girl's name?" Mrs. Ormond asked. "You didn't mention it." "Well, Mum, she calls herself Mary Wood. Do you know any one of that name?" "I think not." "Now come 'long, Elizabeth," screamed the woman of a sudden, at the top of her voice. "Don't stand a-talking there. 2 beefs, taters and greens." "That's right, Mrs. Gandel," roared some man. "You give it her. It's the usual bull-bells with her and Sandy Dick here." There was laughter, and Elizabeth came running for her orders. Mrs. Gandel, with endless interruptions, proceeded thus. "Between you and me, Mum, I don't believe as that is her name. But she give it at first, and she stuck to it. No, I don't think she's worse today, though she talked a lot in the night. Yes, we've had a doctor. She wouldn't have me send for nobody, and said as there was nothing ailed her, but then it come as she couldn't stand on her feet. She's a littleish girl, maybe 17 or 18, with yellow-like hair. I haven't knowed well what to do. I thought I'd ought to send her to the hospital, but then I found the envelope in her pocket, and we thought we'd just wait a day to see if anybody answered us. And I didn't like to act heartless with her neither. She's a motherless thing, so she says, and only wants for to earn her keep in her sleep, and I don't think there's no harm in her, as far as I can see. She come into the shop last night was 3 weeks, just after 11 o'clock, and she says, "If you please, Mum," she says, speaking very nice, "can you give me a bed for 7 pence?" "Why, I don't know about that," says I. "I haven't a bedroom as I let use while under a shilling." Then she was for gone straight away, without another word. And she was so quiet like, it took me as I couldn't send her off without asking her something about herself. And she said she hadn't got no home in London, and only 7 pence in her pocket, and as how she wanted to find work. And she must have walked about a deal, she looked that dead beat. Well, I just went in and spoke a word to Mr. Gandel. It's true if we wanted someone to help me and Elizabeth, we've wanted someone bad for a long time. And this young girl wouldn't be amiss, we thought, for waiting in the shop. The men likes to see a new face, you know, Mum, and all the more if it's a good-looking un. If she'd been an ordinary-looking girl, of course I couldn't have not so much as thought of it, as things was. She told me plain and straightforward as she couldn't say who she was and where she come from. And it was something in her way of speaking, a kind of quietness like, as you don't often get in young girls nowadays. They're so forward, as their parents ain't got the same hold on 'em as they had when I was young. I shouldn't wonder if you've noticed the same thing with your servants, Mum. And so I said as I'd have let her have a bed for 7 pence, and if you'd have seen how thankful she looked. She wasn't the kind to go and sleep anywhere, and goodness only knows what might have come to her at that hour of the night. And the next morning she did look that white and poorly when I met her coming down the stairs. "Well," says I, "and what about breakfast, eh?" She went a bit red-like, and said as it didn't matter, she'd go out and find work. "Well, look here now," says I, "s'pose you wash up them things there to pay for a cup of tea and 2 slices. And then she looked at me thankful again, and says as it was kind of me. Well, of course, you may say as it isn't everybody at a tickler and for 7 pence, but then, as I was a-saying, we did want somebody to help me and Elizabeth, and I don't take much to myself for what I did." "You acted well and kindly, Mrs. Gandel," said Mrs. Ormond. So the long story went on. The girl had been only too glad to stay as general servant, and worked well, worked as hard as anyone could expect, Mrs. Gandel said. But she was far from well, and every day, after the first week, her strength fell off. At length she had a fainting fit, falling with 2 dishes in her hands. Her work had to be lightened, but the fainting was several times repeated, and, now 3 days ago, illness it was impossible to struggle against kept her to her bed. Well, I begged and I prayed of her as she'd tell me where she belonged, and where her friends was, but she could only cry and say as she'd go away, and wouldn't be a burden. "Don't talk silly, child," I kept saying. "How can you go away in this state, unless you're going to your friends?" But she said no, as she hadn't no friends to go to, and she cried so it fair went to my heart, the poor thing, and I begun to be that afraid as she'd die. I am that glad as you've come, Mum. If you don't mind waiting another 10 minutes, the worst of this will be over, and then I can leave Elizabeth to it and go upstairs with you." "Is she conscious at present?" "She was a little while ago. It is the nights is worst, of course. Last night she talked and talked. It's easy to see she has some trouble on her mind. I haven't got nobody that can sit with her when we have the shop full, but I was with her up to 3 o'clock this morning. Then Elizabeth took my place till the shop was opened for the early coffee. I don't think she's no worse, and the doctor he don't think so. He's a clever man, I believe. At all events, he has that name, as I may say, and he lives just round here in Winter Street, a house with green painted railing, and Spencery wrote up on the window." "Will he call again to-day?" "I don't suppose as he would, but he's sure to be at home in an hour, and if you'd like, Mum, I'd just send Lisbeth round." "Thank you. I think I'll go and see him." At last the burden of the dinner hour was over, and Elizabeth could be left alone for a little. Mrs. Gandel washed her hands in a perfunctory way, and guided her visitor to a dark flight of stairs. They ascended. On the top floor the woman stopped and whispered, "That's the room. Should I just look in first, Mum? Please." Mrs. Gandel entered and came forth again. "She seems to me to be asleep, Mum. She lays very still, and her eyes is shut." "I'll go in. I shall sit with her for an hour, and then go to see the doctor." Mrs. Ormond passed in. It was a mean little room, not as tidy as it might have been, and far from as clean. There on the low pillow was a pale face, with golden hair disordered about the brow, a face so wasted that it was not easy in the first moment to identify it with that which had been so wonderful in its spellbound beauty by the seashore, but it was Thyrza. Her eyes were only half closed, and it was not a natural sleep that held her. Mrs. Ormond examined her for several moments, then just touched her forehead. Thyrza stirred and muttered something, but gave no sign of consciousness. The hour went by very slowly. The traffic in the street was incessant and noisy. Two men, who were selling coals from a cart, for a long time vied with each other in the utterance of roars drawn out in afflicting cadence. Mrs. Ormond now sat by the bed, regarding Thyrza, now went to the window and looked at the grimy houses opposite. The prescribed interval had almost elapsed, when Thyrza suddenly raised herself and said with distinctness, "You promised me, Liddy. You know you promised." Mrs. Ormond was standing at the foot of the bed. She drew nearer, and, as the sick girl regarded her, asked, "Do you know me, Thyrza?" Thyrza fell back, fear-stricken. She spoke a few disconnected words, then her eyes half closed again, and the lethargy returned upon her. In a few minutes Mrs. Ormond left the room, and sought her acquaintance in the cooking department. Mrs. Gandel gave her the exact address of the medical man, and she found the house without difficulty. She had to wait for a quarter of an hour in a bare, dusty, drug-smelling antechamber, where also sat a woman who coughed without ceasing, and a boy who had a formidable bandage athwart his face. The practitioner, when he presented himself, failed to inspire her with confidence. He expressed himself so ambiguously about Thyrza's condition, and gave on the whole such scanty proof of intelligence, that Mrs. Ormond felt it unsafe to leave him in charge of a case such as this. She easily obtained his permission to summon a doctor with whom she was acquainted. She drove to the latter's abode, and was fortunate enough to find him at luncheon. She was on terms of intimacy with the family, and accepted very willingly an invitation to join them at their meal. But the doctor could not get to Caledonian Road before the evening. Having made an appointment with him for 7 o'clock, she next drove to the east side of Regent's Park, where, in a street of small houses, she knocked at a door and made inquiries for Mrs. Emerson. This lady was at home, the servant said. Mrs. Ormond went up to the first floor and entered a sitting-room. Its one occupant was a young woman, probably of 26, who sat in out-of-doors attire. Her looks suggested that she had come home too weary even to take her bonnet off before resting. She had the air of an educated person. Her dress, which was plain and decent in the same rather depressing way as the appointment of her room, put it beyond doubt that she spent her days in some one of the manifold kinds of teaching. A roll upon her lap plainly consisted of music. She could not lay claim to good looks, save in the sense that her features were impressed with agreeable womanliness. The smile which followed speedily upon her expression of surprise when Mrs. Ormond appeared was natural, homely, and sweet. She threw the roll away, and sprang up with a joyous exclamation. "To think that you should come just on this day and at this time, Mrs. Ormond! It's just by chance that I'm at home. I've only this moment come back from Notting Hill, where I found a pupil too unwell to have her lesson, and in half an hour I have to go to St. John's Wood, just by a chance that I'm here. How vexed I should have been if I'd heard of you coming whilst I was away. Isn't it annoying for people to call whilst one's away? I mean, of course, people one really wants to see. Certainly, things don't often happen so well. I'm in town on very doleful business, and I've come to see if you can help me. Help you? How? I do hope I can. Have you still your spare room? Oh, yes. Then I may perhaps ask you to let me have it in a few days. I must tell you how it is. A poor girl, in whom I have a great interest, has fallen ill in very dreary lodgings. I don't think it would be possible to move her at present. I don't, in fact, yet know the nature of her illness exactly, and, of course, if it's anything to be afraid of, I shouldn't bring her. But that is scarcely likely. I fancy she will want only careful nursing. Dr. Lamb is going to see her this evening, and he's just promised me to send a nurse from some institution where he has to call. If we can safely move her presently, may I bring her here? Of course you may, Mrs. Ormond. I'll get everything ready tonight. Will you come up and tell me of anything you'd like me to do? Not now. You look tired, and must rest before you go out again. I'll come and see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow? Let me see. I shall be here at 12, but only for a few minutes. Then I shan't be home again till 9:30. Could you come after then, Mrs. Ormond? Yes, but what a long day that is. I hope you're not often so late. Oh, I don't mind it a bit, said the other cheerfully. It's a pupil at Seven Oaks, piano and singing. Indeed, I'm very glad. The more the better. They keep me out of mischief. Mrs. Ormond smiled moderately in reply to the laugh with which Mrs. Emerson completed her jest. How is your husband? Still far from well. I'm so sorry he isn't in now. I think no, I'm not quite sure where he is. He had to go somewhere on business. He is able to get to business again? Mrs. Ormond asked, without looking at the other. Not to his regular business. Oh, no, that wouldn't be safe yet. He begins to look better, but he's very weak still. Must be very hard for a man of his age to be compelled to guard against all sorts of little things that other people think nothing of, mustn't it? Yes, it must be trying, Mrs. Ormond replied, quietly. Mr. Emerson was a young gentleman of leisurely habits and precarious income. Mrs. Ormond suspected, and with reason, that he nurtured a feeble constitution at the expense of his wife's labour. He was seldom at home, and the persons interested in Mrs. Emerson had a difficulty in making his nearer acquaintance. And I can't think there's another man in the world who would bear it so uncomplainingly. But you know, she added, laughing again, that I'm very proud of my husband. I always make you smile at me, Mrs. Ormond, but now I am so very, very sorry, but I'm obliged to go. I managed to catch a bus just at the top of the street. If I missed it, I should be half an hour late, and these are very particular people. Oh, I've such a laughable story to tell you about them, but it must wait till tomorrow. Harold says I tell it so well. He's sure I could write a novel if I tried. I think I will try some day. I believe people make a great deal of money out of novels, don't they, Mrs. Ormond? I have heard of one or two who tried to, but didn't. I do hope the poor girl will soon be well enough to come. I'll get the room thoroughly in order tonight. They left the house together. Mrs. Emerson ran in the direction of the omnibus she wished to catch. The other shortly found a vehicle and drove back again to Bank Street, Caledonian Road. Thyrza still lay in the same condition. In a little more than half an hour came the trained nurse of Dr. Lamb's sending, and forthwith the sick-room was got into a more tolerable condition, Mrs. Ormond procuring whatever the nurse desired. Much private talk passed downstairs between Mrs. Gandel and Elizabeth, who were greatly astonished at the fuss made over the girl they had supposed friendless. "Now let this be a lesson to you, Elizabeth," said the good woman several times. "It ain't often as you'll lose by doing a bit of kindness, and the chance always is as it'll be paid back to you more than you'd never think. Anyone can see as Mrs. Ormond's a real lady, and when it comes to settling up, you'll see if she doesn't know how to behave like a lady." Mrs. Ormond took a room at a private hotel near King's Cross, whither her travelling bag was brought from Victoria. She avoided the part of the town in which acquaintances might hear of her, for her business had to be kept secret. A necessary letter dispatched to Mrs. Mapper at the Chestnuts, she went once more to Bank Street and met her friend Dr. Lamb. She told him, in general terms, all she knew of the circumstances which might have led to Thyrza's illness. At first she had been in doubt whether or not to go to Lambeth and see Lydia Trent, but on the whole it seemed better to take no steps in that direction for the present. Should the case be declared dangerous, Lydia of course must be sent for, but that was a dark possibility from which her thoughts willingly averted themselves. The sister could doubtless throw some light on Thyrza's strange calamity. What did the child's "you know you promised me" mean? But that would be no aid to the physician, upon whom for the present most depended. Nor did Dr. Lamb exhibit much curiosity. He seemed quickly to gather all it was really necessary for him to know, and, though he admitted that the disorder was likely to be troublesome, he gave an assurance that there was no occasion for alarm. "You are not associated in her mind with anything distressing?" he asked of Mrs. Ormond. "I believe the opposite." "Good. Then be by her side as often as you can, so that she may recognize you as soon as possible." He added with a smile, "I needn't inform Mrs. Ormond how to behave when she is recognized." They were at a little distance from the bed, and both looked at the unconscious face. "A very beautiful girl," the doctor murmured, "but you should see her in health." "No, I am a trifle susceptible. Well, we shall have her through it, no doubt." "We have to jest a little in the presence of suffering, or how should we live our lives?" The recognition came late on the following afternoon. Thyrza had lain for a time with eyes open, watching the movements of the nurse, but seemingly with no desire to speak. Then Mrs. Ormond came in. The watchful look at once turned upon her. For a moment that former fear showed itself, and Thyrza made an effort to rise from the pillow. Her strength was too far wasted. But as Mrs. Ormond drew near, she was plainly known. "Thyrza, you know me now?" "Mrs. Ormond," was whispered, still with look of alarm and troubled inability to comprehend. "You have been ill, dear, and I have come to sit with you," the other went on, in a soothing voice. "Shall I stay?" There was no answer for a little. Then Thyrza, with sudden revival of memory like a light kindled in her eyes, said painfully, Does Liddy know?" "Not yet. Do you wish her to?" "No, don't tell Liddy. I shall be better." "No one shall know, Thyrza. Don't speak now. I am going to sit by you." Much mental disturbance was evident on the pale face for some time after this, but Thyrza did not speak again, and presently she appeared to sleep. Mrs. Ormond left the house at midnight, and was back again before 9 the next morning. Thyrza had been perfectly conscious since daybreak, and had several times asked for the absent friend. She smiled when Mrs. Ormond came at length and kissed her forehead. "Better this morning?" "Much better, I think, Mrs. Ormond, but I can't lift my arm. It's so heavy." The doctor came late in the morning. He was agreeably surprised at the course things were taking, but Thyrza was forbidden to speak, and for much of the day she relapsed into an apathetic, scarcely conscious state. Mrs. Ormond had preferred not to leave her the evening before, and had explained by telegram her failure to keep her appointment with Mrs. Emerson. Tonight she visited her friends by Regent's Park. On looking in at the eating-house before going to her hotel for the night, she found the patient feverish and excited. "She has been asking for you ever since you went away," whispered the nurse. Thyrza inquired anxiously, as if the thought were newly come to her. "How did you know where I was, Mrs. Ormond?" "Mrs. Gandel found my name and address in your pocket, and wrote to me." "In my pocket? Why should she look in my pocket?" "She was anxious to have a friend come to you, Thyrza." "Does anyone else know? Liddy doesn't, nor anybody?" "Nobody." "Yes, it was in my pocket. I kept it from that time when I went I can't remember. To Eastbourne, dear. Yes, Eastbourne." The only way of quieting her was for Mrs. Ormond to sit holding her hand. It was nearly dawn when the fit of fever was allayed and sleep came. A week passed before it was possible to think of removing her from these miserable quarters to the other room which awaited her. Mrs. Ormond's presence had doubtless been a great aid to the sufferer in her struggle with intermittent fever and mental pain. As Thyrza recovered her power of continuous thought, she showed less disposition to talk. The trouble which still hung above her seemed to impose silence. She was never quite still, save when Mrs. Ormond sat by her, but at those times she generally kept her face averted, closing her eyes if either of her nurses seemed to watch her. She asked no questions. Mrs. Gandel came up occasionally, and to her Thyrza spoke very gently and gratefully. She asked to see Elizabeth, and that damsel made an elaborate toilette for the ceremony of introduction to the transformed sick-room. "I don't believe as she's a working girl at all," Elizabeth remarked mysteriously to her mother afterwards. "She's Mrs. Ormond's daughter, as has run away from her home, and that's the truth of it." "Don't be silly, Elizabeth. Why, there ain't no more likeness than in that there cabbage." "I don't care. That's what I think, and think it I always shall, choose what." "You always was obstinate." "To say I was, and as good as some people is. It wouldn't do for us all to think the same way. It'd spoil our appetites." One day of the week Mrs. Ormond spent at Eastbourne. During her absence from home no letter had come from Egremont. She expected daily to hear from Mrs. Mapper that he had called at the Chestnuts, but nothing was seen of him. She preferred to keep silence, though her anxiety was constant. Out of the disparaging rumours which had found ready credence in the circle of the Tyrrells, and the facts which she had under her own eyes, it was not difficult for her to construct a story whereby this catastrophe could be explained without attributing anything more than misfortune to either Egremont or Thyrza. Her suppositions came very near to the truth. A natural, inevitable error was that she imagined a scene of mutual declaration between the two. She could only conjecture that in some way they had frequently met, with the result which, the characters of both being understood, might have been foreseen. Possibly Egremont had thrown aside every consideration and had asked Thyrza to abandon Grail for his sake. In that case, it might be that Thyrza had fled from what she regarded as dishonourable selfishness, unable to keep her promise to Grail, alike unable to find her own happiness at his expense. This was supposing the best, but, as a woman who knew the world, she could not altogether deny approach to fears which, in speaking with Annabel, she would not glance at. It was unlike Egremont to pass through a crisis such as this without having recourse to her sympathy, which had so long been to him as that of a mother. Perhaps he could not speak to her. In any case, the immediate future was full of difficulties. It was a simple matter to take Thyrza to the Emersons' lodgings and get her restored to health, but what must then become of her? The best hope was that even yet she might marry Grail. Between the latter and Egremont, doubtless everything was at an end. All the better, if there remained a possibility of Thyrza's forgetting this trial, and some day fulfilling her promise. But in the meantime, a period perhaps of years, what must be done? The sisters might of course live together as hitherto, and earn their living in the accustomed way, but Mrs. Ormond understood too well the dangers of attempt to patch together old and new. There was no foreseeing the effect of her sufferings on Thyrza's character. In spite of idealisms, suffering more often does harm than good. In fact, she must become acquainted with the truth of the case before she could reasonably advise or help. It had seemed wise as yet to keep the discovery of Thyrza a secret, even though by disclosing it she might have alleviated others' pain. When Lydia should at length be told, perhaps difficulties would in one way or another be lessened. Mrs. Ormond at length spoke to the invalid of the plan for removing her. Thyrza made no reply, but, when her friend went on to speak of the people in whose care she would be, averted her eyes as if in trouble. Mrs. Ormond was silent for a while, then asked, "Would you like your sister to come when you are in the other house?" Thyrza shook her head. She would have spoken, but instead sobbed. "But she must be in dreadful trouble, Thyrza." "Will you write to her, please, Mrs. Ormond? Don't tell her where I am, but say that I am well again. I can't see her yet, not till I have begun to work again. Do you think I can soon go and find work?" "Do you wish, then, to live by yourself?" Mrs. Ormond asked, hoping that the conversation might lead Thyrza to reveal her story. "Yes, I must live by myself. I mustn't see anyone for a long time. I can earn as much as I need. If I can't find anything else, Mrs. Gandel will let me stay with her." There was silence. Then she turned her face to Mrs. Ormond, and, with drooping eyelids, asked in a low voice, "Do you know why I left home, Mrs. Ormond?" "No, I don't, Thyrza," the other replied gently. "I have not seen any of your friends. I think very likely you are the only one that could tell me the truth." "Liddy knows," was spoken presently, after the shedding of a few quiet tears. "I left a letter for her. Besides, she knew that—" The voice faltered and ceased. "Can you tell me what it was, Thyrza?" "I didn't do anything wrong, Mrs. Ormond, but I was going to be married. Do you remember about Mr. Grail?" "Yes, dear." "I couldn't marry him. I didn't love him." She turned her face upon the pillow. Mrs. Ormond touched her with kind hand, and, when she saw that the girl could tell no more, tried to soothe her. "I understand now, Thyrza. I know it must have been a great trouble that drove you to this. I will do nothing that you don't wish, but we must let Liddy know that you are in safety. Suppose you write a letter and tell her that you have been ill, but that you are quite well again, and with friends. You needn't put any address on it, and you had better not mention my name. It will be enough for the present to relieve her mind." "Yes, I'll do that, Mrs. Ormond, if I can write." "You will be able to, very soon. It would frighten Liddy if the letter came to her written in a strange hand." Mrs. Ormond made up her mind not to let it be known that she was in communication with Thyrza. Much was still dubious, but clearly it would be the wise course to avoid the possibility of Egremont's discovering Thyrza's place of abode. For the sake of the long future, a little more must be borne in the present. She had more than Thyrza's interests to keep in mind. Egremont's happiness was also at stake, and that, after all, was the first concern with her. By prudent management, perhaps the lives of both could be saved from this seeming wreck, and sped upon their several ways surely very diverse. But Thyrza was troubled with desire to ask something. When tears had heightened the relief of having told as much as she might, she asked timidly, "Do you know if Mr. Grail has gone to the library, Mr. Egremont's library?" "I have not heard. Could he go after this happening, Thyrza? Yes, she replied eagerly. He would go just the same. Why shouldn't he? It wouldn't prevent that, just because I didn't marry him. He would go and live there with Mrs. Grayle, his mother. I said, when I wrote to Liddy, that he'd go to the library just the same. There was no reason why he shouldn't, Mrs. Ormond. She grew so agitated that Mrs. Ormond, whilst asking herself what further light this threw on the matter, endeavoured to remove her trouble. Then no doubt he is gone, Thyrza. We shall hear all about it very soon. You think he really has? We would have been away for a week, and then have gone to live at the library. Haven't you heard anything from— From whom, dear? Anything from Mr. Egremont. He was beginning to put the books on the shelves. I was told about that. It was all ready for Gilbert to go and begin. Haven't you heard about it, Mrs. Ormond? I've been away from home, you see. No doubt there are letters for me. I shall be so glad when I know, Mrs. Ormond. You'll tell me when you've heard, won't you, please? I've been thinking about it a long time, before I was ill, and again since I got my thoughts back. I want to be sure of that, more than anything. I'm sure he must have gone. Mr. Egremont was going away somewhere, and when he came back, of course he would be told about me, and he wouldn't let that make any difference to Gilbert. And then I told Liddy in the letter that I should come back some day. I'm quite sure it wouldn't keep him from going to the library. Mrs. Ormond was herself very desirous of knowing what turn things had taken in Lambeth. She had no ready means of inquiry. But doubtless Mr. Newthorpe would have intelligence. It was only too certain that the affair was being discussed to its minutest details among the people who knew Egremont. She determined to see Mr. Newthorpe as soon as Thyrza was transported to the house by Regent's Park. This took place on the following day, with care which could not have been exceeded had the invalid been a person as important and precious as even the late Miss Paula Tyrrell. Mrs. Gandel was adequately recompensed. Her conviction that Mrs. Ormond was a real lady suffered no shock under this most delicate of tests. Mrs. Ormond bade farewell to Bank Street and Caledonian Road, with a great hope that duty or necessity might never lead her thither again. Thyrza still, of course, needed the nurse's attendance, and accommodation was found for that person under the same roof. When the party arrived, at midday, Mrs. Emerson was at home by appointment. She assisted in carrying the invalid upstairs, where a bright, warm room was in readiness, as pleasant a change after the garret in Bank Street as anyone could have desired. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bernita Dominguez. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 28. Hope Surprised. Mrs. Tyrrell and Annabel were lunching with friends somewhere. Mr. Newthorpe had just taken a solitary meal in the room which he used for a study. Thither Mrs. Ormond was conducted. She noticed that he looked by no means so well as he had done before leaving Eastbourne. His greeting was nervous. He would not sit down, preferring to move restlessly from one position to another. "I was about to write to you," he said. "What news do you bring?" "I have come to you for news." "But you have seen Egremont?" "Neither seen nor heard from him." "Then I suppose that settles the matter. I went to his place once, but could hear nothing of him, and since then I had just waited till the muddy waters should strain itself clear again." "But I am in ignorance yet of the state of things in Lambeth," said Mrs. Ormond. "Do you know anything about the library?" "Dalmain keeps our world supplied with the latest information," Mr. Newthorpe replied, with cold sarcasm. "The library scheme, I suppose, is at an end. The man Grayle, we are told, pursues his old occupation." Mrs. Ormond kept silence. The other continued, assuming a tone of cheerful impartiality. Really, it is very instructive, an affair of this kind. One knows very well, theoretically, how average humanity fears and hates a nature superior to itself, but one has not often an opportunity of seeing it so well illustrated in practice. Tyrrell's attitude has especially amused me. His lungs begin to crow like Chanticleer as often as the story comes up for discussion. He has a good deal of personal liking for Egremont, but to see the idealist in the mud he finds altogether too delicious. His wife feels exactly in the same way, though she expresses her feeling differently. And Dalmain, if I were an able-bodied man, I rather think I should have kicked Dalmain downstairs before this. Lo you, what comes of lofty priggishness? That is his text, and he enlarges on it in a manner worthy of himself. And the amazing thing is that it never occurs to these people to explain what has happened on any but the least charitable hypothesis. What of Annabel? Mrs. Ormond asked. She seems to have no interest in the matter. So far so good, perhaps, he added with a smile. She is revenging herself for her years of retirement. I suppose so, and really seems to be enjoying herself. Astonishingly. I don't see much of her. She came in the other night to tell me that a Captain Somebody had proposed to her after 6 minutes of acquaintance, and laughed more gaily over it than I ever saw her. It's part of her education, of course. Probably it was wise to postpone it no longer. I wait with curiosity to hear her opinion of this world at the end of July. Mrs. Ormond mused. Mr. Newthorpe walked about a little, then asked, What do you prophesy of their future? Of whose future? Egremont's and his wife. You are premature. He is not married. Oh, then you are not altogether without news. I shall take you into my confidence. I find the responsibility a little too burdensome. The fact is, this girl, Thyrza Trent, is at present in my care. She gave a succinct account of the recent events, and explained them as far as her information allowed. The all-important point still remained obscure, but she showed her reasons for believing that something had passed between Egremont and Thyrza, which could lead to but one result if they met again, now that the old objections were at an end. My desire is, she pursued, to prevent that meeting. I have racked my brains over the matter, with no better result than Mrs. Grundy would at once have arrived at by noble intuition. It would be a grave mistake for Walter to marry this girl. On general grounds, or from your special knowledge of her character? Both. A third reason is, that I have long ago made up my mind whom he is to marry. Yes, said Mr. Newthorpe gravely, the worry he no longer cared to conceal making him look old and feeble. Yes, but that project has hardly become more hopeful during the last few weeks. We have to think of a lifetime. I have by no means lost hope. I fear the atmosphere in which you are living has some effect upon you. The case stands thus. Walter has done nothing in the least dishonourable, but he has been carried away, as any imaginative young fellow would probably have been under the circumstances. The girl is very beautiful, wonderfully sweet and lovable. If a man ruined himself to obtain her, I dare say it would be a long time before he repented. At least 6 months. No, I can't joke about Thyrza. I love her myself, and if I can by any means guide her life into a smooth channel, it will make me very happy. But she must not marry Walter. That would assuredly not be for her happiness. The prospect before her was ideal, too good, of course, to be realized. We must devise some other future for her. You think of taking her definitively from her former sphere? There is no choice. She can't go and work for her living in the old way. I foresee too well what the end of that would be. She must either be raised or fall into the black gulfs. So beautifully is her society constructed. For the present she has to recover her health. The doctor tells me her constitution is very delicate. She must come to the seaside as soon as she is well enough. I mustn't have her in my house, because Walter may come any day, but it will have to be Eastbourne, I fancy, as I don't know how to make plans for her elsewhere, and in the meantime we must think. A question occurs to me. Is it quite certain that she won't of her own motion communicate with Egremont? It is a question, of course, but I can't do more than take all reasonable precautions. I have a hope, though, that before long she will confide in me completely. The poor child knows nothing of this scandal. She even believes that Mr. Grayle will take the librarianship as if nothing had happened. I can't with certainty foresee what effect it will have upon her when she hears the truth. Of course she must see her sister before very long. In the meantime, I have to tell her that things are going on quite smoothly, and is the only way to keep her calm. What of the sister? Is she a person to be trusted? I don't know her, but from the way in which Thyrza always speaks of her, I should think she is very trustworthy. She is some years older. After some further conversation, Mr. Newthorpe asked, "What is Egremont doing then, do you suppose?" "I can form no idea." "Won't you write to him?" "I think not. The poor fellow is, no doubt, going through his everlasting nay, as he used to say a few years ago. I fear it has come in earnest this time. He will come to me when I can really be of use to him. If I see him just now, I shall have to act too much. I am bad at that." "Had I better try to find him?" "Write, if you like, and see what answer you get." "A gloomy business for that poor fellow in Lambeth." "Yes, it's hard that one can give so little thought to him. If I speak the very truth, I still have a secret hope that she may marry him. But all in good time. What a blessed thing time is! It makes everything easy." "Does. Most of all when it destroys itself." He said it with a sad smile. Mrs. Ormond turned again to the subject of Annabel. They decided that it was better to say nothing to her as yet. In a fortnight Thyrza went to Eastbourne. She had written a letter to Lydia a few days after her establishment with Mrs. Emerson, a letter without any address at the head of it. Mrs. Emerson posted it in a remote district, that the office stamp might give no clue. Mrs. Ormond provided her with lodgings at the side of Eastbourne farthest from the Chestnuts, in the house of a decent woman who did sewing for the home. That her days might not become wearisome for lack of occupation, it was arranged that Thyrza should give her landlady occasional help with the needle. Her main task, however, was to recover health and strength. The sea air helped her a little, but the heaviness of her heart kept her frame languid. At first she could walk only the shortest distances. As soon as she reached the sands, she would sit down wearily and fix her eyes seawards, gazing with what other thoughts than when that horizon met her vision for the first time. She had great need of uttering all her sorrow, but could not do so to Mrs. Ormond. It seemed to her that it would be an unpardonable presumption to speak of Mr. Egremont as she thought of him, and perhaps she could not have brought herself to tell such a secret, whoever had been involved in it, to one who, kind as she was, remained in many senses a stranger. To Liddy, and to her alone, she could have poured out all her heart. The longing for her sister was now ceaseless. She grieved that she had left London without seeing her. In the night she sometimes cried for hours, because Liddy was so far from her. Mrs. Ormond came to see her every other day. Though nothing had been said on the point, Thyrza understood that, for some reason, she was not expected to go to the Chestnuts, and, indeed, it was too far for her to walk in her present weak state. But one evening she was drawn in that direction. Her landlady had gone to Hastings, and would be absent till the next day. It was not the day for Mrs. Ormond's visit, and rain since morning had made it impossible to leave the house. The hours had dragged wearily. After tea the clouds broke, and soon there were warm rays from the westering sun. Thyrza was glad to leave her room. She walked into the main street of the town, for her solitude was become a pain, and she felt a desire to be among people, even though she could speak to no one. She came to the tree-shadowed road which, as she well remembered, led to Mrs. Ormond's house. It tempted her on. She would like to look at the house. A friend lived there, and her heart ached to be near someone who cared for her. The prime need of her life was love, and love alone could restore her strength and give her courage to live. It was nearer than she thought. Though troubled by the consciousness that she ought not to have come so far in this direction, and that perhaps her strength would be overtaxed before she could reach home again, she went still on, until, reaching the point where another road joined that by which she had come, she found the chestnuts just before her. Beyond the house, the hill rose darkly and hid the setting sun. As she stood, a man issued from the adjoining road and walked straight towards the entrance of the garden. Her eyes followed him, and, though for a moment she did not believe their evidence, they told her that Egremont had passed so near to her that a whisper would have drawn his attention. She was in the shade of thick trees. Perhaps that circumstance, and the dark colour of her dress, accounted for his not observing her. He was walking quickly, too, and was looking fixedly at the house. She followed. Had her voice been at her command, in that instant of recognition she would have called to him. But all her powers seemed to desert her, and she was rather borne onwards than advanced by any effort of her own. He had passed through the gate when she reached the end of the garden wall. Losing him from sight, she understood what she was doing, and stayed her steps. A sense of having escaped a great danger made her tremble so that she feared she must fall to the ground if she could not find some place in which to rest. A few steps brought her into a piece of common ground, which lay in the rear of the garden, and here, at the foot of the wall, were some pieces of timber, the severed limbs of a tree that had fallen in the past winter. Here she could sit, leaning against the brickwork, and letting her heart throb itself into quietness. The wall was a low one, and above it in this place was a screen of trellis, overgrown with creepers, making the rear of a spacious summer-house, which Mrs. Ormond had had constructed for the use of children who had to be sheltered from too much either of sun or breeze when they were brought out of doors. Thyrza had not been resting for more than a minute or two, when a voice spoke from the other side of the wall, so plainly that she started, thinking she was observed and addressed. The voice was Mrs. Ormond's. "So at last," she said, "you have come." There was a brief silence, then the tones for which she waited once more fell upon her ear. "You are alone tonight?" asked Egremont. "Quite. I have been reading and thinking. Shall we go into the house? If you will let me, I had rather sit with you here." Again there was silence. When Mrs. Ormond spoke, it was in a lower voice, and such as one uses in reply to a look of affection. "Why have you kept me in anxiety about you for so long, Walter?" "I have had no mind to speak to anyone, not even to you. I had nothing to tell you that would please you to hear. Often I have resolved to leave England for good, and give no account of myself to anyone. It seemed unkind of you not to write. I waited till I knew you must have heard all that people had to say of me, and then every day I expected your letter. You could only be silent for one reason." "Why, then, have you come now?" "Because I am ill, and can be alone no longer." Thyrza scarcely breathed. It was as though all her senses had merged in one, that of hearing. Her eyes beheld nothing, and she was conscious of no more bodily pain. She listened for the very breathing of the two, who were so close to her that she might almost have touched them. "How do you know that people are occupying themselves with your concerns at all?" "From Jersey I went to France. When I reached London again, knowing nothing of what had happened whilst I was away, I met Dalmain and his wife at Charing Cross Station. They turned away, and refused to speak to me. When I got home, I found what it meant. Grail told me plainly what the general opinion was. You saw Grail? Of course. You think, naturally, that I should have hidden my face from him. Don't be so harsh with me. You forget that I have still to learn everything. Yes, I will tell you. I will explain. I will defend myself. I want your sympathy, and I will do my best to prove that I am not contemptible. Hush. Be quiet for a moment. I have not written to you because I thought it needless to make conjectures, and ask questions, and give assurances, when you were sure, sooner or later, to come and tell me the whole story. I won't pretend that I have not had my moments of uneasiness. For instance, I wrote to you to Jersey, and the letter was returned to me. That came disagreeably in connection with news I had just then had from London. It was only human to suppose that for some reason you had talked of going to Jersey, and then had not gone there at all. Grail followed me there, and, failing to find me, of course had the same thought. And yet, you know, I could think more calmly than was possible for him. Now tell me all that you wish. What had happened that this suspicion fell upon you? Thyrza heard a complete and truthful account of all that had passed between herself and Egremont, from the first meeting in the library to their parting near Lambeth Bridge. Then Mrs. Ormonde asked, "And where is she?" "If only I knew. She has written to her sister, but without saying where she is, only that she has been ill, and is safe with people who are kind to her." "And what is your explanation of her disappearance?" "I believe she could not marry Grail, loving another man." The silence that followed seemed very long to the listener. She dreaded lest they should end their conversation here. In that story of those meetings and partings, as told by Egremont, there had now and then been a word, a tone, that seemed to bear meaning yet incredible to her. By degrees she was realizing all that her flight had entailed upon those she left, things undreamt of hitherto. But the last word of explanation was still to come. She did not dare to anticipate it, yet her life seemed to depend upon his saying something more. "Have you made efforts to find her?" Mrs. Ormonde at length asked. "Every possible effort." "With what purpose?" "Need I tell you?" "You think it is your duty to offer her reparation for what she has suffered, because you were unwillingly the cause of it?" "Yes, if that is the same thing as saying that I love her, and that I wish to make her my wife." "In a sense, I suppose it is the same thing. You have been compelled to think so much of her, that pity and a desire to do your best for an unhappy girl have come to seem love. Remember that, by your own admission, you are ill. You cannot judge soundly of anything, even of your own feelings. You have done a good deal of harm, Walter, though unintentionally. Do you wish to do yet more?" "How?" "By binding yourself for life to a poor girl who can never by any possibility be a fit companion for you. I have seen such marriages. I have seen the beginning of them and the end. You, least of all men, should fall into such an error. Oh, yes, I know. You are not brutal. You would never as much as speak an unkind word. No, but you would do what in this case would be worse. Brutally treated, Thyrza would die and be out of her misery. With you, she would drag through years of increasing wretchedness. Your thwarted life would be her long torture. Remember how often I have told you that you have much that is feminine in your character. You have little real energy. You are passive in great trials. It is easier to you to suffer than to act. Your idealism is often noble, but never heroic. You have talked to me of your natural nearness to people of the working class, and I firmly believe that you are further from them, for any such purpose as this in question, than many a man who counts kindred among the peerage. You have a great deal of spiritual pride, and it will increase as your mind matures. You think you are mature. Tell me in 10 years, if I am alive, old woman that I am, how you look back on your present self. Walter Egremont, if ever you ask Thyrza to marry you, you will be acting with cruel selfishness, yes, selfishness, for all that you would pay bitterly for it in the end. You will be acting in a way utterly unworthy of a man who has studied and reflected. Thyrza heard Egremont laugh. To hear all this from you, he said, surprises me very much. You credit me with so little power of mind. I thought you were the last to talk the common talk of the world that has outlived its generous instincts. Pray believe that there is such a thing as outliving youthful passion, and yet retaining all the generous feeling that you speak of. I am not an ignoble schemer, and you know that I am not. Think over my arguments before you scorn me. You think me so boyish and weak-minded that I cannot distinguish between pure love and base. One thing I left out of my narrative just now. I ought to have said that I was not wholly without blame in that intercourse. I strove with myself to seem nothing more than friendly to her, and yet I know that at times I spoke as no mere friend would have done, and simply because I could not help it. I loved Thyrza even then with more intensity of pure feeling than I had ever before known, and now I love her with a love which lasts a lifetime. You have no right to pronounce so confidently upon her fitness or unfitness to mate with me. Your knowledge of her is very slight. I know her as a woman can only be known by the man who loves her. You cannot judge for me in this case. No one could judge for me. I shall act on my own conviction. It is poor waste of life to do otherwise. A pause, whereof the seconds were to one ear beaten out in heart-throbs. Then Mrs. Ormond said, very quietly, You have told Mr. Grail of this intention? Yes. It has never occurred to you that the great wrongs this man has suffered might yet be repaired, perchance, if you were willing to let them be. I have suffered on his account more than I can say, but it is certain that he and Thyrza would never marry after this. I see no such certainty. Then it merely comes to this, that he and I love the same woman, and must abide by her decision. The library? Gone. I can give no thought to it, for I am suffering a greater loss. Be human, be honest. Would you not despise me if, loving her as I do, I came to you and pulled out about the overthrow of my schemes for founding a public library? Let it go. Let the people rust and rot in ignorance. I am a man of flesh and blood, and the one woman that the world contains is lost to me. Mrs. Ormond seemed to think long over this passionate outcry. Egremont broke the silence. Once more, be human. She writes to her sister that she has been ill, but is now taken care of by friends. What friends? You are not ignorant of the world. How small a chance it is that she has fallen among people who will protect her. A girl with her beauty, and so simple, so trustful. Friends, indeed. I am all but frenzied to think of the dangers that may surround her. She is more to me than my life's blood, and perhaps even now she is in terrible need of some honest man to protect her. And you can talk coldly about prudence, about what we shall think and say years hence. Well, I can talk no more. Tomorrow morning I shall go back to London, and go on searching for her, walking about the streets day and night, wearing my life away and longing for her. I have done with the past, and all those I used to call my friends. There is no room in my thought for anything but her memory and the desire to find her. Let us say good-bye, Mrs. Ormond. If I am wrong and selfish as you say, then it is beyond my power to conquer the faults. The listener heard a deep sigh. Then, Walter, sit down. You are not going from me like that. I can't stay. I can't talk as you wish to. I am so utterly miserable, and I came to you because I had always known you gentle and sympathetic. I would never be anything else with you. But listen, have you entirely forgotten Annabel? She is as little to me as if I had never seen her. You cannot say that I have any obligation to her. I asked her to be my wife, and she refused me. That was the end. There, indeed, if you like, I was misled. I admired and respected her, and made myself believe that it was love. Again and again I doubted myself, even then. Since I first knew that I loved Thyrza, I have never doubted one moment. You, for all your subtle analysis of my character, do not know me. You think I must have a woman of fine intellect for my companion. You are wrong. What I need, I have seen in one face, and one only. Mrs. Ormond spoke in a changed voice. On one point I can set your mind at rest, and I will, for I cannot bear to see you suffering. It is true that Thyrza is with friends. I know the people with whom she is living. You know them? You know where Thyrza is? I found her where she lay ill. The chance of her having my address in her possession led the people of the house to send for me. I took her away and put her in good care. And you could keep this from me? You see why I did. Can I trust you not to abuse my kindness? You mean that it will be wholly dishonourable if you make any attempt to discover her after this. Do so, and we are friends no longer. How can you exact any such promise as that? Because I am within my right in exacting it. I make a bargain with you, Walter. For 2 years from now, Thyrza remains under my guardianship. At the end of that time, you are at liberty to see her. I give you my word that neither directly nor indirectly will I seek to influence her affections as regards either you or Grail. I shall never speak to her on such subjects, nor will anyone with whom I have authority. Is it agreed? Poor heart, again beating out the seconds. Will Grail know where she is living? He will not. She must see her sister from time to time, but it shall be away from her ordinary dwelling, and Thyrza will understand the conditions. I shall offer her no explanation. It shall merely be my desire, and if she prove untrustworthy in this small matter, I think you will admit that no harm has been done. You and I will only have a new light on her character. It is very simple, provided that we two can trust each other, and that Thyrza is what you think her. I need not say, by the by, that she will not be living here. You can freely come to me as often as you please. Would he never reply? For 2 years, that is a long time. Not at all, the circumstances considered. Are you afraid of submitting your love to the test? You ask me to trust you implicitly. It is a great thing, you being my enemy to begin with. Your enemy? Well, then, your enemy. And still I ask you to trust me. I have never yet betrayed man or woman, Walter. Never. That I know well. Forgive me. On this day of the month, 2 years hence, I may go to her. On this day of the month, 2 years hence. Is it a bargain? I agree. Thyrza could not be in safer keeping. He went on. What a load you have lifted from me! If that suspense had continued much longer, I don't know how I should have borne it. And you were with her in her illness. Tell me about her. Was she gravely ill? Tell me where you found her. No, it is needless. I am a bad one to hear love confidences. I get impatient, and am apt to be satirical. I shall never talk to you of Thyrza. But if she falls ill again, I must know. I hope for better things. Tell me just one thing before we change the subject. What is your opinion of her sister? What do you really know of her? I know nothing save what I have gathered from Thyrza's talk, and from Grail's. I never saw her, but there can be little doubt that she is of sterling character. Well, let it be. Now come in with me. I suppose you have no thought for such a foolish ceremony as dinner? Their voices passed into silence. By this time it was dark, and the tall chestnuts beyond the house rustled in a cool breeze from the sea. Thyrza did not move for several minutes. When at length she endeavoured to rise, her numbed limbs would scarcely sustain her. She looked up and saw the yellow crescent of the young moon sailing in a sky of delicate pearl hue. One glance at the upper windows of the house, and then, with strength which seemed to pass into her limbs from the sharp air, she set out for the cottage which was her present home. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bonita Dominguez. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 29. Together Again. Lydia held desperately to hope through the days and the nights. From all others Thyrza might hide away, but could she persist in cruelty to her sister, surely in some way a message, if only a message, would be delivered. At least there would come a word to relieve this unendurable suspense. Every added day of silence was an added fear. Unable to associate with acquaintances to whom Thyrza's name had become an unfailing source of vulgar gossip, she changed her place of work. Work had still to be done, be her heart ever so sore. The meals must be earned, though now they were eaten in solitude. And she worked harder than ever, for it was her dread that at any moment she might hear of Thyrza in distress or danger, and she must have money laid by for such an emergency. All means of inquiry were used, save that of going to the police court and having the event made public through the newspapers. Neither Lydia nor Gilbert could bear to do that, even after they felt assured that the child was somewhere wandering alone. Totty Nankara was an active ally in the search, though Lydia did not know it. Totty, as soon as that unfortunate game of cross-purposes with Luke Ackroyd had come to an end, experienced a revival of all her kindness to Thyrza. Privately she was of opinion that no faith whatever should be given to Egremont's self-defence. In concert with Ackroyd, she even planned an elaborate scheme for tracking Egremont in his goings hither and thither. They discovered that he was very seldom at his rooms in Great Russell Street, but their resources did not allow them to keep a watch upon him when he was away from town, which appeared to be very frequently the case. Circumstances of a darkly suggestive kind they accumulated in abundance, and for weeks constantly believed themselves on the point of discovering something. Bunce was taken into their confidence, but he, poor fellow, had occupation enough for his leisure at home, since Bessie was at Eastbourne. Little Nellie Bunce often fretted in vain for the attentions of Miss Nanco, upon whom she had begun to feel a claim. Miss Nanco, for the nonce of female detective, had little time for nursing. And Gilbert Grail was once more going to his daily labour, not at the same factory, however, for he too could not mix with men who knew him. About a fortnight after the day on which he should have been married, he got a place at Candleworks in Battersea. He could not leave the house in Walnut Tree Walk, for he, as persistently as Lydia, clung to the hope that Thyrza might reappear in her home some night. To go away would be to say good-bye for ever to that dream which had so glorified a few months of his life, and in spite of all he could not do that. In comparison with his own, the suffering of others seemed trifling. When his mother went about in silence, bending more than she had done, all interest in the things of life and in her studies of Swedenborg at an end, he thought that much of it was due to her wish to show sympathy with him. When Lydia sat through an hour with her face hidden in her hands, he knew that the day had been very dark and weary with her, but said in himself that his sister's love was little compared with such as his. He would not reason on what had happened, save when to do so with Lydia brought him comfort. Alone, he brooded over his hope. It was the only way to save himself from madness. On the day after seeing Egremont, he received a long letter from him. Egremont wrote from his heart, and with the force of sincerity which must have swept away any doubts, had such still lingered with the reader. The inevitable antagonism of the personal interview was a pain in his memory. If the intercourse of friendship was forever at an end for them, he could not bear to part in this way, with hesitating words, with doubts and reticences. "In your bitter misery," he said, "you may accuse me of affecting sympathy which I do not feel, and may scorn my expressions of grief as a cheap way of saving my self-respect. I will not compare my suffering with yours, but none the less it is intense. This is the first great sorrow of my life, and I do not think a keener one will ever befall me. Keep this letter by you. Do not be content to read it once and throw it aside, for I have spoken to you out of my deepest feeling, and in time you will do me more justice than you can now." And further on, "As to that which has parted us, there must be no ambiguity, no pretence of superhuman generosity. I should lie if I said that I do not wish to find Thyrza for my own sake. If I find her, I shall ask her to be my wife. I wanted to say this when we spoke together, but could not. Neither was I calm enough to express this rightly, nor you rightly to hear it." Gilbert allowed a day or two to go by, then made answer. He wrote briefly, but enough to show Egremont that the man's natural nobility could triumph over his natural resentment. It was a moving letter, its pathos lying in the fact that its writer shunned all attempt to be pathetic. "Now that I know the truth," he said, "I can only ask your pardon for the thoughts I had of you. You have not wronged me, and I can have no ill feeling against you. If Thyrza is ever your wife, I hope your happiness may be hers. As for the other things, do not reproach yourself. You wished to befriend me, and I think I was not unworthy of it. Few things in life turn out as we desire. To have done one's best with a good intention is much to look back upon. Very few have more." Gilbert did not show this letter to Lydia, nor had he told her of what he had learnt in the conversation with Egremont. The fear would have seemed more intolerable if he had uttered it, but the hope which supported him was proof against even such a danger as this. To his mind there was something unnatural in a union between Egremont and Thyrza. Try as he would, he could not realize it as having come to pass. The two were parted by so vast a social distinction, and, let nature say what it will, the artificialities of life are wont to prevail. He could imagine an unpermitted bond between them, with the necessary end in Thyrza's sacrifice to the world's injustice, but their marriage appeared to him among the things so unlikely as to be in practice impossible. Of course the wish was father to the thought, but he reasoned upon the hope which would not abandon him. Thyrza had again and again proved the extreme sensitiveness of her nature. She could not bear to inflict pain. He remembered how she had once come back after saying good night, because it seemed to her that she had spoken with insufficient kindness. The instance was typical. And now, though tempted by every motive that can tempt a woman, she had abandoned herself to unimagined trials rather than seek her own welfare at another's expense. To fulfill her promise had been beyond her power, but if there must be suffering, she would share it. And now, in that wretched exile, he knew that self-pity could not absorb her. She would think of him constantly, and of such thought would come compassion and repentance. Those feelings might bring her back. If only she came back, it was enough. She could not undo what she had done, but neither could she forbid him to live with eyes on the future. Reasoning so, he did his daily work and lived waiting. Then came the day which put a term to the mere blank of desolation, and excited new hopes, new fears. Thyrza's letter arrived. It was delivered in the afternoon, and Lydia found it pushed under her door when she returned from work. She listened for Gilbert's coming home, then ran down to the sitting-room, and, without speaking, put the letter into his hand. Mrs. Grayle was present. "I knew it had come," she said in her low voice, which of late had begun to quaver with the feebleness of age. "Mrs. Jarmy brought it here to show me, because she guessed who it was from." Gilbert said very few words, and when he returned the letter, Lydia went upstairs with it to nurse the treasure in solitude. It lay on her lap, and again she read it through. Every word she probed for meanings, every stroke of the pen she dwelt on as possibly revealing something. "I have been poorly, dear, but I am quite well again now." That sentence was the one her eye always turned to. The writing was not quite the same as Thyrza's used to be. It showed weakness, she thought. She had foreseen this, that Thyrza would fall ill. In fear of that she had deprived herself of all save the barest necessaries, that she might save a little money. But strangers had tended her sister, and with her gladness at receiving news mingled jealousy of the hands that had been preferred to her own. Only now the bitterness of separation seemed to be tasted to the full. At 9:30 she went downstairs again, knowing that she would find Gilbert alone. He was sitting unoccupied, as always now in the evenings, for his books gathered dust on the unregarded shelves. Seeing that she had the letter with her, he held out his hand for it in silence. "There's one thing I'm afraid of," Lydia began, when she had glanced at him once or twice. "Do you think it's friends of his that she's with?" He shook his head. "He would have told me if he'd found her." "Are you quite sure?" "Yes, I am sure. He wouldn't have said where she was, very likely, but he'd tell us that she was found." Gilbert had reason to think of Lydia as a great power on his side. The girl was now implacable against Egremont. She had ceased to utter her thoughts about him, since she knew that they pained her friend, but in her heart she kept a determined enmity. The fact of Thyrza's love in no way influenced her. Her imagination was not strong enough to enable her to put herself in Thyrza's place and see Egremont as her sister saw him. With the narrowness of view which is common enough in good and warm-hearted women, she could only regard him as the disturber of happiness, the ruin of Thyrza's prospects. Lydia was not ambitious. She had never been enthusiastic about Gilbert's promotion to the librarianship, and doubtless it would have pleased her just as well for Thyrza to marry Grail if the latter had said no thought of quitting his familiar work. Consequently, it was no difficulty to her to leave altogether out of sight Egremont's proposed benefits to Gilbert. She no longer believed that he was innocent of designs in his intercourse with Thyrza. This change was a natural enough consequence of Lydia's character, just as it had been perfectly natural for her to think and speak as she had done under the first shock of her sister's flight. Since then she had suffered terribly, and the suffering turned her against him who was the plain cause of it. "What is the postmark on the envelope?" Gilbert asked, Lydia continuing to brood over her jealousies and dreads. The stamp was Charing Cross. Small help derivable from that. "Doesn't even say whether she'll write again," Lydia murmured. Gilbert said presently, "I shall write to Mr. Egremont and tell him that we have heard." "Oh, no!" Lydia protested indignantly. "Why should you tell him? You mustn't do that, Gilbert. I don't want him to know." "I promised him, Liddy. Of course I shouldn't tell him where she was, if we knew, but I promised to let him hear if we had any news." "Then I don't see why you promised such a thing. It doesn't concern him." Gilbert was troubled by this persistence. Lydia spoke with earnest disapproval. He could not do as he wished in defiance of her, yet he must certainly keep his promise to Egremont. "You must remember," he said gently, "that he has reason to be anxious as well as we." "What have we to do with that?" she replied stubbornly. "He has no right to think anything about her." "I mean, Liddy, that he is troubled because of our trouble. All I want to do is to tell him that a letter has come from Thyrza, without address, and that she says she has found friends. Won't you consent to that? After a short silence, Lydia replied, "I won't say any more, Gilbert. As you like." "No, that's not enough. I must have your full agreement. It's either right or wrong to do it, and you must make up your mind clearly." "I shouldn't wonder if he knows," she said briefly. "He doesn't know. I shall not distrust him again. He would have told me." "Then you had better write." "You see that I ought to." "Yes, as you promised, but I can't see why you did." This form of consent had to suffice, feminine as it was. But Gilbert knew Lydia well by this time, and no trifling fault could touch his deep affection and respect for her. She was very lonely in these days, Lydia. Of her own sex, she had now no friend, unless it were poor old Mrs. Grayle. By changing her place of employment, she had lost even the satisfaction of being among familiar faces, and her new workmates thought her dull. The jokes and gossip of each morning were things of the past. She plied her needle every moment of the working day, her thoughts fixed on one unchanging subject. Yes, for she could not really think even of Ackroyd. He was always, it is true, a presence in her mind, but there was no more pondering about him. Every stitch at the lining of a hat meant a fraction of a coin, and each day's result was to have earned something towards the money saved for Thyrza's assistance. With Mary Bowers she spoke no longer, not even formal words. That insult on the miserable night had been a blow Mary could not soon forgive, for it came just at the moment when, having heard her parents talk about Thyrza, she was sincerely anxious to reunite herself to her former friend, and be what comfort to her she might. So now, whenever Lydia went to see Mr. Body, she gave a private signal at the side door, and the old man descended to admit her. Then Totty Nancarrow. Strangely, Lydia could now have been almost friends with Totty. She did not know why. She met her by chance occasionally, and nodded, or at most spoke a brief greeting, yet each time she would have liked to stop and talk a little. Totty had been Thyrza's close friend. That formerly had been a source of jealous feeling, now it seemed to have become an attraction. Totty gave looks that were not unkind, but did not make advances. She was a little ashamed of the way she had behaved when Lydia came to her for help. Lydia did not think it necessary to tell Gilbert that she too wanted to let someone know that there was news from Thyrza. After leaving the parlour, she ran out to a little shop in Kennington Road and purchased a sheet of notepaper and an envelope. Writing a letter was by no means a simple thing to Liddy. It was after midnight before she had schemed the sentences, or rather the one long hyperattic sentence, in which she should convey her intelligence to Ackroyd. Several things were to be considered in this composition. First, it must be as brief as possible. Then, it must be very formal in its mode of address. Both these necessities came with the consideration that the letter would of course be shown to Totty Nancarrow, and Totty must have no cause of complaint. Dear Mr. Ackroyd, that was written, but might it stand? It meant so much, so much. But how else to begin? Did not everybody begin letters in that way? She really could not say, Dear Sir. Then, for the letter must be finished, the hour was getting so late. Yours truly, Lydia Trent. Surely that was commonplace enough. Yes, but to say yours, that too meant so much. Was she not indeed his? And might not Totty suspect something in that yours? You see that Liddy was made a very philosopher by love. She had acquired all at once the power of seeing through the outward show of things, of perceiving what really lies below our conventional forms. Well, the letter had to stand. She had no second sheet of notepaper, and she had no more time, for the weary eyes and hands must get their rest for tomorrow's toil. She closed the envelope and addressed it. Then, the ink being dry, she put the written name just for an instant to her lips. Totty could not divine that, and it was not so great a wrong. Perhaps Lydia would not have done it, but that the great burden upon her was for the moment lightened, and she longed to tell someone how thankful she was. Would he reply by letter, or would he make an opportunity of seeing her? Since the forming of that sudden intimacy under the pressure of misery, he and she had not seen each other often. They always spoke if they met, and Lydia was very grateful to him for the invariable kindness of his voice and his look, but of course it was not to be expected, not to be desired, that they should sustain the habit of conversing together as close friends. Ackroyd had evidently remembered that it was unwise. Perhaps he had reported the matter to Totty, with the result that Totty had pronounced a quiet opinion, which it was only becoming in him to respect. He wrote back. The letter came as speedily as could have been expected. Dear Miss Trent, and yours truly, even as she had written. How can one write such words and mean nothing by them? But he said, believe me, yours truly. She would never have ventured upon that. To be sure, it meant nothing, but she liked that, believe me. He said he was very glad indeed that Thyrza had written, and he hoped earnestly that more satisfactory news would come before long. Very short. Lydia put away the note with that she had received from the same writer one sad morning in the workroom. How long ago that seemed! More than a month of summer went by, and Lydia waited still for another word from her sister. After each day's disappointment, she closed her eyes, saying, "It will come tomorrow." During the hours she spent at home, the only event that interested her was the passing of the postman. She watched constantly from the window at the times when letters were delivered, and if, a rare chance, the man in uniform stopped at the door below, she sprang to the top of the stairs and hung there breathless to see if someone would come up. No, the letter was never for her. On coming home from work she always threw open her door eagerly, for perhaps she would see the white envelope lying on the floor again. The defeat of hope always made the whole room seem barren and cold. Sunday was of all days in the week the longest and gloomiest. On that day there was no postman. But at length came the evening when, looking down by mere dull habit as she opened her room door, behold, the white envelope lay there. She could not believe that at last it was really in her hand. As she took the letter out, there fell from it a light slip of paper. With surprise she saw that it was a post-office order. This time a full address stood at the head of the page. "Eastbourne," she uttered. "Then she is with Mrs. Ormond, and Mrs. Ormond is his friend." Hastily her eyes sought the sense of what was written. Thyrza said that she was well, but could not live longer without seeing her sister. Lydia was to come by as early a train as possible on the following morning. Money was enclosed to provide for her expenses. No news could be sent, but in a few hours they would talk to each other. Finally, the address was to be kept a secret, to be kept even from Gilbert. She depended upon Lydia to obey her in this. A postscript added, "You will easily find the house. I would come to the station and meet every train, but I couldn't bear to see you there first." Lydia had deep misgivings, but they did not occupy her mind for long. She was going to see Thyrza. That, as she realized it, rang a peal of joy in her ears and made her forget all else. But the money she would not use. She had enough to pay her fare, and in any case she would somehow have obtained it rather than spend this, which came she knew not from whom. It might be that Thyrza had earned it, but perhaps it was given to her by an enemy. Under this name Lydia had come to think of Egremont. She told Gilbert in private. The concealment from him of Thyrza's address he seemed to accept as something quite natural. He drew a sigh of relief, and, as Lydia left him, gave her a look whose meaning was not hard to understand. The new day did come at last, and at last Lydia was in the train. She had remembered that by which Thyrza went with Bessie, and she took the same. A strange feeling she had as, instead of going to the workroom, she set off through the sunshine to the railway station, a holiday feeling, had she known what holiday meant. That she was going for the first time to the seaside was nothing. Her anticipation was only of Thyrza's look and Thyrza's first kiss. Why were all the other people who went by the same train so joyous and so full of hope? Were they too going to meet someone very dear to them? She had copied the address onto a piece of paper, which she kept inside her glove. Impossible that she should forget, but even impossibilities must be provided for. When she descended at Eastbourne, she was so agitated and so perplexed by the novelty of the experience that with difficulty she found her way into the street. She hurried on a little way, then remembered that the first thing was to ask a direction. On inquiring from a woman who stood in a shop door, she at once had her course clearly indicated. Forwards, then, as quickly as she could walk. How astonishingly clean the streets were! What great green trees grew everywhere! How bright and hot was the sunshine! Yes, this turn, but to make quite sure she would ask again. A policeman in an unfamiliar uniform reassured her. Now a turn to the right, and of a sudden everything ceased. There seemed to be nothing but blue sky before her. Ah, that was the sea, then. Its breath came with wondrous sweetness on her heated face. But what was the sea to her? Along here to the left again. She must be very near now. Again she asked, and in so uncertain a voice that she had to repeat her question before it was understood. Number so-and-so, why, it was just over yonder, the cottage that seemed to be built of some glistening white stone. And so she stood at the door. A child opened, and, without questioning, laughed and said, "Come in, please." She found herself at once in a comfortable kitchen. The child pointed to an inner door, which, in the same moment, softly opened. "Liddy!" So it had come at last. Once again they were heart to heart. Lydia cried as though something dreadful had befallen her. Thyrza sobbed once or twice, but she had shed so many tears for misery that none would come at the bidding of joy. They were in a little room which looked through a diamond-paned lattice upon the flat beach which lies at this side of Eastbourne. In front was a black, tar-smeared house of wood for the keeping of fishers' nets, and fishing boats lay about it. When Lydia's emotion had spent itself, Thyrza drew her to the window, threw back the lattice, and said, "Look." "I can't look at anything but you, dearest," was the answer. "But let us look together, just for a minute, then we shall come fresh again to each other's faces. The sea, Liddy. I love it. It seems to me the best friend I ever had." "You're very pale still, darling. You've been ill, and you wouldn't send for me. How cruel that was of you, Thyrza. You might have got so bad you couldn't send. You might have died before I could know anything. Dear, you don't love me as I love you. I couldn't have given you that pain, no, not for anyone in the world. Oh, why didn't you let me go away with you? I'd have gone anywhere. I'd have done anything you asked me. Are you sure you're well again? Do you feel strong? What is it?" Thyrza had let herself sink upon a chair, and her face, which had indeed been strangely colourless, was for a moment touched with pain. But she laughed. "It's only with exciting myself so, Liddy. I haven't stood or sat still a minute since I got up. Oh, I'm as well as ever I was, better than ever I was in my life. Don't I look happy? I only wanted you. That was the only thing. I never felt so well and happy." Somebody knocked at the door. "That's something for you to eat after your journey," said Thyrza. "It's too early for dinner yet, but you must have just a mouthful." She went out and came back with a tray, on which was milk and cake. Lydia shook her head. "I can't eat, Thyrza. I want you to tell me everything." "I shan't tell you anything at all till you've had a glass of milk. Let me take your things off. You're going to stay with me tonight, you know. Sit still and let me take them off. Dear, good old Liddy. Oh, will you do my hair for me tomorrow morning? Think of doing my hair again. Poor old Liddy, you always did cry when you were glad, and never for anything else. Shall I sit on your lap, like I used to do after I'd been naughty, years and years ago? Oh, years and years. You don't know how old I am, Liddy. You don't think you're still older than me, do you? No, that's all altered. Mrs. Gesture asked me how old I was the other day, and I wouldn't tell her, because the truth wasn't true. I was so ill, Liddy dear. I did think I should die, and I should have wished to, but for you. I couldn't send for you. I was ashamed to. I'd behaved too bad to you and to everybody. But people were kind, much kinder than they'd need have been. Some day I'll go and see Mrs. Gandel and tell her I haven't forgotten her kindness. You shall go with me, Liddy, but no, you wouldn't like. We'll forget all about that." "Where was that, Thyrza?" "A place where I got work. Do you know where the Caledonian Road is?" Lydia tightened her embrace, as if shame and hardship still threatened her dear one, and she would guard her from them. "But how did you get better? What happened then?" "When I was very bad, Mrs. Gandel one night looked in my pocket to see if I'd anything about me to show where I belonged, and she found that bit of paper with Mrs. Armand's name and address. But wait, Liddy, I've something to say. Did you do as I asked, about not telling anyone where I was?" "I didn't tell anyone, Thyrza. Nobody knew where I was going. I mean, of course I told Gilbert that I was going to you, but not where you were." Thyrza, after a short pause, asked very quietly, "How is Gilbert, Liddy?" "He seems pretty well, dear. Has he felt it very hard?" She kept her eyes veiled, and pressed her head closer to Lydia's shoulder. "He's had a great deal to go through, dear." The touch of severity in Lydia's voice came with her thoughts turning to Egremont, but Thyrza felt herself judged and rebuked. She trembled. "What is he doing?" she asked, in a voice barely audible. "He goes to work, as usual. It's a new place. Poor Gilbert. Oh, I'm sorry for him. He never deserved this of me. Liddy," she added in a whisper, "it makes you so cruel to other people when you love anyone." Lydia found no answer. She was gazing through the open window, but saw nothing of sea or sky. She, then, did not know what it is to love. Well, love is of many kinds. "But I was going to say something, Liddy," Thyrza pursued, when a kiss upon her hair assured her that from one at all events there was no need to ask forgiveness. "It's Mrs. Armand that has done everything for me, and she doesn't want anybody to know, nobody except you. She's very kind, but she's a little hard in some things, and she thinks... I can't quite explain it all. Will you promise not to tell anyone when you go back?" "But are you going to stay here, Thyrza?" "No, dear, I'm going to London. Mrs. Armand is going to send me to some friends of hers. I'm not allowed to tell you where it is, and you won't be able to come and see me there, but we shall see each other somewhere sometimes. You'll keep it secret?" "Then we're going to be parted always?" Lydia asked slowly. No, not always, dear sister. Just for a time. Oh, not long. I told Mrs. Armand that I knew you'd do as I asked." "Thyrza," said the other gravely, "I broke the other promise. I showed Gilbert the letter you left for me, and I told him all you told me." "Yes," Thyrza uttered mechanically. "It couldn't be helped. People had begun to talk, and Gilbert had heard about the library, you know. Mrs. Bower got to know somehow. Liddy, I told you all the truth. I told you every word of the truth. I'm sure you did, Thyrza. All you knew. Everything. What did people say about me? No, I don't want to hear. Don't tell me. That's all over now. And you couldn't help telling Gilbert. I understand how it was. But will you promise me this other thing, Liddy?" She raised herself and looked solemnly into her sister's face. "It'll mean more to me than you think if you refuse or if you break your promise. I don't think you would do me harm, Liddy." The answer was long in coming. At last Lydia made inquiry. "Why does Mrs. Ormond want to hide you?" Thyrza grew agitated. "She means it for my good. She believes she's doing the best. She's been kind to me, and I can't say a word against her. I think I ought to do as she wants. She seems to like me, only I can't tell you how it is, Liddy. I can't tell anyone, no, not even you. Don't worry yourself so, dearest. Liddy, you might promise me." Thyrza went on, shaken with emotion, one would have said, with fear. "I've done wrong to you and to Gilbert, but do try and forgive me. Why are you so quiet? Haven't you love enough for me to do just this?" She stood up, flushed and with wild eyes. "Be quiet, Thyrza, dearest," pleaded her sister. "Then answer me, Liddy. Promise me." "I want to know one thing first. Have you seen Mr. Egremont?" "I haven't spoken to him since that night when I said good-bye to him by the river. Can't you believe me? I don't think you'd tell me an untruth. If I'd spoken to him, Liddy, I'd tell you at once. I would. I'd tell you everything. I must say what I mean, Thyrza. It's no good doing anything else. Tell me this. Does Mrs. Ormond want you to marry him?" Thyrza laughed strangely. Then she exclaimed, "She doesn't. She wouldn't hear of such a thing, not for the world. She wants to be kind to me in her own way, but not that, not that. How you distrust me! Are you against me, then? What's she thinking about? I hope you will be kind to me in everything. You don't look like my Liddy now." "It's because I don't understand you," said the other, in a subdued voice, her eyes on the ground. "You're not open with me, Thyrza. If it's true that Mrs. Ormond thinks in that way, why do you—" She broke off. "I can't talk about it. It's very hard to bear. We shall never be what we were to each other, Thyrza. Something's come between us, and it always will be between us. You must take your own way, dear. Yes, I promise, and there's an end of it." Thyrza sprang forward. "What is it you're afraid of?" she pleaded. "Why do you speak like this? What are you thinking?" "I think that Mr. Egremont will know where you are." "Liddy, he won't know. I give you my solemn word he won't know." "Do you write to him? Perhaps you meant that when you said you hadn't spoken to him." "I meant what I said, that I've neither written nor spoken, nor him to me. He won't know where I am. I shall have nothing to do with him in any way. But of course if you refuse to believe me, what's the use of saying it?" There was a strange intonation in Thyrza's voice as she added these words. She looked and spoke with a certain pride, which Lydia had never before remarked in her. Lydia mused a little, then said, "I don't doubt the truth of your words, Thyrza. I promise not to tell anyone anything about you, and I'll keep my promise. But can't you tell me what you're going to do?" "I don't really know myself. Mrs. Ormond took me to her house the day before yesterday, and there was a lady there that I had to sing to. I think she wanted to see what sort of a voice I had. She played a sound on the piano and asked me to sing the same, if I could. She seemed satisfied, I thought, though she didn't say anything. Then Mrs. Ormond brought me back in her carriage, but she didn't say anything about the singing. She's very strange in some things, you know." Lydia asked presently, "Then was it Mrs. Ormond gave you this money?" And she took the post-office order from her pocket. "What? You didn't use it?" "No, I had enough of my own. Please give it back." "Oh, Liddy, how proud you are! You never would take any help from anybody, and yet you went on so about Grandad when he made bother. Oh, how is poor Grandad?" "The same as usual, dear." And you go to work every day just the same? My poor Liddy." The contention was over, and the tenderness came back. "Speak something for me to Gilbert, Liddy. What can I say? I do feel for him. I can never forget his goodness as long as I live. Tell him to forget all about me. How wrong I was ever to say that I loved him." Then again, in a whisper, "What about Mr. Ackroyd, dearest?" "The same. They're not married yet. I dare say they will be soon." They spent long hours together by the ebb and flow of the tide. Lydia almost forgot her troubles now and then. As for Thyrza, she seemed to drink ecstasy from the live air. "It's a good friend to me," she said several times, looking out upon the grey old deep. "It's made me well again, Liddy. I shall always love the sound of it and the salt taste on my lips." End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maddie Burns, Manchester. Thyrza by George Gissing. Movements. "We are going first of all to the Pilkingtons, in Warwickshire," said Annabel, talking with Mrs. Ormond at the latter's hotel in the last week of July. "Mr. Lanyard, the poet, you know, will be there. I'm curious to see him. Father remembers him a scrubbly starveling, to use his phrase, a reviewer of novels for some literary paper. He has just married Lady Emily Quell. You heard of it? How paltry it is for people to laugh and sneer whenever a poor man marries a rich woman. I know nothing of him except from his poetry, but that convinces me that he is above sordid motives." "Then you do still retain some of your idealism, Belle?" "All that I ever had, I hope. Why, you have feared for me?" "Pitch, pitch. Yes, I know," Annabel answered, rather absently, letting her eyes stray. "Never mind. You had something particular to say to me, Mrs. Ormond?" "Yes, I have a good-bye for you from an old acquaintance." Annabel's complexion had not borne the season as well as some of those women whose whole and sole preoccupation is to combat nature in the matter of their personal appearance. Her tint was, as they say, a little fatigued. Fatigued, too, were her eyes, which seemed ever looking for something lost. That gaze she had in sitting by Ullswater, with sesame and lilies on her lap, would not be easily recovered. Her beauty was of rarer quality and infinitely more suggestive than on that day something more than a year ago. To the modern mind nothing is complete that has not an element of morbidity. At Mrs. Ormond's words she turned with grave interest. "Where, then, is he going?" she asked, just smiling. "To a small manufacturing town in Pennsylvania. His firm has just opened works there, and he has it in view to prepare himself for superintending them." "You're serious?" "Quite. I think it was chiefly my persuasion that decided him. I have no doubt that in a year or two he will thank me, though he's not very ardent about it at present. But surely No, I think you're right. I have not advised him to become an American," Mrs. Ormond continued, smiling, when Annabel abandoned an apparent intention of saying more. "No doubt he will come to England now and then, and probably, with his disposition, he will some day make his home here again. I hardly expect to see him for some 2 years." "I hope it is right. I think it is." Annabel paused a little, then made an unforced transition to other matters. She rose to leave before long. Whilst her hand was in Mrs. Ormond's, she asked, "May I know anything more than father told me?" She had said it with a little difficulty, but without confusion of face. "What did your father tell you?" "Only that she's in your care, and that you think her voice can be cultivated, so as to serve her. Yes, I will tell you more than that, dear. He is absolutely without bond as regards to her. They have never met since her flight from home, and more, she has no suspicion that he ever took an interest in her, save as Mr. Grayle's future wife." "She does not know that?" "She has no idea of it. They have never exchanged a more than friendly word. He believed, when absent from England, that she was already married, and of his movements since then she is wholly ignorant." She listened with frank surprise. Her face showed nothing more than that. "But," she said hesitatingly, "I cannot quite understand. He holds himself quite without responsibility? He leaves England without troubling about her future?" "Not at all. He knows I have her in my care. She being my ward, I have a perfect right to demand that the child's fate shall not be trifled with. that she shall be allowed to grow older and wiser before anyone asks her to take an irrevocable step, save for the space of 2 years. Mr. Egremont grants my right, and I have never yet had real grounds for doubting his honour. I never doubted it, even on seeming grounds, said Annabel quietly. You are justified, Belle. Well, as you asked me, I thought it better to tell you thus much. He leaves England morally as free as if he'd never heard her name. One more question. How do you know that she has no assurance of his affection? He has himself told me that there has not been a word of that between them. The only other possible source was her sister, who has seen her. I did not see Lydia before the interview, because it was repugnant to me to do so. Their love for each other is something very sacred, and a stranger had no right to come between them before they met. I subsequently saw Lydia in London. She soon spoke to me very freely, and I found that she almost hated me because she thought I was planning to marry her sister to Mr. Egremont. I also found out, I am old, you know, Belle, and can be very deceitful, that Lydia, no more than her sister, suspects serious feelings on his part. She scorned the suggestion of such a possibility. It is her greatest hope that Thyrza may yet marry Mr. Grail. And what can you tell me of Thyrza herself? She has been ill, but seems now in very fair health. The days she spent with Lydia evidently did her a vast amount of good. That natural affection is an invaluable resource to her, and if I'm not mistaken, it will be the means of recovering happiness for me. She is quiet, but not seriously depressed. Sometimes she is even bright. The singing lessons have begun, and she enjoys them. I think a new interest has been given her. Then I hope a very sad, beautiful face will no longer haunt me. Thus did two ladies transact the most weighty part of their business after shaking hands for good-bye, an analogy to the proverbial postscript, perhaps. The same evening there was a dinner party at the Tyrrells. Mr. Newthorpe had, as usual, kept to his own room. Annabel went thither to sit with him for a while after the visitors were gone. He had a poem that he wished to read her. There was generally some scrap of prose or verse waiting for her when she went into his study. Tonight Annabel could not give the usual attention. Mr. Newthorpe noticed this, and, laying the book aside, made one or two inquiries about the company of the evening. She replied briefly, then, after hesitation, asked, "Do you very much want to go to the Pilkingtons, father?" He regarded her with amazement. "I? Since when have I had a passionate desire to camp in strangers' houses and eat strange flesh? Then you do not greatly care about it, even for the sake of meeting Mr. Lanyard?" "Lanyard? Great heavens! The fellow's done some fine things, but spiritual converse with him is quite enough for me. Then will you please to discover all at once that you're not really so well as you thought, and that after your season's dancing and theatre-going, you feel obliged to get hack either to Eastbourne or Ullswater as soon as possible? The fact is, Belle, I haven't felt by any means up to the mark these last few days." "Dear father, don't say that. I am wrong to speak lightly of such things. I only say it because you asked me to, sweet and twenty. In truth, I feel very comfortable, but I shall be far more sure of remaining so at Eastbourne than at the Pilkingtons." "Eastbourne, you think?" "Nay, as you please, Belle." "Yes, Eastbourne again." She came to her father and took his hands. "I'm tired of it all, dear, tired and weary unutterably. If ever we come to London again, let us tell nobody, and take quiet rooms in some shabby quarter, and go to the National Gallery, and to the marbles at the museum, and all the places where we are sure we are never meeting a soul who belongs to the fashionable world. If we go to a concert, we'll sit in the gallery, among people who come because they really want to hear music. The stairs are pretentious, Belle." "Never mind the stairs. Nay then, we won't go to public concerts at all, but I will play for you and myself, beginning when we like and leaving off when we like, and using imagination, thank goodness we both have some, to make up for the defects. We'll go back to our books. Oh, you have never left them, but I, poor sinner that I am. Give me Dante, and let me feel him between my hands. Where is Virgil? Eu fuge crudeles terras fuge litas avarum. Is it quoted right? Is it apropos? Savonarola's word of fate. Then mine too. How could you have been so patient with me? A London season, and I still have Homer to read, still have Sophocles for an unknown land. My father, I have gone far, very far astray. You did not so much as rebuke me." "My dearest, it is infinitely better to hear you rebuke yourself. Nor that, either. A chapter on your education was lacking. Now you can go on smoothly." "Now read the poem over again, father. I can hear it now." Paula came to the house next morning. She and Annabel had seen very little of each other throughout the season. But on the last 2 or 3 occasions of their meeting, Paula had betrayed a sort of timid desire to speak with more intimacy than was her wont. Annabel was not eager in response, but in spite of that letter which you remember, she had always judged her cousin with much tolerance, and a suspicion that Paula Dalmain was not quite so happy a person as Paula Tyrrell had been, inclined her to speak with gentleness. They were alone together this morning in the drawing-room. "So you're going to the Pilkingtons?" Paula said, when she had fluttered about a good deal. "No, we have changed our minds. We go back to Eastbourne." "Ah, how's that, Belle?" "We're a little tired of society, and father needs quietness again." "Where do you go?" "To Scotland, with the scalpers. Lord Glenroik is going down with us. He's promised to teach me to shoot." Paula spoke of these arrangements with less gusto than might have been expected of her. She was fidgety and absent. Suddenly she asked, "What's become of Mr. Egremont, Belle?" "He's either gone or is just going to America, to live there, I believe, for some time." "Oh, indeed! With anybody, I wonder?" "He has not told me anything of his affairs, Paula." "Then you've seen him?" "No, I haven't." "Don't be cross with me, Belle. I don't mean anything. I only wanted to know something true about him. I can hear lies enough wherever I choose." It was pathetic enough, because, for once, evidently sincere. Annabel smiled and made no reply. Then, with abrupt change of subject, Paula remarked, "I think I shall come and see you at Eastbourne, if you'll let me." "I shall be glad." "No, you won't exactly be glad, Belle, but, of course, I know you couldn't say you'll be sorry. Still, I shall come for a day or two, all by myself." "Come, and heartily welcome, Paula." "Well, now, that does sound a little different. I don't often hear people speak like that." She nodded a careless good-bye, and at once left the house. She went straight home. Mr. Dalmain was absent at luncheon time. Paula ate nothing and talked fretfully to the servant about the provision that was made for her, though she never took the least trouble to see that her domestic concerns went properly. She idled around the drawing-room till 3 o'clock. A visitor came. Her instructions were clear. Not at home. At 3:30 she ordered a hansom to be summoned, instead of her own carriage, and, having dressed with nervous rapidity, she ran downstairs and entered the vehicle. "Drive to the British Museum," she spoke up to the cabman through the trap. But just as the horse was starting, it stopped again. Looking about her in annoyance, she found that her husband had bidden the driver pull up, and that he was standing by the wheel. "Where are you going?" he asked, smilingly. "To see a friend." "Why do you stop me when I'm in a hurry? Tell him to drive on at once." She was obeyed, and, as the vehicle rolled on, she leaned back, suffering a little from palpitation. It was a long drive to Great Russell Street, and once or twice she all but altered her direction to the man. However, she was on the pavement by the museum gates at last. When the cab had driven away to cross the street, she went to the house where Egremont had his rooms. Yes, Mr. Egremont was at home. "Then, please to give him this card, and ask if he's at liberty." She was guided up to the first floor. She entered a room and found Egremont standing in the midst of packing cases. He affected to be in no way surprised at the visit, and shook hands naturally. "You find me in a state of disorder, Mrs. Dalmain," he said. "Pray excuse it. I start on a long journey tomorrow morning." Paula murmured phrases. She was hot and wished in her heart that she had not done this crazy thing. Really, she could not quite say why she had done it. "So you're going to America again, Mr. Egremont?" "Yes." "I heard so. I knew you wouldn't come to say goodbye to me, so I came to you." She was looking about for signs of female occupation. None whatever were discoverable. "You are kind." "I won't stay, of course. You're very busy. I hope you'll let me give you a cup of tea." "Oh, no, thank you. It was only just to speak a word, and to ask you to forget some very bad behaviour of mine. You know what I mean, of course. I was ashamed of myself, but I couldn't help it. I was so glad I came just in time to see you. I should have been awfully vexed if I couldn't have asked you to forgive me." "I have nothing whatever to forgive, but I think it very kind of you to have come. You'll come back again, some day?" "Very likely, I think." "Then I'll say good-bye." He looked into her face, and saw how pretty and sweet it was, and felt sorry for her. He did not know why. Their hands held together a moment or two. "There's no message I can deliver for you, Mr. Egremont. I'm to be trusted. I am, indeed." "I'm very sure you are, Miss Tyrrell." "Oh, pardon me." No, I shan't forgive you." She was laughing, yet almost crying at the same time. "You must ask me to do something for you, in return for that. How strange that did seem. It was like having been dead and coming to life again, wasn't it? I have no message whatever for anybody, Mrs. Dalmain. Thank you very much." Goodbye, then. No, don't come down. Goodbye. She drove back home. She had been sitting for an hour in her boudoir when Dalmain came in. He smiled, but looked rather grim for all that. Seating himself opposite her, he asked, "Paula, what was your business in Great Russell Street this afternoon?" She trembled, but returned his gaze scornfully. "So you followed me?" "I followed you. It's not exactly usual, I believe, for young married ladies to visit men in their rooms. If I have misunderstood the social rules in this matter, you will of course correct me." Mr. Dalmain was to the core a politician. He was fond of Paula in a way, but he discovered since his marriage that she had a certain individuality very distinct from his own. Until this was crushed, he could not be satisfied. It was his home policy, at present, to crush Paula's will. He practised upon her the faculties which he would have liked to use in terrorizing a people. Since she had given up talking politics, her drawing-room had been full of people whom Dalmain regarded with contempt, mere butterflies of the season. She had aggressively emphasized the difference between his social tastes and hers. He bore with it temporarily, till he could elaborate a plan of campaign. Now the plan had formed itself in most unhoped completeness, and he was happy. "What did you want with that fellow?" he asked coldly. "Mr. Egremont is going to America, and I wanted to say good-bye to him. He was my friend long before I knew you." She rose and would have gone, but he stopped her with a gentle hand. "Paula, this is very unsatisfactory." "What do you want? What am I to do?" "To sit down and listen, as I have such very grave grounds for distrusting you, and I can only pursue one course. I must claim your entire obedience to certain commands I am now going to detail. Refusal will, of course, drive me to the most painful extremities." "What do you want?" "Tomorrow you are to give your last dinner party. You will at once send a notice to all your guests that you are ill and cannot receive them." "Absurd! How can I do such a thing?" "You will do it. We spoke of going to Scotland with the scalpers. Instead of that, you'll accompany me to Manchester when Parliament rises, and you will live with me there in retirement whilst I am occupied with my study of the factory questions which immediately interest me." Paula was silent. "These are my commands. The alternative to obedience is, you know what. Pray, let me know your decision." "Why do you behave to me in this way? What have I done to be treated like this?" "Pray, do not ask me. I wait for your answer." "I can only give in to you, and you're coward enough to take advantage of it." "You undertake to obey me?" "I want to go to my room. Can I do so without asking?" "You're mistress of my house, Paula, as long as you obey me in essential matters." Paula disappeared, and Mr. Dalmain sat reflecting with much self-approbation on the firmness and suavity he displayed. End of chapter 30. Chapter 31 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maddie Burns, Manchester. Thyrza by George Gissing, An Old Man's Rest. It was not without much reluctance, much debate with conscience, Bunce allowed his child to remain at Eastbourne. He could not, of course, having finally refused consent to a plan which might be the means of saving Bessie's life, and to be relieved of the cost of her support, receiving into the bargain a small monthly sum, which Mrs. Ormond represented as the value to her of Bessie's services at the Chestnuts, was a great consideration for a man in his perpetual state of struggle to make ends meet. But he had a suspicion that Mrs. Ormond desired to get the girl away from him, that Bessie might be, as he would have phrased it, perverted to the debating superstition of Christianity. Mrs. Ormond had interviews with him, and it helped her to understand the man. She soon found out what it was that troubled him, and went directly to the point with an assurance that no attempt whatever should be made to prejudice Bessie against her father's views. Any printed matter he chose to send her would be uninterfered with. Another woman would have thought Bunce a mere bear when she parted with him, but Mrs. Ormond had that blessed gift of divination which comes of vast charity. She did not misjudge him. And he in turn, though he went away with his face still set in the look of half-aggressive pride, which it had assumed when he entered, found in a day or two that Mrs. Ormond's tones made a memory as pleasant as any he had. He felt a little uncomfortable in remembering how ungraciously he had borne himself. Another woman there was who had begun to exercise influence of an indefinable kind on the rugged fellow, a woman who he saw a good deal of, and to whom he had grown accustomed to look for a good deal of help. This was Miss Totty Nancarrow. Totty was no slight help with little Nelly, and even with Jack. For the former, she ceased to be Miss Nanko, and became Totty simply. To Jack she was a most estimable acquaintance, who never judged flattering wonder at his school achievements, even though they involved no more than a mastery of compound multiplication, and occasionally he felt a wish that some one of his schoolfellows would call Miss Nanko names. He might punch the rascal's head. But in the father's mind there was an obstacle to complete appreciation. Totty was a Roman Catholic. She often went to St. George's Cathedral in Southwark, and even for the purpose of confession. When this fact was strongly before Bunce's consciousness, he was inclined to scorn Totty and to feel an uneasiness about her associating with his children. Somehow, the scorn and mistrust would not hold out in Totty's presence. He found himself taking more pains to be polite to her than to any other person. When she had had Nelly in her room and brought the child to him on his coming home, he invented excuses to get her to talk for a few moments. Unfortunately, Totty appeared little disposed to talk. Luke Ackroyd was not infrequently in Bunce's room. These two discussed religion and politics together, and their remarks on these subjects lacked neither vigour nor perspicuity. Ye gods, how they went to the root of things. Ackroyd had persevered in his pronounced antinomianism. He did not take life as hard as his companion, and consequently was not as sincere in his revolt, but he represented very fairly the modern type of brain-endowed workman, who was from birth at issue with the lingering old world. That is, he represented it intellectually. There was, however, much in his character which does not mark the proletarian as such. Essentially, his nature was very gentle and ductile. He had strong affections. Probably he could not have told you, with any approach to accuracy, how often he'd been in love, or fancied himself so, and for Ackroyd being in love was, to tell the truth, a matter of vastly more importance than all the political and social and religious questions in the world. He and Totty were still on the terms of that compact which had Christmas in view. His own part was discharged conscientiously. He visited no public houses and was steady at his work. In fact, he had never had those tastes which bring a man to hopeless sottishness. More than half his dissipation had come of that sort of vanity whereof young gentlemen of the best families have by no means the monopoly. He liked people to talk about him. He liked to know that it was deemed a pity for such a clever young man to go to the dogs. Even in his recklessness after the loss of Thyrza, there was much of this element. Disappointment in love is known to make one interesting, and if Luke could have brought on mild fever, so that people would say he was in danger of dying, it probably would not have displeased him. That was over now. He persuaded himself that he was in love with Totty, and told himself daily how glad he was in thought of marrying her shortly after Christmas. For all that, they quarrelled, he and she. It would not be easy to say how many times they quarrelled and made it up again during the latter half of the year. There was a certain unlikeness of temperament, which perpetually made them think more of their difficulties in getting on together than of the pleasure they received from each other's society. Ackroyd frequently pondered on the question of how this matter would arrange itself after they were married. At times he was secretively not a little alarmed. As his wont was, he talked over the question exhaustively with his sister, Mrs. Poole. The latter for a time refused to converse on the subject at all. She was by no means sure that Miss Nanko was in any sense a desirable acquisition to the family, having conceived a great prejudice against her from the night when Ackroyd had dealings with the police. A hint to this effect led to a furious outbreak on Luke's part. He was insulted. He would leave the house and find quarters elsewhere. His sister was a narrow-minded, calumniating woman. He was bidden to take his departure as soon as he liked, but somehow he did not do so. Then Mrs. Poole got her husband to make private inquiries about Mrs. Nanko. Good-natured Jim obeyed her, and had to confess that the report was tolerable enough. The girl was perhaps a little harum-scarum, no worse. "Oh, you're always so soft when there's talk about women," exclaimed his wife, disappointed. "I declare you're as bad as Luke himself. I shall see what I can find for myself." She too found that no evil report was current about Totty, save that she was a Roman Catholic. To be sure, this was bad enough, but could not perhaps be a ground of serious objection to the girl. So Mrs. Poole fell back on an old line of argument. "I'm tired of hearing about your girls," she exclaimed when Luke next broached the subject. "When it ain't one, it's another. You must find somebody else to talk to. One thing I do know, if I was a girl I wouldn't marry you. No, not if you'd a fortune." But in the end she yielded, for she saw that the matter was serious. "I want to bring Totty here," Luke said one night. "I can't always see her in the street, and there's no other handy place. What do you say, Jane?" "You must do as you like. There's the parlour you're welcome to, but you mustn't go bringing her down here, mind. I've an idea her and me won't quite hit it. You're welcome to the parlour." Further quarrels and reconcilements led to a modification of this standpoint. Mrs. Poole at length said she was willing to be introduced to Totty, and sent an invitation to tea for Sunday evening. "Let him get married and have done with it," she said to her husband. "I shall have no peace till he does. He worrits my life out." "He'll worrit you a good deal more afterwards, if I'm not mistook," remarked Jim with a dry chuckle. But an unforeseen difficulty presented itself. Totty positively declined to visit Mrs. Poole at present. There was plenty of time for that, she said. Wait till Christmas was nearer. So Ackroyd and Totty once more fell out, and this time very gravely. For a fortnight they did not see each other, and even when the inevitable renewal of kindness came about, Totty made it a condition that she must not be asked to visit Mrs. Poole. Time enough for that. Mrs. Poole was, of course, offended. It took her longer than a fortnight before she could hear any reference to Totty. Early in December, Totty had a bit of news to impart, which gave Ackroyd a good deal of anxiety. She'd been talking with Mrs. Bower, and that lady had as good as said that she could no longer keep old Mr. Body in her house. "He's 3 weeks behind with his rent," Totty said, "and he sold everything he had to sell, except his fiddle, to pay even so long." "But do you think Lydia Trent knows that?" "I can't say. I should think most likely she doesn't. She's nothing to do with none of the Bowers, and hasn't had for a long time. And you may be quite sure Mr. Body wouldn't be the first to tell her how things was. Thyrza often said what work they had to get him to take anything from them." "He's got no work, then?" "Only a shilling now and then. Mrs. Bower says he's getting too slow for the people as employed him. I shouldn't wonder if he's good as starved most days." "What brutes those Bowers are! And now, I suppose, they're going to turn the old man into the street. That's the Christianity that their girl has taught them. I tell you what, I'll see if I can't find a bit of something for him to do. But then, what's the good? They'll only keep him a day or two. Lydia'll have to be told about it." "It's all very well," remarked Totty, "but I don't see how she's to keep him. Besides, I think she might have found out for herself how things was going before now. You may depend upon it. It's only because the old man's hidden it from her so that she couldn't have an idea. I don't like to hear you speak like that of Lydia, Totty." "I don't see that there's any harm in what I said." "Well, I know you didn't mean it to be unkind, but it sounded so." "You're always very sharp about Lydia." "I know I am. She's a good girl, and she's a great deal to bear. I think everyone ought to respect her." It was perilously near a misunderstanding, but Totty was not altogether in earnest, and had good sense enough to refrain from unworthy suggestions on such a subject. Ackroyd had sometimes half suspected that she quarrelled on trivial grounds of set purpose, for he was well aware of her native sincerity and honest plainness of dealing. Her bad news was unfortunately true enough. For half a year Mr. Body had been breaking up. The process began very suddenly, and was all the harder to bear. Under any circumstance, he could not have held his own in the battle with society much longer. The battle for the day's food of which society does its best to rob each individual, and the catastrophe in the home of the girls who adhered to him as though they had been his own children, sounded the note of retreat. Thyrza was not so much to him as Lydia, but still was very much, and the sorrow which darkened Lydia's life was to him the beginning of the end of all things. Yes, he hid the state of things very skilfully from Lydia's eyes. He told her that he was working, when he had no work to do. He laughed at her questions as to whether he had comfortable meals, when he had no meal at all. The Bowers never invited him to come to the parlour now, and sit at their table. They were so indifferent about him, so long as he paid his rent, that for a long time they did not know how hard set he was. Lydia had ventured to ask him if he'd change his lodgings, provided she found a room in a house where she could visit him without unpleasantness. The old man avoided her request. If he moved, all sorts of things would become known to Lydia, which at present he was able to conceal. One thing he could not hide. His hand had become so unsteady that the bow would no longer strike the true notes from the violin, so he ceased to play to the girl when she came. Lydia did not press him, thinking that probably it was too painful for him to revive memories of the old days. When hardships thickened, he would have sold the instrument, in spite of every pang, but for the certainty that Lydia would miss it from his room. He lived more and more to himself. For the beginning of November he was able to just keep body and soul together after paying his rent. Then the rent was no longer forthcoming. Not one article remained to him for which he could obtain money, not one save the violin. He durst not sell it. In spite of everything, he clung to a vague hope that someone would find work for him. To Ackroyd he could not go. That would be the same as telling Lydia, for he could trust no one in the state of mind which he had reached. Even to the strangers he was afraid to appeal with overmuch earnestness, lest stories should get about. Still, an odd shilling came to him now and then. Poor old fellow, he did sad things. One morning he took the old blacking brushes which he had used for years for his one boot, and a little pot of blacking, and an old box, and walked far away across the river to a place where no one could know him, and there tried to earn a little by rivalling with the shoeblacks. It was useless. In 3 days he had earned but as many pence. He could not waste time thus. It was a terrible moment when he had to first tell Mrs. Bower that he could not discharge his due to her. He tried to put on a half-jesting air, to make out that his difficulty was of the most passing kind. Mrs. Bower ungraciously bade him not to trouble himself, to pay as soon as he could. But when the second day of default came, the landlady was even less gracious. "I ain't an unreasonable woman, Mr. Body," she said, "and nobody could never say I was. But then I a home to keep, as you know. Isn't it time as you thought over things a bit? I dare say there's them as'll see you don't want. If only you'll speak a word. I don't want to be disagreeable to an old lodger, but the reason is reason, ain't it?" That Saturday night hunger drove him out. He stumped painfully into the busy region on the south side of London Bridge, and there at midnight he succeeded in begging a handful of fried potatoes from a fish shop that was just closing. It was all he could do, after a dozen vain efforts to earn a copper. But when he got home in the early morning, a strange thing had happened. On his table lay half a loaf of bread, a piece of butter, some tea twisted up in paper. How came these things here? He was in anguish lest Lydia had left him, lest Lydia had somehow discovered his condition and had come in his absence. But it was not so. Lydia came as usual on Saturday afternoon, and clearly knew nothing of that gift. He had eaten, and was able once more to talk so cheerfully, in his great relief that the girl went away happy in the thought that he had got over a return of ill health. They had talked, as always, of Thyrza. With Thyrza it was well, outwardly at all events. Lydia had just seen her, and could report that she seemed even happy. Mr. Body rejoiced at this. Might not he see the little one some day? Yes, surely he could. Lydia would try for that. Who had left him food, then? No one entered his room to do anything for him, save at intervals of a fortnight, when Mrs. Bower sent up a charwoman. Otherwise he had always waited upon himself. 2 days went by, then the offering was renewed, just in the same way, and this time the addition of some sugar. The giver could be but one person. Mary Bower knew of his need, and was doing what she could for him. He knew it in meeting her on the stairs the morning after. She said a kind good day, and reddened, and went by with her head bent. But it was bitter to receive such help. He could not refuse it, for otherwise he must have lain down in helplessness, and he trusted yet that there would come a turn in things. The winter cold began. Mrs. Bower had not refused coals. He always burned so little that fuel was allowed to be covered by the rent. But now he scarcely ventured to keep his fire alight long enough to boil his kettle. He still had a little supply for burning, and felt that he durst not go down to the cellar for more when that was done. Then came the day when his landlady told him with decisive brevity that she could trust him no longer. He must not be a foolish old man, but must ask help from those whose duty it was to give it to him. That was in the afternoon. Mrs. Bower had come up to his room and had asked for the rent. He waited until it was dark, then stole out of the house carrying his violin. He would not sell it, only borrow a sum at the pawnbroker's. Then he could some day recover the instrument. Nor must he go to a pawnshop in this neighbourhood, whence tales would spread. He stumped over into Southwark, where the 3 brass halls hung above an illuminated shop front. The entrance to the pawning department was beneath a dark archway. At the door he stopped. There was a great lump in his throat, and suddenly, with great physical anguish, tears broke from his eyes. He stood away from the door until he could master the flow of his tears. Then he went in, carefully selected a box which was empty, and pledged the violin for 10 shillings. The man refused to lend him more, and he could not argue. That fit of weeping seemed to have affected him for ill. Going forth again into the cold, he trembled violently, and by no effort could recover himself. He had to sit down upon a doorstep. The chillness of his blood, which yet beat feverishly at his temples, affected him with a dread lest he should not have strength to reach home. His thoughts would not obey his will. Again and again he fell into torment of apprehension, asking himself how to find money for the rent that was due, and only with a painful effort of mind remembering the 10 shillings in his pocket. The door beneath which he was sitting suddenly opened. He staggered up and onwards. But the cold and the weakness and the anguish of dread grew upon him. He could not remember the streets by which he had come. He stumped on, fancying that he recognised this and that object, and at length knew that he had reached Westminster Bridge Road. The joy of drawing near home supported him. He had only to go the length of Hercules Buildings, and then he'd be close to the end of Paradise Street. He reached the graveyard, walking for the most part as in a terrible dream, among strange distorted shapes of men and women, the houses tottering black on either hand, and ever that anvil beat of the blood at his temples. Then of a sudden his wooden limbs slipped, and he fell to the ground. He was precisely in front of the Pools' house. A woman just passing, who happened to know Mrs. Poole, ran up to the door and knocked, and when Mrs. Poole came and asked for some water to throw over a poor man who was in a fit on the pavement, Jane, going in for the water, spoke to her brother, who was sitting in the kitchen. Ackroyd went forth to see what could be done. "Why, it's Body!" he exclaimed. "We must carry him in. Jane, go and tell Jim to come here." Of course, the crowd had already collected, dark as the street was. "Hadn't we better take him over to the Bowers?" asked Jim. "Yes, it's old Mr. Body," cried a voice. "He lives at Mrs. Bowers." "I know that very well," said Ackroyd, "but it's no good taking him there. Lend a hand, Jim. See, he's coming round a bit." And he added, muttering, "I expect he's starved to death. That's about it." Only the night before, Totty had told him of the old man's position, and he had been casting about for a way of giving help. He did not like to tell Lydia what was going on, yet the inquiries he had made of the men who had occasionally employed Mr. Body convinced him that there was no hope of the latter's continuing to support himself. In his present state, the old man must at least have friends about him, and not cold-blooded pinchers and parers, who had come to dislike him because of his relation to the Trent girls. With characteristic impulsiveness, Luke made up his mind that Mr. Body should be brought into the house and kept there. If need be, he'd provide for him out of his own pocket. Mrs. Poole was no grumbler when a fellow creature needed her kindness. In a moment a match was put to the fire in the parlour. Thither Jim and Ackroyd bore the old man, and laid him upon the couch. He did not seem wholly unconscious, for his eyes regarded first one, then the other of those who were ministering to him. But he made no effort to speak. Spoken to, he gave no sign of understanding. It was found that there was blood upon his head. He must have injured himself in falling. For a quarter of an hour the attempts at restoring him were vain. Then Luke said, "I shall have to run round for the doctor. For all we know, he may be dying, for want of the proper things." "I go, lad," assented Jim. "I don't like the look of his face. Do you, Jane?" Husband and wife whispered together during Luke's absence. They knew from the latter into what a miserable state the old man had sunk, and Jane was vigorous in reprobation of the Bowers. Ackroyd returned, saying that the doctor would be at hand in a minute or two. "Oughtn't you to go and tell Miss Trent?" Jane asked him, as all three stood helpless, waiting. "I've thought of it. I'd rather not, if it can be helped. Wait till the doctor comes." The old man lay quite still, breathing heavily. His eyes were yet open, but had fixed themselves in one direction. The doctor came. He directed that the sufferer should at once be put into a warm bed. "My room, then," said Luke. "Come and help, Jim." The directions were soon carried out, and the doctor went off, asking someone to follow for medicine. The wound proved to be of no moment. Graver causes must have led to a state of coma in which the old man lay. When Luke returned from the doctor's, he reported that the latter had spoken rather seriously. "I must go and see Lydia," he said to his sister. "You don't mind this bother, Jane, eh? You'll sit by him?" "Of course I will. Go and fetch her. It's my belief he hasn't very long to live." It seemed to Ackroyd a long time since he knocked at the door in Walnut Tree Walk. Very much had come about since then. Impatient, he had to repeat his knock before anyone came. Then Mr. Jarmy appeared. No, he knew Miss Trent was not in. She'd gone out with his wife half an hour ago. But it was getting late, and they were soon to be back soon. "Is Mr. Grayle in?" "I think so. I'll just knock and see." Gilbert was at home, and Ackroyd went into the parlour. The two were very friendly whenever they met, but that was seldom. Grayle was surprised at the visit. He was sitting with his mother. They seemed to have been talking, for no book lay on the table. Luke explained why he had come to the house. "Will you let me sit here till she comes in, Grayle?" A chair was at once brought forward, with quiet readiness. One chair there was in the room which no one ever used, though at evening it was always put in a particular position, between the table and the fireplace. Gilbert kept his hand on the back of it as he talked. Ackroyd railed against the Bowers. Gilbert did not seem able to express very strong feeling, even when he had heard all that the other knew and suspected. His brows darkened, however, and he was anxious on Lydia's account. An oppressive silence had fallen upon the three, when at length they heard the front door open. "Would you like Mother to go upstairs to her and tell her?" Gilbert asked. "I should. It would be kind of you, Mrs. Grayle, but only just speak as if it was an accident. I wouldn't say anything else." Mrs. Grayle left the room without speaking. She returned in a few minutes, and, leaving the door a little open, said in a very low, tremulous voice that Lydia was waiting in the passage. Ackroyd shook hands with the two and went out. Lydia looked eagerly into his face. "Is he very bad, Mr. Ackroyd?" she whispered. "I hope he's come round by this time," was his reply. "My sister's attending to him, and we've got things for him from the doctor." They passed into the street and walked quickly side by side. "It was very good of you to take him in," Lydia said. "It would have been very hard to ask Mrs. Bower for help." Yes, we don't want them." Lydia and Mrs. Poole had never met. They looked with interest at each other. Ackroyd went down into the kitchen, leaving them together in the room with the old man. The night went on. Ackroyd and his brother-in-law smoked innumerable pipes by the kitchen fire. Jim often nodded, but Luke was far from sleep. The sad half-hour spent with the Grayles had troubled his imagination, and thoughts of Thyrza had been revived in him. Yes, he had loved Thyrza, all folly put aside. He knew that the memory of the sweet-voiced, golden-haired girl would forever remain with him. And all this night he did not think once of Totty Nancarrow. Fortunately, as it was Saturday, they had no need to think of work the next morning. Jim would not go to bed. He kept up the most determined struggle with sleep, subduer of mortals. His wife came down now and then, and was angry with him for his useless obstinacy. So plain it was that he could scarcely hold up his great thick head. There was nothing good to report for the patient. He had not recovered consciousness. 5 o'clock, when, in spite of fire and lamp, the little kitchen looked haggard, Mrs. Poole entered hurriedly. "Do you think the doctor would come, Luke, if you went for him? He can't get breath. Lydia does want the doctor fetching." Luke was off in an instant. Lydia stood by the bed, pale, anguished. Happily, that struggle, which seemed of death, did not last very long. The worn old face, almost venerable at length in spite of the grotesqueness of its features, fell into calm. Then, almost as in natural waking from sleep, the eyes opened and were aware of things. "Are you feeling better, Grandad dear?" Lydia asked. He looked surprised, tried to speak, but there was no voice. Luke was long. The two women stood side by side. The old man kept endeavouring to utter words. His powerlessness was dreadful to him. His face showed. But at length he spoke. "Liddy, Thyrza, she shall come and see you, Grandad. She shall come very soon." Again, a vain endeavour to speak. His face altered. It expressed Lydia knew not what. A supreme effort, and he spoke again. "Mary Bower gave me all I wanted. Be friends with her, Liddy. No more than that. Gradually, an end of the struggle, an end of pain, an end of all things." The doctor came. He said that no doubt there would have to be an inquest. They left Lydia alone in the room. When it was midway through the winter morning, Mrs. Poole came down and told Luke that the girl wished to speak to him. He would find her in the parlour. She had swollen eyes, but spoke with perfect calmness. "Mr. Ackroyd, what did he mean? The last thing he said was, 'Mary Bower gave me all I wanted.' I don't know what he meant. Your sister says you'll tell me." Luke could only guess at the sense of the words, but he told her all he knew. "I only heard it on Friday night, from Totty," he said. "I was thinking of every way I could to help him." "Oh, but to think you've never told me!" she exclaimed. "You'd no right to keep such a thing from me. It wasn't kindness at all. See what's come of it." "I do wish I had told you." Early in the afternoon Lydia went home. But before leaving, she searched in the poor old garments to see if, indeed, he had been penniless. The discovery of money at first astonished her, but immediately after she found the pawn ticket, it was proof enough. She was sitting in her room at nightfall when someone knocked. She went to the door. Mary Bower was there. "May I come in, Lydia?" Mary asked, with eyes downcast. Lydia had started. She drew back, leaving the door open. Mary entered, closed the door behind her, and stood in agitation. "I know you hate me more than ever, Lydia," she began tremulously, "but I did what I could for him. I want to tell you that I did what I could for him, and I'd never have let Mother give him notice. I told her last night that, if she did, I'd leave home. I put food in his room, and nobody knew about it. Perhaps you don't believe me. If he could speak, he'd tell you what someone did, and it was me." Lydia covered her face and wept. Mary, drawing nearer, went on with a broken voice. I've been very much to blame, Lydia. I've been hard and unforgiving. But that night when you told me you hated me, I wanted to say how sorry I was for you. I never spoke a word against Thyrza, not a word. And now I couldn't help coming to you. I want to be friends again, Lydia dear. Don't send me away. I've been to blame in everything. I've been bad-hearted. You might well not believe my religion when you saw me acting as I did. She ceased, drawn to Lydia's heart, and kissed with more than the old affection. I know what you did for him, Mary. He told me, the last words you spoke. He asked me to be friends with you again. I do want a friend, Mary. I'm very lonely. I'll love you as long as I live, for being kind to him. They lit no light, but sat together by the glow of the fire, speaking in very low voices, often long intervals of silence. Two poor girls, the one as ignorant as the other, but speaking with awed spirit of death, and the hope that there is thereafter. End of chapter 31. Chapter 32 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Maddie Burns, Manchester. Thyrza by George Gissing. Totty's luck. The little shop with the large heart had suffered a grave loss. Miss Totty Nancarrow had withdrawn her custom from it. Totty had patronised Mrs. Bower very steadily for some 5 years. It was true that the large-hearted shop put a rather large price on certain things, in comparison with what they could be bought for in Lambeth. If you wanted a pot of marmalade, for instance, Mrs. Bower sold it for 6p, whereas it was notoriously purchasable for 5p halfpenny at grocers in Lambeth Walk. If you went for a quarter of a pound of butter, you had no choice of quality, and paid 4p 3 farthings, whilst in Lambeth Walk you obtained a better article for the even 4p. Totty, however, had a principle that one ought to deal rather with acquaintances than with strangers, and another principle that it was better to pay halfpenny more for an article to be had by crossing the street than a halfpenny less and go a whole street's length for it. True girl of the people was Totty, herein as in other respects. It was a simple fact that Mrs. Bower's business depended on the indolence and indifference, small economies of those women who lived in her immediate neighbourhood. It's the same kind of thing that leads working people to pay for having meat badly cooked at the baker's, instead of cooking it cheaply and well themselves. That leads them to buy expensive, ready-prepared suppers at the pork butcher's and the fried fish shop, instead of tossing up an equally good and very cheap supper for themselves. Considering her income, Totty had spent a great deal with Mrs. Bower, as you remember that lady once remarking. Totty had a mind to live on luxuries. She had not enough money to eat for both bread and marmalade. She chose to have the marmalade alone. If she could not buy meat and pickles at the same time, she'd have pickles and go without meat. Marmalade and pickles she deemed the indispensables of life. If you could not get those, well, it was no uncommon thing for poor creatures to be driven to the workhouse. And the strange thing was that she looked so well on such diet. Since the age of 15, when, in truth, she had been a little peaked and terribly tenuous at the waist, her personal appearance had steadily improved. Her spirits had, by degrees, reached their present point of perpetual evanescence. But Totty could be grave, and if occasion were, sad. She had been both grave and sad many a time since Thyrza had gone away. She reproached herself in secret for her nastiness to the little one at their last meeting, nastiness for which, as it proved, there was no justification whatever. Now she was sad for poor old Mr. Body's death. She knew that it was another hard blow to Lydia, and, as you are aware, in her heart she respected Lydia profoundly. Her sorrow led to that one practical result. No more marmalade and pickles from Mrs. Bower. The Bowers had behaved vilely, from every point of view. That was demonstrable. Under the circumstances, they ought to have done without their rent, if need were, till doomsday, when, as Totty understood, all such arrears are made good to one with the utmost accuracy, nay, with interest to boot. She had not seen any reason for quarrelling with the Bowers on the score of the scandal they spread about Thyrza, since there really seemed ground for their stories, and it was right that goings-on of that kind should be put to a stop. Totty would always, that is, as often as she could, be scrupulously just. But this last affair was beyond endurance. Not another penny went from her pocket to the little shop with the large heart. Her income this past year had fallen short of what she had usually counted upon, not to a great extent, but the sum deducted what had been wont to come to her as pure grace, and she felt the loss of it. Her uncle had omitted to send his usual present on her birthday, nor had he visited her to renew the proposal that she should surrender her liberty in return for being housed and dressed respectably. What did this mean? Had he, it was probable enough, grown tired of her, and said to himself that, as she wished to go her own way she should? He was a crusty old fellow. Totty had often wondered that he stood her cheek so good-humouredly. Yet somehow she did not think it likely that he would break off intercourse with her in this abrupt way. No, it was not like him. He would have, at all events, seen her for a last time, and have given her a well-understood last chance. Was he dead? Possible enough. His age must be nearer 70 than 60. If dead, well, there was an end of it. No more birthday presents. No more offers to be made a lady of. It did not greatly matter, of course. Totty could not be expected to nurture an affection for her crusty uncle with his shop in Tottenham Court Road. In fact, he had behaved badly to her branch of the family, and such behaviour cannot always be made up for. As to the offer, she had declined it in perfect good faith. Yes, she preferred her liberty, her innocent nights at the Canterbury Music Hall, her scampering about the streets at all hours, her marmalade and pickles eaten off a table covered with a newspaper in company with half a dozen friends as harum and scarum as herself. Deliberately, she preferred these joys to anything she could imagine as entering into the life of a lady. However, it was a fact that Christmas was very near. Also a fact that she stood pledged to marry Luke Ackroyd any day after Christmas that he chose to claim her. She was a little sorry that she could not inform her uncle in Tottenham Court Road of the change she was about to make in her life. There was no knowing that he might have behaved on such an occasion. Luke had been saving a little money of late, but it was naturally a very little. He, foolish fellow, had a way of buying her things, which she did not in the least want, but which she could not refuse, since engaged in such an enormous pleasure to offer them. Luke was very generous, whatever his faults might be. Certain presents of his she had returned to him, in wrath, probably once a fortnight, and when, in the course of things, she had to take them back again, some object was always added. The presents cost little, it is true. Totty did not ask the price of them, but liked the kindness which suggested their purchase. She liked many things about Luke Ackroyd. Whether she really liked him herself, liked him in the proper way, well, that was a question she asked herself often enough without any very definite answer. No matter, she had promised to marry him, and she was not the girl to break her word. Now, if her uncle had still been in communication with her, was it not a very likely thing that he would have felt a desire to, in fact, do something for them? It was not nice to begin married life in furnished lodgings, especially if prudence dictated living in a single room, as such numbers of her acquaintances did. Totty had discovered that couples who wedded and went to live in one furnished room seldom got along well together. It was well if the wife did not shortly go about with ugly-looking bruises on her face, or with her arm in a sling. No, to be sure, Luke Ackroyd was not a man of that kind. It was inconceivable that he should ever be harsh to her, let alone brutal. So it was not nice to begin in furnished lodgings. And perhaps her uncle in Tottenham Court Road, he was in fact a furniture dealer, would have seen his way to garnish for them a modest couple of rooms, by way of a wedding present. But, he having drawn back from communication, Totty could not bring herself to his notice again, not she. She was thinking over all these things a week before Christmas. It was Sunday afternoon, and for a wonder, she was sitting alone in her room. Mr. Bunce was at home, or she would have had little Nelly to keep her company. Still, she said to herself that she was not sorry to have a minute or two to put certain things straight in her mind. What a mind it was, Totty Nancarrow's. The landlady looked in at the door. "There's a gentleman here to see you, Miss Nancarrow." "Oh, what sort of gentleman?" "Why, oldish, 45, I dessay. Greyish beard and a big nose. Speaks very loud and important like." Not her uncle. He had no beard and a very small nose. I could not thus have altered since she last saw him. "All right, I'll go and ask him what he wants." Totty gave a glance at her 6 square inches of looking-glass, made a movement with her hand which was like a box on each ear, then went downstairs in her usual way, swinging by the banisters down 3 steps at a time. At the door she found a person answering very fairly to the landlady's graphic description. The experienced eye would have perceived that he was not, in this restricted sense of the word, a gentleman. Still he wore good clothing, and had of a truth an important air. "You want me, sir?" Totty asked, coming to a sudden stand in front of him, and examining him with a steady eye. He returned the gaze with equal steadiness. Both hands rested on the top of his umbrella, and his attitude was very much that of a man who views a horse he has thought of purchasing. "You are Miss Nancarrow, I think," he said, clearing his throat. "Christian name, Totty." "That's me, I believe." "Just so. I'd like to have a word with you, Miss Nancarrow, if you'll allow me." "You can't say it here, sir?" "Why, no, I can't. If you could—" Totty did not wait for him to finish, but ran away to get permission to use the landlady's parlour. To this she introduced her visitor, who seated himself without invitation, and, after gazing about the room, said, "Pray sit down, Miss Nancarrow. I've come to see you a matter of some importance. I am Mr. Barlow, an old friend of your uncle's. You have possibly heard of me?" "No, I haven't," Totty replied. As she spoke, it struck her that there was a broad black band round Mr. Barlow's shiny hat. "Ah, you haven't? Just so." Mr. Barlow again cleared his throat, looking about the floor as if he was in the habit of living near a spittoon, and then he paused a little, elevating and sinking his bushy eyebrows. Totty, who had taken the edge of a chair, moved her feet impatiently. "Well, Miss Totty Nancarrow," resumed her visitor, using his umbrella to prop his chin, and rolling out his words with evident enjoyment of his task, "I have the unpleasant duty of informing you that your late uncle is dead." The phrase might have excited a smile. Totty kept an even countenance, and said that she was sorry to hear it. "Just so. He has been dead nearly a month, and he was ill nearly 6. I am appointed by one of the executors by his will, me and a friend of mine, Mr. Higgins. I dare say you haven't heard of him. We've been putting your late uncle's affairs in order." "Have you?" said Totty, because she had nothing else to say. "We have. I've come to see you, Miss Nancarrow, because you are interested in the will." "Oh, am I?" It was said with a kind of disinterested curiosity. Mr. Barlow, having regarded her fixedly for a moment, bent his head till the forehead rested upon the umbrella, and seemed to brood. "Don't you feel well, sir?" Totty asked, with a naivety which betrayed her impatience. "Quite well, quite well." "You were saying something about my uncle's will." "Just so. Your name is in the will, Miss Nancarrow. Your uncle has bequeathed to you the sum of £250. Have you brought it with you, sir?" "The will?" "No, the money." "My dear Miss Nancarrow, things are not done in that way," remarked Mr. Barlow, smiling at her ingenuousness. "How then, sir?" "There are conditions attached to this bequest. It is my duty to explain them to you. I shall avoid the terms of the law out of consideration to you, Miss Nancarrow, and try to express myself very simply. I hope you'll be able to follow me." Totty regarded him with wide eyes and smiled. "I'll do my best, sir. Now, please listen." He rested one elbow on his umbrella, and with the other hand made demonstrations in the air as he proceeded. Throughout he spoke as one who addresses a person partly imbecile. "This sum of £250, Miss Nancarrow, is not, you follow me, is not to be given to you at once. You grasp that? I am trustee for the money. That means, a pen, please. It lies in my hands until the time and the occasion comes for giving it to you. You understand so far?" "I shouldn't mind a harder word now and then, sir, if it makes it easier for you." Mr. Barlow examined her, but Totty's face was very placid. She cast down her eyes and watched her toes tapping together. Well, I think you follow me. Now the conditions are these. The money is payable to you. Payable, you see, on your marriage." "Oh!" I beg you to not interrupt me. "Is payable to you on your marriage, and then now pray attend, not unless you obtain the approval of myself and of Mr. Higgins, unless you obtain our approval of the man you propose to marry." "Oh! You have understood, I hope." "I shall marry who I like, sir," observed Totty quietly. Mr. Barlow looked at her with surprise. "My dear Miss Nancarrow, nobody ever said you shouldn't. It isn't a matter of your marrying, but of £250. "I don't see what it's got to do with anyone who I choose to marry." Just so, nothing could be truer. It's only a question of £250. Totty was about to make another indignant remark, but she checked herself. Her toes were tapping together very rapidly, and she watched them for half a minute, then asked, "And suppose I don't choose to marry anybody at all?" "I see you are capable of following these things," said Mr. Barlow, smiling. "If you reach the age of 25 without marrying, the money goes to another purpose, of which it is not necessary to speak." "Oh, I don't see why my uncle bothered himself so much about me marrying." "No doubt your late uncle had some good reason for these provisions, Miss Nancarrow," said the other gravely. "We should speak respectfully of those who are no more. It seems to me your late uncle took very kind thought for you." Totty considered that, but neither assented nor differed. "Will you tell me," she asked after a silence, speaking with a good deal of hauteur, "what sort of man you'd approve of?" "With pleasure, Miss Nancarrow, with very great pleasure. Mr. Higgins and me have thought over the subject, have given it our best attention. We think that by laying down 3 conditions we shall meet the case. He stared at the ceiling, till Totty asked, "Well, and what are they, sir?" "Pray do not interrupt me. I was about to tell you. First, then, this man's age must be at least 23. You understand?" "I think I do." "Secondly, he must have a recognised profession, business, trade, or handicraft, and must satisfy me and Mr. Higgins that he is able to support a wife." "And then?" "And then, as you say, Miss Nancarrow, he must be able to prove to me and Mr. Higgins that he has lived in one and the same house for a year previous to his marriage with you." Mr. Barlow delivered this with slow emphasis, as if such a test of respectability were the finest fruit of administrative wisdom. Totty laughed. She had expected something quite different. "You smile, Miss Nancarrow," remarked Mr. Barlow, with a slightly offended air. "No, I was laughing." "And at what, pray?" "Nothing." Well, I hope I have made everything clear to you. All the same, sir, I shall marry whoever I like." "I've no doubt whatever you will." "I shall leave you my address, Miss Nancarrow, so you can communicate with me at any moment." "Thank you, sir." She took the offered card and thrust it in her pocket. "And if I don't want to marry at all, I shan't." "It is at your option, Miss Nancarrow. Now I'll say good morning to you. Perhaps you'll allow me to shake hands with you and congratulate you upon this little fortune." "Oh, yes." Totty gave Mr. Barlow's fat hand a jerk. He drew himself up, cleared his throat, and stalked to the door, regarding with lofty patronage the signs of poverty about him. At the door he took off his hat, bowed, departed. Totty returned to her room. She resumed her former seat and began to hum a slow air. Then she tilted her chair back against the wall and turned her face upwards, musing. It was not easy for her to realise the meaning of £250. Reckon it up, for instance, in marmalade and pickles. It became confusing very soon. Reckon it up in tables and chairs. That was more to the point. But even then, what a stupendous margin. For £20 you could furnish a couple of rooms in a way to make all your neighbours envious. It was like attempting to comprehend infinity by making clear to one's mind the distance to the moon. The three conditions, Luke Ackroyd could satisfy them all. How often he had said that what he wanted was a little capital to establish a comfortable home of his own, and when he would feel settled for life. No thought now of furnished lodgings. Fancy making one's husband a present of £250. Much better than receiving presents oneself. She was to meet Luke tonight, and it was time that a definite agreement was made as to their marriage. Somehow, Lottie did not feel quite so joyous as she ought to have done. She could not fix her mind on the £250, but it wandered off to other things which had nothing to do with money. "Come now," she said to herself at length, "do I care for anybody more than for him? No, it's quite certain I don't. Do I care much for him himself? Do I care for him properly?" Suddenly she thought of Thyrza. She remembered Thyrza's question. "Do you love him, Totty?" No. She did not love him. She had known it for a good many weeks, and, what was more, she had known perfectly well that he did not love her. There it was, no doubt. If he loved me, I should love him. I think I could. Not like Thyrza loved Mr. Egremont, to go mad about him. That isn't my style. I wouldn't be so foolish about any man, not I. But I could be very fond of him, and there's no hiding it. I'm not. I shouldn't grieve a bit if we said goodbye tonight and never saw each other again. How did she know he didn't love her? As if I couldn't tell. Just listen when he speaks about Thyrza. He'd never speak about me like that, if I ran away from him. And how he speaks about Lydia. Why, even about Lydia he thinks a good deal more than he does about me. He often talks to me as if I were a man. He wouldn't if he loved me. Lottie found it difficult to say that word even to herself. The fact of the matter is, I don't think as I shall ever care proper for anybody. I have a good mind not to marry at all, as I always said I wouldn't. I was right enough as long as I kept to that. The girls will only make fun of me. Yes, but her promise? She began to feel gloomy. Perhaps nightfall had something to do with it. Did she make tea? No, she didn't care for it. She would go out, somewhere. She walked from Newport Street to Lambeth Road, past Bletham Hospital, Bedlam, and went to St. George's Cathedral. It is a long, vast, ugly building, unfinished, for it still lacks towers. In the dark it looked very cold and forbidding. But Totty had a sense there was warmth within, warmth and shelter of a kind that she needed just now. She entered, and, at the proper place, dropped to her knees and crossed herself. Then she stood looking about. Near her, hanging against a pillar, was a box with a superscription, "For the souls in purgatory." She always put a penny in this box, and did so now. Then she walked softly to an image of the Virgin, at whose feet someone had laid hothouse flowers. A poor woman was kneeling there, a woman in rags. Her head was bent in prayer, her hands clasped against her breast. Totty knelt beside her, bent her own head, and clasped her hands. Yes, it was good to be here. All was very still, but few lights were burning. When Totty needed a mother's counsel, a mother's love, she was wont to come here and whisper humble thoughts to the image which looked down so soothingly upon all that made appeal. To Totty, her religion was a purely private interest. It would never, for instance, have occurred to her to demand that her husband should be a Catholic, not even that he should view her faith with sympathetic tolerance. No word on this subject would ever pass her lips. What was it to anyone else if she had in secret a mother to whom she breathed her troubles and her difficulties? Did anyone grudge her that? The consolation was too sacred to speak of. Her thoughts did not rise to a deity. She thought but seldom of the story which told her that deity had taken man's form. The Madonna was enough, the mother whose gentle heart was full of sorrows, and who had power to aid the sorrowful. The poor ragged woman sighed deeply, rose and went forth with humble step, went forth to who knows what miseries, what cruelties and despairs. But in her sigh there had been consolation. Even so with Totty. When at length she left the church, her way was by no means clear of all obstacles, but the trouble which had come upon her with unwonted force was much simplified. It was plain to her that she could give herself to Ackroyd, and that to give him the £250 would be a very substantial pleasure. Growing accustomed to the thought of her wealth, she derived from it a quiet pride, which made her walk homewards more stadily than usual. Luke could never forget that she'd been a great help to him. She would let him settle everything tonight, then would tell him. These winter nights were troublesome to an unfortunate pair who wished to talk in a leisurely way together, yet had no shelter save that of a place of public entertainment, or an archway under the line. And tonight it was particularly cold. There had even fallen a little snow. Totty and Ackroyd met, as usual, at the end of Paradise Street. It being Sunday, they could not go to the music hall, and it was really impossible to stand about in the open air. "Look here, Totty," said Ackroyd. "You must come into the house. You needn't see anyone, unless you like. We can have the sitting room to ourselves. The others always sit downstairs." Totty hesitated, but at length assented. If the truth were known, her £250 had probably something to do with her yielding on this point. At present, she could face Mrs. Poole on equal terms. So they entered the house, and Luke, having left his companion in the parlour, went down to apprise his sister. Jane came up and gave the girl a civil greeting. It was not cordial, nor did Totty affect warmth of feeling. Mrs. Poole speedily left the two to themselves. Totty sat in her chair rather stiffly. She was not accustomed to take her ease in rooms, even as well appointed as this. Luke tried to be merry, to show that he was delighted, to be affectionate. He did not succeed very well. Presently they were sitting at a little distance from each other, each waiting for the other to speak. "When is it to be?" Ackroyd said at length, bending forward. "I don't know. Is it really to be?" "Why not? Of course it is." Totty had felt colder to him than ever before, since she had entered this room. The strangeness of the surroundings affected her disagreeably. She wished they had walked about in the snowy streets. "Of course, you know we shall always be quarrelling," she said with a laugh. "No, we shan't. It'll be different then. At all events, it'll be your fault if we do." Silence came again. "What day?" Luke asked. "When you like, if you really mean it." "Now what's the use in talking that way? Why shouldn't I mean it? If I ask you a question, will you answer me honest?" She was leaning forward with a touch of colour on her cheeks and a sudden curious light in her eyes. She seemed ashamed at something, and both eager and reluctant. "What is it? Yes, I'll answer you the truth." "The very truth?" "No, I shan't ask you. What day do you want it to be?" "Nonsense! What was the question?" "I won't listen to anything till you've told me." "It was a silly question. I don't really want to ask you. I forget what it was." Totty was strangely unlike herself, hesitating, diffident, ashamed. He insisted. She refused to speak. He got vexed, turned mute. "Well then, I will ask you," Totty exclaimed of a sudden, "and mind, I shall know if you're honest or not. Suppose both Thyrza Trent and me was in this room, and you had your choice between us. Which would it be?" Ackroyd flushed and then looked seriously offended. "Won't you answer?" "I don't like to joke about such things." "And I don't either, that's the truth. That's why such a thing came into my head. You needn't answer. I'd rather you didn't. Of course, I know what you'd have to say." "You're talking nonsense. There couldn't be a choice, because I've made my choice. Will you marry me or not? Yes, I will, any day you like. Yes, and afterwards keep asking me questions like this. It wasn't right, I know, but you're wrong when you say I should ever speak of it again. I don't know what to think, Totty. It looks very much as if you didn't want to have me. Now look, here's a question for you. Suppose I'd never asked you before tonight, and now I came and asked you to marry me. What would you say? Now, honest. You've not answered me. I have. He spoke it significantly, and she understood him. Now, what would you say, Totty? I should say that I couldn't say neither yes nor no for certain, and I wanted to wait. You're an honest girl. Shake hands and let us wait another 6 months. Totty reddened, and inwardly reproached herself with complete meanness. But she was glad, and Luke Ackroyd was glad. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 33. The Heart and Its Secret. Thyrza was not to be a boarder with the Emersons, nor did Mrs. Ormond request them to make a friend of her. Nothing more was proposed than that she should rent from them their spare room, which was tolerably spacious, and could be used both as bedchamber and parlour. Her meals were to be supplied to her by the landlady of the house. The only stipulation with the Emersons was that she should receive her singing lessons in their sitting-room, where there was a piano. Thyrza herself specially desired of Mrs. Ormond that she might live as much alone as possible. She declared that it would be no hardship whatever to her to be without companionship. Her day's occupation would be chiefly sewing, for Mrs. Ormond had made arrangements that she should have regular employment for her needle from a certain charitable home at Hampstead. For this work she received payment which, Mrs. Ormond made it appear, would suffice to discharge her obligations to the Emersons and her landlady. Moreover, 2 days of the week she was to spend at the said home, where certain, not too exacting, duties were assigned to her. All this was very neatly contrived, and Mrs. Ormond felt rather proud of her success in so far meeting the requirements of a very difficult case. A competent judge had reported so favourably of Thyrza's voice that there was a strong probability of it some day enabling her to earn a living, should that be necessary, in one of the many paths which our musical time opens to those thus happily endowed. No stress was laid on that, however, for it was far from desirable that Thyrza should be nursed into expectation of a golden future. Mrs. Ormond had determined that, if her exertion would accomplish it, Thyrza should have as large a share of happiness as a sober hope may claim for a girl of passionate instincts, of rare beauty, and, it might be, of latent genius. To be sure, such claim cannot be extravagant. The happy people of the world are the dull, unimaginative beings from whom the gods, in their kindness, have veiled all vision of the rising and the setting day, of sea limits, and of the stars of the night, whose ears are thickened against the voice of music, and whose thought finds nowhere mystery. Thyrza Trent was not of those. What joys were to be hers she must pluck out of the fire, and there are but few of her kind whom in the end the fire does not consume. But for the present things seemed to be set going on a smooth track, and to be sure, though she had thought it better to ask no such kindness, Mrs. Ormond knew that her friend Clara Emerson would very shortly make a companion of Thyrza. It was Clara's nature to make a friend of any nice person who gave a sign of readiness for friendly intercourse. The fact of Thyrza's being untaught and a needle-plier would make no difference to her when she had discovered the girl's sweetness of disposition. Thyrza wondered much at the way in which her singing master proceeded with her instruction. She had looked forward to learning new songs, and she was allowed to sing nothing but mere uninteresting scales of notes. A timid question at length elicited one or two abrupt remarks which humbled, but at the same time informed her. The teacher, like most of his kind, was a poor creature of routine, unburdened by imagination. He had only a larynx to deal with, and was at no pains to realize that the fountain of its notes was the soul. To be sure, that was a thought which he was not accustomed to have forced upon him. Humbled and informed, Thyrza took her lessons with faultless patience, and with the hopeful zeal which makes light of every difficulty. She felt her voice improving, and when she sang to herself the old songs, she was no longer satisfied with the old degree of accuracy. A world of which she had no suspicion was opening to her. Music began to mean something quite different from the bird warble which was all she had known. Moreover, she began to have an inkling of the value of her voice. Mrs. Ormond had scarcely with a word commended her singing, and had spoken of the lessons as something that might be useful, with no more emphasis. The master, of course, had only praise or blame for the individual exercise. But there was someone in the house who felt bound by no considerations of prudence. Clara, hearing Thyrza's notes, was entranced by them, and of course took the first opportunity of saying so. "You really think I have a good voice?" Thyrza asked once, when they had grown accustomed to each other. "You have a splendid voice, Miss Trent," replied Clara, who delighted in bestowing praise. "Do you think I shall really be able to sing some day? I mean, to people?" "Why not? I fancy people will be only too anxious to get you to sing." In places like St. James's Hall?" Thyrza asked, her ears tingling at her audacity. "Some day, I've no doubt whatever." Thyrza sewed, as a rule, for 6 hours a day, save of course on the days when she went to the home. For her leisure she had found so much occupation that she seldom went to bed before midnight. In her walk to the omnibus which took her to Hampstead, she had to pass a second-hand bookshop, and it became her habit to put aside 6 pence a week, more she could not, for the purchasing of books. With no one to guide her choice, and restricted as she was in the matter of price, she sometimes made strange acquisitions. She avoided storybooks, and bought only such as seemed to her to contain solid matter. History by preference, having learned from Gilbert that history was the best thing to study. Over these accumulating volumes she spent many a laborious hour. First, it was very hard to keep awake much after 10 o'clock. Eyelids would grow so heavy, and the coil of golden hair, she no longer wore the long plait with the blue ribbon, seemed such a burden on the brain. But she strove with her drowsiness, and, like other students, soon made the grand discovery that, the fit once over, one is wider awake than ever. What hard things she read! Tytler's Universal History, in one fat little small typed volume, very much spoilt by rain, she made a vade mecum. The annals of the Orient, of Greece, of Rome, with difficulty not easily estimated, she worked her way through them. An English dictionary became a necessity. She had to wait 3 weeks before she had the money enough to purchase the cheapest she could find. At the very beginning of Tytler were such terrible words: chronological, and epitome, and disquisitions, and exemplification. If I had someone to ask what time it would save me, wouldn't he help me? Wouldn't he be glad to tell me what long words mean? Never mind, she would do it by herself. She had brains. Poor Gilbert had so often said that she could learn anything in time. So the lamp burned on till midnight. Compendious old Tytler! In his grave it should have given him both joy and sorrow that so sweet a face grew paler over his long, hard words. Had she not her reward before her? 2 years. In one way it would be all too short a time. Not an hour must be lost. And when the 2 years had come full circle, and some morning she was told that someone wished to see her, and she went down into the sitting-room, and he stood before her, then she would say, "This and this I have done, thus hard have I striven, for your sake, because I love you better than my own soul." That secret, no one must suspect it, no, not even Liddy. After a hard night's work she would wake up feeling yet weary, her brain dull, and a strange pain at her heart, the pain that came so often, but whilst her thoughts were struggling to consciousness, she felt there was some joy beyond the present pain. And behold, with sense of the new day came ever-renewed hope. She rose, and a bright angel circled her with protecting, comforting arms. Dark or sunny, for her the morning had its golden rays. How near he sometimes might be to her! She knew nothing of Egremont's having left England. Lydia did not, and would scarcely have mentioned the name even if she had known. Thyrza thought of himself as always very near. There's a possibility that she might by chance see him. It would have been very dear to her to see him at a distance, but she dreaded lest he should see her. That would spoil all. No, it was a sacred compact. 2 years, 2 whole years, had to be lived through, and then no one could say a word against their meeting. She would be able to sing to him then. If her voice proved good enough for her to sing in a concert, like the concert at St. James's Hall, would he not be proud of her? Artist soul that she had, she never gave it a thought that, if she became his wife, he might prefer that she should not sing in public. She imagined herself before a great hall of people, singing, yet singing in truth to one only. But all the others must hear and praise that he might have joy of her power. Yet there would be the hour also for her singing to him alone, they two alone together. Would not her song be then the most glorious, not with her own voice, but with the voice of very love, would she utter her hymn of gladness and worship? And he would praise her in few words, more with looks than with words. And again she would say, so I can sing, and no one can sing like me, but only because I sing for you, and with my soul I love you. She could not often be sorrowful, and never for long together, even in thinking of the past. Yes, one day there was of unbroken grief, the day on which she received, through Mrs. Ormond as always, the letter wherein Lydia told her of Mr. Body's death. On that day she shed bitter tears. Lydia spared her all that was most painful. She said that the old man had fallen insensible by the Poole's house, had been taken in by them, and had died. She said that just before the end he uttered Thyrza's name, and Thyrza had thought too seldom of Mr. Body, to whom she and her sister owed so much. Had she hastened his death, she now asked herself, by bringing upon him a great grief? The common remorse, the common vain longings assailed her. Even in the old days she had somewhat slighted him. She had never shown him such love and care as Lydia always did, and the poor old man was buried with so much of her past. Only one little shadow there was that fell upon her at times when she thought of Egremont. What was that question of Mrs. Ormond's? A question asked in the overheard conversation. Have you altogether forgotten Annabel? And Walter's reply had shown that he did once love someone named Annabel. He had asked her to marry him, and she, strange beyond thought, had refused him. Thyrza believed, she could not be quite sure, but she believed, that she had heard Mrs. Ormond address Miss Newfort by that name. She remembered Miss Newfort very distinctly, her refined beauty, her delightful playing. Strangely, too, she had associated Egremont with that lady in the thoughts she had after her return from Eastbourne. If that were Annabel, did there remain no fear? If he had once loved her, might not the love revive? He and she would meet, doubtless would meet. Her beauty, her accomplishments would be present, and was there no danger to the newer love if that memory were frequently brought back? If he had not loved Annabel, be she who she might, if this love for herself had been his first love, how thankful she would have been. The love she gave him was her first. Never had she loved Gilbert Grail, though she had thought her friendship for him deserved the dear name. Her first love truly, and would it not be her last? Very often, when she had sat down to her hook, thoughts of this kind would come and distract her. What to her were the kings of old Eastern lands, the conquests of Rome, the long chronicles dense with forgotten battle and woe? So easily she could have yielded to her former habits, and have passed hour after hour in reverie. What, she wondered now, had she dreamed of in those far-off days? Was it not foresight of the mystery one day to rule her life? Had she not visioned these sorrows and these priceless joys, when as yet unable to understand them? Indeed, sometimes there seemed no break between then and now. She longed unconsciously for what was now come. That was all. Everything had befallen so naturally, so inevitably, step by step, arising from vision to vision. Would the future perfect her life's progress? But Lydia was not forgotten. To her she wrote long letters, telling all that she might tell. The one thing of which she would most gladly have spoken to her sister must never be touched upon, for in one respect Lydia was against her. Fixedly against her. She had come to know that too well. Lydia bitterly resented Egremont's coming between her sister and Gilbert. She hoped his name would never again be spoken, and that all remembrance of him would pass away. This made no difference to Thyrza's love. When she met Lydia, it was always with the same passionate joy. Their meetings took place in a private room at the hotel Mrs. Ormond always used. Lydia never made any inquiry. Whatever she might tell about herself, Thyrza had to tell unasked. It would have made a great difference had there been no secret to keep beyond that comparatively unimportant one of where Thyrza was living. But Thyrza resolved to breathe no word till the 2 years were gone by. Would it then make a coldness between her and her sister? It should not. Her happiness should not have that great flaw. When the spring came, Thyrza knew a falling off in her health. The pain at her heart gave her more trouble, and she had days of such physical weakness that she could do little work. With the reviving year, her passion became a yearning of such intensity that it seemed to exhaust her frame. For all her endeavours, it was seldom during these weeks that she could give attention to her books. Even her voice failed for a time, and when she resumed the suspended lessons, she terrified her teacher by fainting just as he was taking leave of her. Mrs. Ormond came, and there was a very grave conversation between her and Dr. Lamb, who was again attending Thyrza. It was declared that the latter had been overexerting herself. Work of all kind was prohibited for a season, and when a week or two brought about little, if any improvement, Thyrza was taken to Eastbourne, to her old quarters, in Mrs. Guest's house. There Lydia spent 2 days with her. The elder sister could not give herself to full enjoyment of these days. Much as she delighted to be with Thyrza, there was always one and the same drawback to her pleasure in the meetings. Thyrza was so unfeignedly cheerful that Lydia could by no effort get rid of her suspicion that she was being deceived. She shrank from reopening the subject, because it was so disagreeable to her to pronounce Egremont's name, because, too, she could not betray doubt without offending Thyrza. It was hard to distrust Thyrza, yet how account for the girl's most strange apparent happiness? Even now, though under troubled health, her sister's spirits were good. Far more easily Lydia could have suspected Mrs. Ormond of some duplicity, yet here she was checked by instincts of gratitude and by a sense of shame. Mrs. Ormond did not certainly impress her as likely to be deceitful. Still, though she would not specify accusation, Lydia was convinced indeed, that something very material was being kept from her. It was a cruel interference with the completeness of her sympathy in all the conversation between Thyrza and herself. "So you are friends again with Mary Bower," Thyrza said soon after they had met. "Do you go and have tea with her on Sundays sometimes?" "No, she comes to me." "And you go to chapel?" Thyrza laughed, seeing Lydia look down. "Poor Liddy, what a trial it always was to you. Do you mind it so much now?" They were sitting on the beach. Lydia picked up pebbles and threw them away. "I don't think about it as I used to, Thyrza," she replied quietly after a short pause. "I go now because I like to go." "Do you, dear?" Thyrza said doubtfully, feeling there was a change and not understanding it. "You always liked the singing, you know." "Yes, I like the singing, but there's more than that. I like it all now." "Do you?" said Thyrza, in yet a more uncertain voice. Lydia looked up and smiled brightly. "We won't talk about it now, dearest. Some day we will, though, a good long talk, when we are again together, if we ever shall be together again, Thyrza." "I think so, Liddy. I hope so. At all events, we shall see each other very often." "Very often, not always together." Thyrza was silent, but said presently, "Perhaps. We can't tell, Liddy." "But you don't think we shall? You don't hope we shall?" Thyrza did not speak. "No," Lydia went on very sadly, "that's all over and gone. There's something between us, and now there always will be, always. It's very hard for me to lose you like this." "Don't speak about it now, Liddy," her sister murmured. "It isn't true that there will always be something between us. You'll see. But don't speak about it now, dear." Lydia brightened and found other subjects. Then Thyrza said, "You never told me, Liddy, what it was that first made you break off with Mary. You know you never would tell me. Is it still a secret?" "No, I can tell you if you like. Please do." "It was because Mary spoke against Mr. Ackroyd. I still don't think that she ought to have spoken as she did, and Mary owned she was unkind, but I understand better now what she meant." "What was it she said?" "It was about his having no religion, and that because he had none, he did things he couldn't have done if he'd felt it in the right way." "Yes, I understand," Thyrza mused. She added, "He's still not married?" "No." "Why not? Liddy, I don't believe they ever will be married. And I don't either, dear." Thyrza looked quickly at her sister. Lydia was again playing with pebbles, not quite smiling, but nearly. "You don't? Then what has happened? Won't you tell me?" "I don't think they suit each other." "But there's something else. I'm sure there is. You said, 'and I don't either,' in such a queer way. How do you know they don't suit each other?" "Since Granddad's death, you know, I've often been to Mrs. Poole's. She tells me things sometimes. You mustn't think I ever ask, Thyrza. You know that isn't my way, but Mrs. Poole often speaks about her brother. Only 2 days ago she told me he wasn't going to marry Toddy." "Really? And I don't think you'd have said a word about it if I hadn't made you. It's broken off for good." "I believe it is." Neither spoke for a while. Then Thyrza said, "I suppose you see Mr. Ackroyd sometimes at the house?" "Sometimes," the other replied, heedlessly. "Does he talk to you, Liddy?" "A little, just a little sometimes." "But why has he broken off with Toddy?" "What does Toddy say about it?" "I believe she was the first to ask him to break off. I met her a week ago, and she looked very jolly, as if something good had happened to her. I suppose she's glad to be free again. How queer it all is, Liddy. Now you might mention things like this in your letters. If there's anything else of the same kind happens, remember you tell me." "I don't see how there can be, unless they begin over again." "Well, mind you tell me if they do, and if they don't." On the second day of Lydia's visit, they heard from the Chestnuts that Bessie Bunce was dead. She had died suddenly, and just when she seemed to be in better health than for years. Thyrza, speaking of the event with Lydia, said gravely, "I can't feel sorry. It's a good thing to die like that, with no pain and no looking forward." "Oh, do you think so, Thyrza? There's something dreadful in the suddenness to me." "To me it's just the opposite. I'm afraid of death. I don't think I could sit by anybody that was dying. I hope I may die in that way." Lydia was shocked, and wondered, grieving. End of chapter 33. Recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 34 of Thyrza. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 34. Alone on Security. Yet again it was summertime, the second summer since the parting between Lydia and her sister, all but the end of the second 12 months since the day when Thyrza had heard something that was not meant for her ears. In Walnut Tree Walk, the evening was clear and warm. A man was going along the street selling flowers in pots. His donkey cart was covered with leaf and bloom, and with a geranium under each arm, he trudged onwards, bellowing. Children were playing at 5 stones on the pavement you heard an organ away in Kennington Road. Lydia was having tea and trimming a bonnet at the same time. The bonnet belonged to Mrs. Poole, and the work on it was for friendship's sake. Only on that understanding had Lydia consented to do it. Mrs. Poole had frequently wished to give her an odd job at needlework, for which she herself either had not time or lacked the skill, and to pay for it as she would have had to pay anyone else. For some reason, Lydia declined to do anything for her on those conditions. She would help as a friend, but not otherwise. She was hurrying, for she wanted to take the bonnet to Paradise Street by 8 o'clock, and it was now 7:30. Her face had the air of thoughtful contentment which best became it. Her window was open, and, as in the old days, there were flower-pots on the sill. Her eye now and then rested for a moment on the little patches of colour. She did not think of the flowers, but they helped pleasantly to tone her mind. Even so, will a strain of music sometimes pass through the memory, unmarked by us, yet completing the happiness of some peaceful hour. She drank her last drop of tea, and, almost simultaneously, put her last touch to the bonnet. Then she prepared herself for going out, hummed a tune while she carefully packed the piece of headgear in its bandbox, and went on her way. When Mrs. Poole answered her knock at the house door, Lydia said, "I hope you'll like it. I shall see you on Sunday, and you'll tell me then. But where are you going? Why won't you come in? Oh, I have to buy something. Come in for a minute, then." "No, thank you, not tonight." "Do as I tell you," said the other, with good-natured persistence. "I believe you're ashamed of your work, and that's why you're running away. Come in at once." Lydia yielded, though seemingly with reluctance. They went down into the kitchen, where the two young Pooles were at an uproarious game. "Now there's been just about enough of that," exclaimed their mother, raising her voice to be heard. "Miss Trent'll think we have a bear garden down here. You must play quietly, or off you go to bed. I mean it." The bonnet was taken forth and examined, with many ejaculations of delight from its owner. The only article of attire upon which Mrs. Poole ever spent a thought was her bonnet, a noteworthy instance of her inconsequence of human nature, seeing that it was the rarest thing for her to leave the house, save when she ran out at night to make purchases, and then she always donned an object of straw, whose utility was its only merit. Though as happy a woman as you could have found in Lambeth, she seldom had a moment of leisure from getting up to bedtime. Her kind are very numerous. Such women pass through a whole summer without an hour of rest in the sunshine, and often through a married lifetime without going beyond the circle of neighbouring streets. But the bonnet delighted her. She tried it on, and having placed a looking-glass on the table, went through the wonderful feat in which women are so skilled, that of seeing the back of her head. Then, having constrained Lydia to sit down, she pursued multifarious occupations, talking the while. "I hope you don't notice any bad smells in the house," she said. "There's Luke at his usual work, upstairs. What pleasure he can find in that is more than I can understand. I know he's ruined my table with his chemicals. There's Jackie with him, too. If I was Mr. Bunce, I should be afraid to have the boy taught such things. He'll set the house on fire some day, will Master Jack, and burn himself and his little sister to death." "But you see," said Lydia, "Mr. Ackroyd does keep to it. You didn't think he'd persevere more than a week or two, and now it must be a good 3 months. "Well, yes, it does look as if it was going to be different from the other things," Mrs. Poole admitted, with a grudging laugh. "Well, he always had a liking for reading books of that kind. Let's hope he knows his own mind at last. But then he can't never do anything in moderation, can't Luke? He's got an idea into his head that he's going to invent a new kind of candle. If you ever heard such a thing? Well, says I to him last night, when he come talking to me about it, it's what I call a come-down. Here a while ago you wasn't content with nothing but setting the world upside down. Now you'll be satisfied if you can invent a new candle, and make money out of it. Well, I says, I'd be above candles, Luke. My, you should have seen how angry he got. Who said he wanted to make money? Who'd ever heard him mentioning money, he'd like to know? If people had low minds, that wasn't his fault. And then he went off grumbling to himself. But, ventured Lydia, with diffidence, I don't see there's any harm even if he did think of making money. Do you, Mrs. Poole? Not I, child. I only talk so just to tease him. I do so like to tease Luke. He puts on such airs. Let him make money, of course, if he can. All the better for him. I'd a deal rather have him doing this than spending all his nights at that club in Westminster Bridge Road, talking nonsense and worse. Why, he's ever so much better to live with now than he used to be. He really does talk sensible sometimes, and he isn't such a great baby about some things. Mrs. Poole smiled and held her tongue. "And what's the last news from your sister?" was her next question. "Oh, I had a letter yesterday," Lydia replied, her face lighting up. "It was all about the concert next Wednesday. Well, well, she must be full of it, mustn't she now? It must be a trying thing, to sing for the first time." but it isn't so bad as if she had to sing alone, you know. No, to be sure, but it must be bad enough even in a choir. Shan't you see her before the night? No, and I shan't be able to speak to her on Wednesday either. But the next day we shall have all the evening together. She sent me my ticket. Look, I've brought it to show you. It was a ticket for a concert in one of the suburbs of London. Lydia kept it in an envelope and handled it with care. Mrs. Poole, before taking it, wiped her hands on her apron and then held the card between the tips of her thumb and middle finger. "Will her name be on the programme?" she asked. "No, they're called Mr. Redfern's Choir. That's all." "Well, I'm sure it's very nice and something to be proud of. And she still keeps her health?" "She says she is very well indeed." "Mrs. Poole," added Lydia, lowering her voice, "you haven't said anything about it." "No, my dear, not I." "It's better not, I think. Of course it doesn't really matter, but still, bless you, I understand very well, Lydia. There's no occasion to talk about such things at all. I suppose Mary Bower knows." "Oh, yes, I told Mary. Wouldn't she have liked to go with you?" "Yes, I'm sure she would, but I think I'd rather be alone. There'll be another concert before long, I dare say, and then she shall go. It's just this first time, you know." It was a cosy kitchen, and Lydia, once seated here, seemed to forget about the shopping of which she had spoken. Mrs. Poole's stream of talk was intimate and soothing, plenty of good sense, no scandal, and no lack of blitheness. But at length it was declared to be the children's bedtime, and Lydia made this the signal for rising to take her leave. "Now do sit still," urged Mrs. Poole. "You're such a restless body. I've got lots of things I want to talk about yet, if only I could think of them." "I really must go," Lydia pleaded. "No, you mustn't now. I shan't be a minute getting these children off to bed, and then we'll have just 5 minutes comfortable talk. Just sew me a new tape into that apron, there's a good girl. You know where the cotton is, on the dresser up there." Lydia took up the task cheerfully, and by when it was completed the youngsters were stripped and night-gowned and ready to say their reluctant good night. Their mother carried them upstairs, one on her back and one in her arms. Good, strong mother. And the chat was renewed till the next event of the evening, supper, had to be prepared for. Lydia seemed to have given up the struggle. She consented to stay for the meal without much pressing. When the table was laid, Mrs. Poole went upstairs to her brother's bedroom. On opening the door, she was met with a very strong odor of chemical experimentalizing. Despite the warmth of the season, there was a fire, with 2 or 3 singular pots boiling upon it. A table was covered with jars and phials and test tubes and retorts. Here Ackroyd was bending to explain something to a sharp-eyed little lad, Jackie Bunce. Luke had allowed his beard to grow of late, and improved his appearance. He looked more self-reliant than formerly. He was in his shirt-sleeves. "Now, Jackie," began Mrs. Poole, "what'll your father say to you staying out till these hours? He'll think you're blowed up. Why, it's 9:30. "All right, Jane," said Ackroyd. "Jack and I have had a deal of talk about the compounds of hydrogen." "And if I was his mother, him and I would have a deal of talk about waistcoats," rejoined Mrs. Poole shrewdly. "I declare, Luke, you ought to tie an apron over him if he's going to make that mess of himself." "It's an old waistcoat, Mrs. Poole," protested Jack. "I keep it on purpose." "Oh, you do. Well, mind it don't go through to your shirt, that's all. Now run away home, Jackie, there's a good boy." "He shan't be 5 minutes more," interposed Luke. "I'm coming down myself in 5 minutes." "Well, supper's waiting, and here's Miss Trent here too. Not that that'll make you come any quicker. Perhaps I'd better not have mentioned it." Jane pressed her lips together after speaking and withdrew. "Don't you like Miss Trent, Mr. Ackroyd?" Jack inquired, when they were left alone. He was, as I have said, a sharp-eyed boy, and Luke could have given wonderful reports of his keenness of brain. It is often thus. The father has faculties which never ripen in himself, and which, as likely as not, cause him a life's struggle and unrest. They come to maturity and efficiency in the son. What more pathetic, rightly considered, than the story of those fathers whose lives are but a preparation for the richer lives of their sons? Poor Bunce, fighting with his ignorance and his passions, unable to overcome either, obstinate in holding on to a half-truth, catching momentary glimpses of a far-away ideal. What did it all mean? but that his boy should stand where he had been thrown, should see light where his eyes had striven vainly against the fog. Perhaps there is compensation to the parent if he lived to see the lad conquering, but what of those who fall into silence when all is still uncertain, when they recognize in their offspring a hereditary weakness and danger as often as a rare gleam of new promise? One would bow reverently and sadly by the graves of such men. It was a happy thought of Ackroyd's to give the boy lessons in chemistry. To teach is often the surest way of learning. In explaining simple things, Luke often enough discovered for the first time his own ignorance. In very fact, the greater part of the past 2 years had been spent by him in making discoveries of that nature, long before he thought of new combinations of oleaginous matter. By degrees he had come to suspect that, as regarded the employment of his leisure hours, he was very decidedly on the wrong track. Curiously, for Ackroyd as well as for Bunce, there had arisen a measure of evil from Walter Egremont's aspiring work. Luke, though not to such a violent degree as Bunce, was led to offer opposition to everything savouring of idealism, that is to say, of idealism as Egremont had presented it. He had heard but one of Walter's lectures, yet that was enough to realize for him the kind of thing which henceforth he disliked and distrusted. Egremont, it seemed to him, had sought to make working men priggish and effeminate, whereas what they wanted was backbone and consciousness of the barred facts of life. Ackroyd had never cared much for literature proper. His intellectual progress was henceforth to be in the direction of hostility to literature. When his various love difficulties ceased to absorb all his attention, he went back to his scientific books, and found that his appetite for such studies was keener than ever. At length he converted his bedroom into a laboratory, resolved to pursue certain investigations seriously. When his heart, or diaphragm, or whatever else it may be, left him at peace, his brain could work to sufficient purpose, and of late he had worked most vigorously. He ceased to trouble himself about politics and religion and social matters. His views thereon, he declared, had undergone no change whatever, but he had no time to talk at present. But a question of Jack's waited for an answer. "That's only my sister's fun," Luke replied with a smile. "There's no reason why I shouldn't like her." "I think she don't look bad," Jack remarked, as if allowing himself to stray from chemistry to a matter of trivial interest. He added, "But she don't come up to Miss Nan Caro. I like her. She's the right kind of girl. Don't you think so?" "First rate. I say, Mr. Ackroyd, why don't you never come now and call for her, like you used to?" "Used to? When?" "Why, you know well enough. Not long ago." "Oh, years ago." "No, not more than a year ago." "Yes, Jack, 1.5 years. "Well, it didn't seem so long. I say, why don't you? I've only just thought of it. There's no need to call. I see her sometimes, and that's enough for friends, isn't it? I believe you was going to marry Miss Nan Caro, wasn't you? Holo, who told you such a thing as that?" "Nobody. I thought of it myself. It looks like it when I think. I'm older now, you see, than I was then. I see more into things." Ackroyd laughed heartily. "It seems you do." "Well, but tell me, Mr. Ackroyd." "No, I shan't. When you get a bit older still, you'll know that men have no business to talk about such things. Understand that, Jack. Never get into the way of talking about things that aren't your business. There's been a deal of harm done by that." "Has there?" Luke was silent. The boy continued. "You're sure you are friends with Miss Nan Caro?" "Of course I am. Capital friends. Why, we were both of us on the Greenwich boat last Sunday, and we laughed and talked no end of time." But Luke was ready to leave the room. He appointed another evening when Jack should come, and the lads scampered off. Leaving Ackroyd to go down and have supper with his sister and Lydia, and with Mr. Poole, who had just come home from a late job, let us go after Jack into Newport Street. As he reached the house, his father was just coming out. "You're too late," said the latter, with a shake of the head. "Tell Mr. Ackroyd you must be back by 9. What about your lessons, eh?" "Lessons!" exclaimed Jack scornfully. "Do them in half a crack before breakfast? Why, there's nothing but a bit of geography and some kings and free proportion sums and a page of— All right, go to bed quietly. Nellie's asleep long ago. I shall be back in half an hour." Jack went very softly upstairs. In the one room which was still the entire home of his father and himself and his little sister, he found a lamp burning low. The child was in her small cot, sleeping peacefully. Jack began to unbutton his acid-stained waistcoat, having seized a piece of bread and butter that lay waiting for him, when his thoughts intervened to suspend the operation of undressing. He left the room again and looked at the door on the opposite side of the landing. He saw a light beneath it. He advanced and rapped softly. "Who's that?" was asked from within. "You ain't in bed yet, Miss Nan Carroll, are you?" Jack asked, with the frankness of expression which became his age. The door opened and Toddy appeared, able to receive visitors still with perfect propriety. "What is it, Jackie?" The lad was munching his bread and butter. "You haven't got a spoonful of that jam left, have you, Miss Nan Carroll?" he asked, with a mixture of confidence and shamefacedness. Toddy laughed. "I dare say I have, but this is a nice time to come asking for jam. Isn't your father in?" "Gone out. Says he'll be half an hour. Plenty of time, Miss Nan Carroll." "Come in, then." Toddy closed the door and produced from her cupboard a receptacle regarded with profound interest both by Nelly and the maturer Jack, a pot of black currant preserve. She spread some with a liberal hand on the lad's bread, then watched him as he ate, her enjoyment equalling his own. The bread finished, she offered a spoonful of jam, pure and simple. It was swallowed with gusto. "I say, Miss Nan Carroll," remarked Jack, "I don't half like going to a new house. I can't see what father wants to move for. We're well enough off here." "Why don't you want to go?" "Well, there's a good many things. I shouldn't mind so much, you know, if you was coming as well." Again she laughed. "That's as much as to say, Jack, you'll be sorry when there's no jam. It isn't me, not it." "Don't be so sure. I shall come and see you often enough, and not for jam either. You're always jolly with me, and I don't see why you can't come as well. Father'd like you to." Toddy regarded him with a smile for an instant, then asked carelessly, "How do you know that? As if it made any difference to your father." "But he said he wished you was coming. He said so day before yesterday." "Nonsense. Now get off to bed. He'll be back and we shall both get scolded." Jack drew to the door, but Toddy recalled him. "What an idea for your father to say he wished I was coming. Tell me how he said it." "Why, it was about Nelly. We was talking and saying Nelly did miss you, and father said, half to himself like, Nelly wouldn't be sorry if Miss Nan Carroll would come and be with her always, and I dare say somebody else wouldn't be sorry either." "Why, you silly boy, he meant you, of course." "No, he didn't. Think I can't tell what he meant. Run off to bed. I think I hear your father coming in." Jack made a rush, and in 1 minute and a half was under the bedclothes. The removal which Bunce was about to effect signified an improvement of circumstances. It was time for his luck to turn. Year after year he had found himself still at grip with poverty. The shadow of his evil domestic experiences lengthened as he drew further away, and it seemed as if he would never get beyond it. To a man of any native delicacy, the memory of bondage to a hateful woman clings like a long disease which impoverishes the blood. There is only one way of eradicating it, and that is with the aid of a strong, wholesome, new emotion. And at length Bunce began to feel that the past was really past. One sign of it was the better fortune which enabled him to earn more money. One of his children was dead, but the other two were growing in health of mind and body, and he could clothe them better, could look forward to their future, at last, without that sinking of the heart which at times had made him pause by night on one of the river bridges, and long for a moment's madness that he might plunge, and have done with everything. Few men had come out of darkness into the light of a sober working day with less help than he had had. It was his nature to keep silence on his difficulties. He did not much care to hold continuous friendship with any man, for, like all who have the habit of talking to themselves, he was conscious that his companionship lacked attraction. Moreover, a thing which superficial observers do not realize, like all who are most genuinely at odds with the world, the first head of his quarrel was with himself. He was only too well aware of his own defects and errors. He felt himself to be unamiable, often gross of understanding, always ready to fall into a blunder which other men would avoid. He had stood in his own way as often as he had been balked by others, perhaps oftener. Now he was going to risk a step forward, was going to leave his single-room lodging and take 2 rooms in a brighter street some distance away. They would be vacant for him a fortnight hence, and he had money enough to buy furniture. Yet he did not look forward to the change as cheerfully as might have been expected. For one reason, and for one only, the old abode was preferable to him. It was a reason of such weight that it cost him no little exertion of common sense to put it aside. At the same time it had to be put aside, and most resolutely, for, whenever it occupied his mind, he soon found himself uttering contemptuous remarks upon his own thick-headed folly. He would sometimes blurt out such words as fool, idiot, blockhead, as he walked along the street, astonishing passers-by who could not be supposed to know that the speaker was applying these epithets to himself. On Sunday evening, a day or 2 after the conversation just reported between Jack and Toddy, Bunce took his children to Battersea Park. When there, he did not walk about among the people, but sought a retired piece of lawn and sat down to enjoy a pipe. Nelly had brought a doll with her, and found delectable occupation in explaining to it all the various objects which might reasonably excite its curiosity in such a place. Jack talked with his father of chemistry, of his school teachers, of what he would be when he was a man. Their conversation was interrupted by Nelly's exclaiming, "See, there's Miss Nancarrow." Toddy was coming over the grass at a little distance, between 2 companions, girls dressed with an emphasis of Sunday elegance, which made her look rather brown and plain by contrast. Toddy never cared to spend much on clothes, a singular feature of her character. When the 3 were passing at a distance of 20 yards, Nelly cried out with a shrill voice, "Miss Nancarrow!" "Hush, child," said her father, more annoyed than seemed necessary. "Don't scream at people in that way." Nelly was abashed, but her cry had caught Toddy's ear. The latter nodded, laughed, and went on with her friends. "I say, father," Jack began, "do you know what I think?" "What, boy?" "Why, I think if you asked Miss Nancarrow to come and take a room in the new house, she would." "Why on earth should I ask her to do such a thing?" inquired Bunce, laying down his pipe on the grass. It had gone out since Toddy's passing. He looked at his son with bent brows and rather fiercely. "Well, I know I'd like her to, and so would Nelly. I can get on with Miss Nancarrow, 'cause she's got so much sense. I don't think much of other women." Bunce grubbed up roots of grass with his hard, blunt fingers. Then he took up his pipe again and teared the stem about between his teeth, and the while he cast glances at Jack, side glances, half savage. "What makes you think she'd come?" he inquired at length, with a blundering attempt at indifference of tone. "I talked to her about it the other night." "Oh, you did you? And what business had you to talk about such things, I'd like to know?" "I don't see no harm. I told her we'd all be glad if she'd come." "What the confusion! And who told you to say any such thing?" Jack was amazed at the outburst of wrath he had provoked. "Well, father," he muttered, "I've heard you say yourself that you'd be glad if she was coming." "Then I'll thank you not to repeat what I say. Leave Miss Nancarrow alone. If I find you've talked to her in that way again, you and me'll quarrel, Jack." The boy fell into a fit of sulks, and drew to a little distance, where he lay flat, beating the earth vigorously with a stick. Then it strangely happened that someone came round the bushes, in the shadow of which the 3 were reposing, and that it was no other than Miss Nancarrow, this time unaccompanied. Bunce did not notice her till she stood before him, then he jumped to his feet. "Don't disturb yourself, Mr. Bunce," said Toddy with her usual self-command. "I'm only going to have a talk with Nelly, that's all." She sat down on the grass by the little one, and began a grave dialogue on the subject of certain ailments from which the doll had recently recovered. It had been nursed for measles, Nelly having had them not long ago, and its face still showed signs of the disease. Jack was not disposed to talk. His discretion had been impugned, and at Jack's age one feels anything of that kind shrewdly. Letting his eyes wander about the portion of the park that lay before them, he saw at a little distance the nucleus of a religious meeting. At any other time he would have scorned to pay attention to such a phenomenon. At present he was glad of any opportunity of asserting his independence. He knew his father ridiculed prayer meetings, consequently he rose and began to walk in the direction of the group of people. "Where are you going, Jack?" cried Bunce. "Only for a walk. I'll come back." His father acquiesced. Totty suspended her talk and gazed after him for a moment. Then she turned to Bunce. "So you found rooms, Mr. Bunce," she said, with a piece of sorrel between her lips. "Yes, I've got 2 that'll suit us, I think." He mentioned where they were, and made a few remarks about them. "If there's anything I can do to help you," said Totty, looking at Jack's distant figure, "you'll tell me, I know. There might be some sewing. I've got plenty of time. Window blinds and those things." "Well, I've made arrangements about all that with the landlady," Bunce replied in some embarrassment. "I thank you very much, Miss Nan Carroll, all the same." "That's too bad of you. You knew very well I'd have been glad to help. Tell your father he's very soon forgetting his old friends, Nelly." She drew the child to her as she spoke and kissed her cheek. "You know very well I shan't do that, Miss Nan Carroll," said Bunce, glancing at her. "Whoever else, I'm not likely to forget you." "I'm not so sure of that. Are you, Nelly?" He said nothing. Totty let her eyes catch a glimpse of his face. He was looking down and again grubbing up grass. "I shall be very sorry if you don't come and see the children sometimes," he mumbled, "or at all events I hope they can come and see you." "Shall you still work at the same shop?" Totty asked, paying no attention to the last remark. "Yes, for a bit at all events." "Why don't you start a shop of your own, Mr. Bunce?" she next inquired, as if a happy idea had struck her. "I shouldn't mind doing that," he answered with a hard laugh, "but shops can't be had for the wishing." "You don't need a big one. Now, like that shop in Duke Street, you know. What's the rent of a place like that?" "I'm sure I don't know. I suppose it goes with the house." "Then what's the rent of the house likely to be? You could let all you didn't want, you know, and that'd almost pay the rent, I should think." He laughed again. "What's the good of talking about it? Why, there's a little locksmith's and ironmonger's shop to let in that street just off the far end of Lambeth Walk. They're selling off now. I'm going to buy a few things tomorrow, but what's the good of thinking about it?" "I don't know. What's the rent?" "Not more than £40, house and all, I dare say. A mate of mine was talking about it. He said he wished he'd a couple of £100 to take it and start. The man's dead, and his wife wanted to sell the business, but she can't get an offer." The meeting which Jack was attending had began to sing a hymn. The voices, harmonized by distance, sounded pleasantly. "I like that hymn tune, Mr. Bunce," said Totty. "Don't you?" "I don't think much about hymns, Miss Nan Carroll." "Well, you might say you like it." "I do, to tell the truth, so long as I can't hear the words." "I don't care nothing about the words either. So we agree about something, at all events." "I don't think we've differed about many things, have we?" She looked at him frankly and smiled. Then she said, "Oh, you used to be a bit afraid of me, I know. Shall I tell you what it was made us real friends? It was when you burnt your hand and I did it up for you." Bunce now returned her look, and his swarthy cheeks reddened. His eyes fell again. "You behaved very kindly," he said in a half-ashamed way. "I don't forget, and I'm not likely ever to, and I shan't forget all you've done for the children either. I don't think there's anyone living I've more to thank for than you." "The idea! Well, it's true. But look here, Mr. Bunce, about that shop. Suppose you had £250. Could you make a start, do you think?" "I rather suppose I could. And where's £250 to come from, Miss Nan Carroll?" "I'll lend it to you if you like." He gazed at her with so strange a face that Totty broke into hearty laughter. Bunce joined, appreciating the joke. "I mean it, Mr. Bunce. I've got £250. At all events I can have, whenever I like." He gazed again, wondering at her tone. "Now I see you don't believe me, so I shall have to explain." She told him the story of her legacy, only forbearing to speak of the condition attached to it. "Will you let me lend it to you, Mr. Bunce?" No, I'm sure I shan't, Miss Nan Carroll. You'll have plenty of use for that yourself. Look here, Nellie. The child was listening to this remarkable dialogue and trying to understand. Tell your father he's to do just what I want. If he doesn't, I'll never speak again neither to you nor Jackie. Now I mean it. Please, father, said Nellie, do what Miss Nan Carroll wants. Bunce kept his face half averted. He was at a dire pass. Well, Mr. Bunce, that's all nonsense, he exclaimed. How can I tell that I should ever be able to pay you back? So you won't. Of course I can't. It's just like you to offer, but of course I can't. Very well, I can't help it. She lowered her voice. I forgot to tell you that I can't get the money till I'm married. It doesn't matter. I've offered it. Bunce stared at her. Goodbye, Nellie, Toddy went on. I can't be friends with you after this. Your father's told me to go about my business. No, he hasn't, protested the child dolorously. You haven't, have you, father? Yes, he has. It doesn't matter. I'm off. She jumped up. Bunce sprang to his feet at the same time and caught her up in a moment. She turned, looked at him, reddened, laughed. Why did you say anything about that money? He began, able to speak without restraint at length. If I hadn't known about that, I don't see what the money's got to do with it. I do. Look, I should have felt like making a fool of myself. A man of my age and with 2 children. But I do believe when I'd got into those new rooms I couldn't have helped some day asking you if— well, I can't say it. I'm ashamed of myself, that's the truth. And what does that matter, Mr. Bunce, so long as I'm not ashamed of you? When you might do so well, a man like me and the children. How you talk! Don't you think I'm fond of the children? Come and sit down again and talk a bit. No, will you have the money, Mr. Bunce, or won't you? I'd very much rather have you without it, Toddy, and that's the honest truth. Yes, but you can't, you see. Now you'll have a rare tale to tell of me some day when you're tired of me, and it's all come of your changing your lodgings. I know. No, you don't know. Come and sit down and I'll tell you. Toddy went back and fondled Nellie against her side, and explained why the threatened change of abode had made her act with such independence, characteristic to the end. End of chapter 34. Recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 35 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 35. 3 letters. Walter Egremont to Mrs. Ormond. Were I to spend the rest of my natural life in this country, which assuredly I have no intention of doing, I think I should never settle down to an hour's indulgence of those tastes which were born in me, and which, in spite of all neglect, are in fact as strong as ever. I cannot read the books I wish to read. I cannot even think the thoughts I wish to think. As I have told you, the volumes I brought out with me lay in their packing cases for more than 6 months after my arrival, and for all the use I have made of them in this second 6 months, they might be still there. The shelves in the room which I call my library are furnished, but I dare not look how much dust they have accumulated. I read scarcely anything but newspapers. It is I who write the words. Newspapers at morning, newspapers at night. Yes, one exception. I have spent a good deal of time of late over Walt Whitman. You know him, of course, by name, though I dare say you have never looked into his works, and I expect that I shall spend a good deal more. I suspect, indeed, that he will in the end come to mean much to me, but I cannot write of him yet. I am struggling with him, struggling with myself as regards him. In a month or so I shall have more to say. It is perfectly true, then, that till quite recently I have read but newspapers. The people about me scarcely by any chance read anything else, and the influence of surroundings has from the first been very strong upon me. You have complained frequently that I say nothing to you about myself. It is one of the signs of my condition that with difficulty I think of that self, and to pen words about it has been quite impossible. I long constantly for the old worlds and the old moods, but I cannot imagine myself back into them. I would give anything to lock my door at night and take down my Euripides. If I get as far as the shelf, my hand drops. I begin to see a meaning in this phase of my life. I have been learning something about the latter end of the 19th century, its civilization, its possibilities, and the subject has a keen interest for me. Is it new then, you will ask? To tell you the truth, I knew nothing whatever about it until I came and began to work in America. I am in the mood for frankness, and I won't spare myself. All my so-called study of modern life in former days was the merest dilettantism, mere conceit and boyish pedantry. I travelled, and the fact that wherever I went I took a small classical library with me was symbolical of my state of mind. I saw everything through old-world spectacles. Even in America I could not get rid of my pedantry, and you will recognize clearly enough if you look back to the letters I wrote you at that time. I came then with theories in my head of what American civilization must be, and everything that I saw I made fit in with my preconceptions. This time I came with my mind a blank. I was ill and had not a fury left in me on any subject in the universe. For the first time in my life I was suffering all that a man can suffer. When the Atlantic roared about me I scarcely cared whether it engulfed me or not. Getting back my health, I began to see with new eyes and have since been looking my hardest, and I have still not a fury on any subject in the universe. In fact, I believe that for me the day of furies has gone by. I note phenomena, and muse about them, and not a few interest me extremely. The interest is enough. I am not a practical man, I am not a philosopher. I may, indeed, have a good deal of the poet's mind, but the poet's faculty is denied to me. It only remains to me to study the world and its relations to my personality, that I may henceforth avoid the absurdities to which I have such a deplorable leaning. Do you know what I ought to have been? A schoolmaster. That is to say, if I wished to do any work of direct good to my fellows in the world, I could have taught boys well, better than I shall ever do anything else. I could not only have taught them the gerund grinding of Thomas Carlyle, but could have inspired them with love of learning, at all events such as were capable of being so inspired. My class of working men in Lambeth exercised this faculty to some extent. When I was teaching them English literature, I was doing, as far as it went, good and sound work. When I drifted into thoughts for the present, heaven forgive me, I made an ass of myself, that's the long and short of it. My ears tingle as I remember those evenings. I am infinitely more human than I was. I can even laugh heartily at American humor, and that I take to be a sign of health. Health is what I have gained. The devotion of 8 or 10 hours a day to the work of the factory has been the best medicine anyone could have prescribed to me. It was you who prescribed it, and it was your crowning act of kindness to me, dear Mrs. Ormond. It is possible that I have grown coarser. Indeed, I know that I associate on terms of equality and friendliness with men from whom I should formerly have shrunk. I can get angry, and stand on my rights, and bluster if need be, and on the whole I think I am no worse for that. My ear is not offended if I hear myself called boss. Why should it be? It is a word as well as another. Nay, I have even felt something like excitement when listening to political speeches, in which frequent mention was made of the great state of Pennsylvania. Well, it is a great state, or the phrase has no meaning in any application. Will not this early life of the New World some day be studied with reverence and enthusiasm? I try to see things as they are. Social problems are here in plenty. Indeed, it looks very much as if America would sooner have reached an acute stage of social conflict than the old countries. Naturally, as it is the refuge of those who abandon the old world in disgust. American equality is a mere phrase. There is as much brutal injustice here as elsewhere. But I can no longer rave on the subject. The injustice is a fact, and only other facts will replace it. I concern myself only with facts. And the great fact of all is the contemptibleness of average humanity. I will submit for your reverent consideration the name of a great American philanthropist, Cornelius Vanderbilt. Personally, he was a disgusting brute, ignorant, base, a bore in his manners, a blackguard in his language. He had little if any natural affection, and to those who offended him he was a relentless barbarian. Yet the man was a great philanthropist, and became so by the piling up of millions of dollars. Of course he did that for his own vulgar satisfaction, though personally he could not use the money when he had it. No matter, he has aided civilization enormously. He as good as created the steamship industry in America. He reorganized the railway system with admirable results. By adding so much to the circulating capital of the country, he provided well-paid employment for unnumbered men. Thousands of homes should bless the name of Vanderbilt. And what is the state of a world in which such a man can do such good by such means? Well, I have nothing to say to it. It is merely part of the tremendous present which interests me. And I once stood up in my pulpit and with mild assurance addressed myself to the task of improving the world. Do not make fun of me when we meet again, dear friend. I am too bitterly ashamed of myself. It seems a long time since you told me anything of Thyrza. I do not like to receive a letter from you in which there is no mention of her name. Does she still find a resource in her music? Are you still kind to her? Yes, kind I know you are, but are you gentle and affectionate, doing your utmost to make her forget that she is alone? You do not see her very frequently, I fear. I beg you to write to her often, the helpful letters you can write to those whom you love. She can repay you for all trouble with one look of gratitude. 3 months later. I am sending you Whitman's Leaves of Grass. I see from your last letter that you have not yet got the book, and have it you must. It is idle to say that you cannot take up new things, that you doubt whether he has any significance for you, and so on. You have heart and brain, therefore his significance for you will be profound. I would not write much about him hitherto, for I dreaded the smile on your face at a new enthusiasm. I wish, too, to test this influence upon myself thoroughly. I assure you that it is easier for me now to be sceptical than to open my heart generously to anyone who in our day declares himself a message-bringer to mankind. You know how cautiously I have proceeded with this American Bates. At first I found so much to repel me, yet from the first also I was conscious of a new music, and then the clamour of the vulgar against the man was quite enough to oblige me to give him careful attention. If one goes on the assumption that the ill word of the mob is equivalent to high praise, one will not, as a rule, be far wrong in matters of literature. I have studied Whitman, enjoyed him, felt his force and his value, and speaking with all seriousness, I believe that he has helped me, and will help me, inestimably, in my endeavour to become a sound and mature man. For in him I have met with one who is first and foremost a man, a large, healthy, simple, powerful, full-developed man. Read his poem called A Song of Joys. What glorious energy of delight, what boundless sympathy, what sense, what spirit! He knows the truth of the life that is in all things, from joy in a railway train, the laughing locomotive, to push with resistless way and speed off in the distance, to joy in fields and hillsides, joy in the dropping of raindrops in a song, joy in the fighter's strength, joy in the life of the fisherman, in every form of active being, aye, and joys of the free and lonesome heart, the tender gloomy heart, joys of the solitary work, the spirit-bowed yet proud, the suffering in the struggle, the agonistic throes, the ecstasies, joys of the solemn musings day or night, joys of the thought of death, the great spheres, time and space. What would not I give to know the completeness of manhood implied in all that? Such an ideal, of course, is not a new created thing for me, but I never felt it as in Whitman's work. It is so foreign to my own habits of thought. I have always been so narrow, in a sense so provincial, and indeed I doubt whether Whitman would have appealed to me as he now does had I read him for the first time in England and under the old conditions. These 15 months of practical business life in America has swept my brain of much that was mere prejudice, even when I thought it worship. I was a pedantic starveling. Now, at all events, I see the world about me, and all the goodliness of it. Then I am far healthier in body than I was, which goes for much. It would be no hardship to me to take an axe and go off to labour on the Pacific coast. Nay, a year so spent would do me a vast amount of good. I wonder whether you have read any of the twaddle that is written about Whitman's grossness, his materialism, and so forth. If so, read his poems now, and tell me how they impress you. Is he not all spirit, rightly understood? For to him the body with its energies is but manifestation of that something invisible which we call human soul. And so pure is the soul in him, so mighty, so tender, so infinitely sympathetic, that it may stand for humanity itself. I am often moved profoundly by his words. He makes me feel that I am a very part of the universe, and that in health I can deny kinship with nothing that exists. I believe that he for the first time has spoken with the very voice of nature. Forests and seas sing to us through him, and through him the healthy unconscious man, the average man, utters what before he had no voice to tell of, his secret aspirations, his mute love and praise. Look you! I write a sort of essay, and in doing so prove that I am myself still. Were it not that I have mercy on you, I could preach on even as I used to do to my class in Lambeth. Ha! If I had known Whitman then! I believe that by persuading those men to read him and helping them to understand him, I should really have done an honest day's work. There were some who could have relished his meaning, and whose lives he would have helped. For there it is, Whitman helps one. He's a tonic beyond all to be found in the druggist's shop. I imagine that to live with the man himself for a few days would be the best thing that could befall an invalid. Surely vital force would come out of him. He makes one ashamed to groan at anything. Whatever comes to us is in the order of things, and the sound man accepts it as his lot. Yes, even death, of which he says noble things. The old melodious weeping of the poets, Mostus over his mallows, and Catullus with his solus occidere et videre prosunt. Whitman has no touch of that. Noble grief there is in him, and noble melancholy can come upon him, but acquiescence is his last word. He holds that all is good because it exists, for everything plays its part in the scheme of nature. When his day comes, he will die, as the greatest have done before him, and there will be no puny repining at the order of things. Has he then made me a thorough-going optimist? Scarcely, for the willow cannot become the oak. Your old name for me was the idealist, and I suppose in a measure I deserved it. I know I did in the most foolish sense of the word, and in my idealism was of course implied a good deal of optimism. But shall I tell you what there was in yet larger measure? That which is termed self-conceit. An enemy speaking of me now, Dalmain, for example, if he chose to tell the truth, would say that a business life in America has taken a great deal of the humbug out of me. I shall always be rather a weak mortal, shall always be marked by that blend of pessimism and optimism which necessarily marks the man to whom, in his heart, the beautiful is of supreme import, shall always be prone to accesses of morbid feeling, and in them, I dare say, find after all my highest pleasure. Nay, it is certain that Mostus and Catullus will always be more loved by me than Whitman. For all this, I am not what I was, and I am a completer man than I was. I shall remain here yet 9 months, and who can say what further change may go on in me? Now to another subject. It gladdens me to hear what you say of Thyrza, that she seems both well and happy. I envy you the delight of hearing her sing. It is a beautiful thing that in this way she has found expression for that poetry which I always read in her face. By the by, does she still meet her sister away from the place where she lives? Is that still necessary? However, all these details are in your judgment. The great thing is that she is happy in her life, that she has found a great interest. I wish to know, I beg you to answer me, whether she has ever spoken of me. When I used to press you to speak on this subject, you always ignored that part of my letter. Need you still do so? Will you not tell me whether she has asked about me, has spoken in any way of me? To be sure, you must betray no confidences, yet perhaps it will not be doing so. Read Whitman. Try to sympathize with me as I now am. You know that I am anything but low-spirited, yet in very truth I have no single companion here to whom I can speak of intimate things, and, except on business, I write absolutely to no one in England save to you. And intellectual sympathy I do need. I scarcely think I could live on through my life without it. Another thing, and the last. You have never once spoken of Miss Newthorpe, nor have I, in all this long time. I pray you tell me something of her. It is very likely that she's married. To whom now? Her husband should be an interesting man, one I should like some day to know. Or is she another example of the unaccountable things women will do in marriage? Pray heaven not. 8 months after the last. I have just been reading a leader in the New York Herald, wherein there is mention of Dalmain's factory bill. Dalmain is spoken of with extreme respect. His measure is one of those which largely testify to the practical wisdom and beneficence of the spirit which prevails in British legislation. This kind of thing it is, says the writer, which keeps England in such freedom from the social disturbance so rife on the continent of Europe, and from which America has so much to fear. Seriously, this is all very right and just. Dalmain is deserving well of his country, but the amazing fact is that such a man comes forward to perform such services. However, it is only the Vanderbilt business over again. These men are the practical philanthropists, and to sneer at them is very much the same as to speak contemptuously of the rain shower which aids the growth of the corn. I have written very short letters lately. Business has claimed me night and day. We have had sun-dried difficulties of late, which you certainly would not thank me for explaining, and I am only just beginning to feel that if I take my due sleep at night I am doing nothing wrong. For months I have been the man of business, pure and simple. I have exerted myself to overreach people, and have fumed because others all but succeeded in overreaching me. I have lived the life of a cunning and laborious animal. Well, I have my profit of it in several ways, but I think I have had about enough of it for the present. I shall be in England in a month. Whether I shall remain there long is uncertain, but at all events I shall not be back here again for some time. One of our London men is coming to take my place. I have compliments from my fellows in the firm. It makes me feel that I must have sunk low. And now to the subject which I really took up my pen to write about. I am very glad that you speak of letting Lydia visit her sister before long. I remember well how much they are to each other. It has been no less than heroism in Thyrza to submit to practical separation for so long a time, at your mere bidding, without explanation asked or given. Shall you speak of me to Thyrza before my return? No, I suppose you will take no such responsibility. I don't know what your mind is now on this matter, but in any case you have performed your part right generously and nobly, and it is a very pleasant thought to me that through her life Thyrza will regard you as her dearest friend, the one to whom she owes most. It will be a never-falling source of sympathy between her and myself. Do you think she expects my coming before long? Does such expectation explain her constant cheerfulness? Otherwise, I do not quite understand her, and have long felt it a difficulty. I put absolute faith in all you tell me of her, need I say that? But if indeed she looks forward to seeing me, in what manner has she conceived that hope? I confess I did not think that her nature was of the kind which can derive sufficient support from hope alone, hope which comes of mere wish. It would be so very different if any word had ever passed between us which her memory could store up as encouragement. In that case she would hope on for years, her own fidelity making it impossible for her to suspect me of unfaithfulness. That, I believe, is in her character. You remember that, in my raving, I accused myself to you and said that I was conscious of having allowed her to read my thoughts. I cannot now be sure whether that was true or not. I heartily wish I could. Still, I am sure that I did not purposefully lead her to think I was in love with her, and, as things turned out, nothing subsequently happened to give her that idea. At all events, nothing I ever knew of. True, I made confession to Grail, but he would not have spoken of it to Thyrza, even if he had had opportunity, which you are convinced he has not. And you say it is equally certain that Lydia Trent would not help her to such knowledge. We can only conclude that the fact of you adopting her, as it were, makes her hope that she is being prepared for something in the future. Well, I know it is not impossible that she has forgotten me, in the lover's sense. I am not so conceited as to believe that a girl who has once conceived a liking for me must necessarily hold me in her heart forever. There would be nothing strange, certainly nothing unworthy in her putting away all thought of one who, for anything she knew, had never dreamed of loving her. I wonder what your own belief is. But do not write about this. I shall see you very soon. I mean to be in England just before the appointed day, and to come to you at once. The future puzzles me a little at times, and yet after all it will be very simple. When a man marries, the duties of life are suddenly made very plain. Formerly it was my incessant question, what ought I to do with myself, with my time, with my money? And of course, being what I am and living in our age, I drove on the rocks of philanthropic enterprise. No more risk of that. The one task before me is to make a woman as happy as by all endeavour I may, to think of nothing in this world until her heart is at rest, to sacrifice everything to her advancement, and therein easily enough to find my own happiness. The circumstances of my marriage will give me more opportunity of making this aim predominant than men usually have. Thyrza will need to be taught much, and will be eager to learn. I think I shall take a house not far from London, and live there quietly for 2 or 3 years. It has occurred to me to bring her here, but I had rather she developed her intellectual life in England. It is scarcely probable that, after once quitting it, I shall return to this humdrum business. I have vast arrears to make up in all my natural pursuits, and with Thyrza to bear me company in the field, I am not very likely to go back of my own will to a factory. So that, after all, the future is clear enough, more peaceful and more fruitful than ever the past was. You will often come to us, will you not? It will be a joy to open our door to you and to seat you at our table, and in the evenings Thyrza shall sing to us. By the by, suppose when I offer myself to her, she refuses to marry me. Is it possible? Is it impossible? Of course, if her contentment has nothing to do with hope of seeing me again, then my appearance will only surprise and alarm and trouble her. Things must rest till I see you. I will cable from New York when I am starting for Europe. I shall be glad to see England again, glad to leave trade behind me, thrice glad to hold her hand. End of chapter 35. Recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 36 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 36. Thyrza Waits. I can't promise, Mrs. Emerson, that my sister will come down and have tea with you. Please don't make any preparations. It's only perhaps. Thyrza had looked into the sitting-room to say this late in the evening. Oh, but she must, Clara pleaded. Why not, dear? Won't you let me see her at all, then? Thyrza closed the door, which she had been holding open, and advanced into the room. She wore a dress of light hue and had some flowers in her girdle. The past year had added a trifle to her stature. It could not add to her natural grace, but her manner of entering showed that diffidence had been overcome by habit. There was very little now to distinguish her from the young lady who has always walked on carpets. "You won't mind if I ask you to come up to my room instead, Mrs. Emerson," she said, standing before the sofa on which Clara sat sewing. "I don't know that it will be necessary, but if it should be, oh, I will gladly come. It's only that I didn't like to think of not making her acquaintance at all." "There's no reason why I shouldn't explain it to you," Thyrza said, holding her hands together. "My sister has never been with any except working people. It is quite natural that she should feel a little afraid of meeting strangers. I'm sure she needn't be, but of course I must do what she wishes." "But, my dear, surely nobody in the world could be afraid of us. And, as you say, I feel certain that your sister needn't be afraid of anyone. I'll come up and see her, and we'll talk a little, and she'll get used to me." "Yes, I am so glad she is coming." "I'm sure you are. And how well you look tonight, dear. It's so seldom you have any color in your cheeks. There now, if I was another sort of person you'd go away thinking I'd said that on purpose to hurt you." "How could I?" Thyrza uttered in surprise. "What sort of people would have that thought?" "Oh, very many that I know." "Surely not, Mrs. Emerson, but it's quite true. My cheeks feel a little hot tonight. They generally do when I've been making myself very happy about anything." "But you're always so happy." "Not more than you are," Thyrza replied, laughing. "Well, I think you show it more. When I'm happiest, I sit very quiet and look very dull. Now you sing and your eyes get so bright and large. You don't know how large your eyes look sometimes." Thyrza laughed and shook her head. "I sing too much," she said. "If I don't mind, I shall be hurting my voice. But it's late. I must be off to bed, and I know I shan't sleep all night. To tell the truth, it isn't often I sleep more than 3 or 4 hours. Good night, Mrs. Emerson. Good night, happy girl." She went away, laughing in pure liquid notes. Her light step could not be heard as she ran up the stairs. It wanted but a week of the day to which Thyrza's life had pointed for 2 years. That day of the month had stood long since marked upon her calendar, and now the long months had annihilated themselves. It wanted but 7 days. External changes of some importance had come to her of late. Since her admission to Mr. Redfern's choir, she no longer wrought with her needle. More than that, every other day there came a lady who read with her and taught her. The time of weary toil without assistance was over. She had never been able to seek help of Mrs. Emerson. It was repugnant to her to speak of what she was doing in secret. Tell of her efforts would have seemed to Thyrza like half revealing her motives, so closely connected in her own mind were the endeavour and its hope. Mrs. Ormond had known, but hitherto had offered no direct assistance. To the latter, Thyrza's relation was a strange one. As her mind matured, as her dreaming gave way more frequently to conscious reflection, she often asked herself how, knowing Mrs. Ormond's thoughts, she could accept from her so much and repay her with such sincere affection. Told to her of another, she could with difficulty have believed it. Yet the simple truth remained that she had never shrunk from Mrs. Ormond's offers of kindness, had never felt humiliated in receiving anything at her hands. This could not have been but for the sincerity of affection on Mrs. Ormond's side. A dialogue such as that which Thyrza had overheard at Eastbourne would have inspired hatred in a nature less pure than hers. She had wondered, had at times thought that Mrs. Ormond misjudged her. Yet such was the simple candour of her mind that, instead of fostering evil, that secret knowledge had wrought upon her in the most beneficial way. She thinks that I am no fit wife for him, but that isn't all. She thinks of me too, and believes that he could not make me happy. Though speaking in private, she did not say a word that could truly offend me. I know her to be good. I remember what she was by my bedside when I was ill, and I have seen numberless things that prove how impossible it is for her to deceive anyone who puts trust in her. And from that Thyrza derived both comfort and guidance. I will not fear her. Perhaps she has acted in the wisest and kindest way. To him who loves me 2 years will be nothing. And cannot I use the time to prove to her that I am worthy to be his wife? If his love is still the same, how can it not be? And my worthiness is put beyond doubt. She can have no further reason for opposing our marriage. Nay, she will be glad in my happiness and in his. She shall see that I can bear trial, that I can work quietly and perseveringly, above all that I am faithful. And time made the affection between them stronger. Thyrza believed that Mrs. Ormond's opposition to the marriage was weakening. When at length, as the time drew to an end, menial work was put aside and she was encouraged to spend her days in improving her mind, it seemed to her a declaration that she was found fit for a higher standing than that to which she was born. The joy which filled her became almost too great to bear. She no longer strove to conceal it in Mrs. Ormond's presence. There was a touching little scene between them on the afternoon before the concert at which Thyrza was to sing for the first time. Mrs. Ormond came to Thyrza's room unannounced. The latter was laying out the dress she was to wear in the evening, a simple white dress, but far more beautiful than any she had ever put on. Seeing her friend enter, she turned, looked in her face, and burst into tears. When she could utter words, they were a passionate expression of gratitude. Mrs. Ormond believed in that moment that her 2 years' anxiety had found its end. Very shortly after came the permission for Lydia to visit her. It was new assurance that Mrs. Ormond was reconciled to what she had tried to prevent. A week, and there would come another visitor, one who was more to her even than her sister. In looking back, the time seemed very brief. For, whatever change had been made in her, the love which was her life's life had known no shadow of change. Had it perhaps strengthened? It was hard to believe that she could love more than in that day of her darkest misery, when it had seemed that she must die of longing for him to whom she had given her soul. Yet she was stronger now. Her life was richer in a multitude of ways, and every gain she had achieved paid tribute to her life's motive. Her singing she valued most as a way of uttering the emotion she must not speak of to anyone. In music she could ease herself of passion, yet fear no surprisal of her secret. Nothing was a joy save in reference to that one end that was before her. If she felt happy in a piece of knowledge attained, it was because she would so soon speak of it to him, and hear him praise her for it. Everything and all people about her seemed to conspire for her happiness. Even the bodily pain which had often tried her so was no longer troublesome, or very seldom indeed. Mrs. Emerson might well call her happy girl. In him she could imagine no change. His face was as present to her as if she had seen him an hour ago, and she never asked herself whether 2 years would have made any alteration even in his appearance. His voice was the voice in which he had spoken to Mrs. Ormond, when he uttered the golden words that said he loved her. He would speak now in the same way, with those inflections which he knew so well, dearer music than any she had learnt or could learn. In the beginning she had known a few fears. Time then was so long before her, but what had she to do with fear now? Was he not Walter Egremont, the man of all men, the good, wise, steadfast? She had heard much praise of him in the old days, but never praise enough. No one knew him well enough, no one the half as well as she did. Should she not know him who dwelt in her heart? His life had always been strange to her, but by ceaseless imagining she had pictured it to herself so completely that she believed she could follow him day by day. Gilbert Grail had told her that he dwelt in a room full of books, near the British Museum, which also was full of books. Most of his time was spent in study. She understood what that meant. He did not give lectures now. That had come miserably to an end. He had a few friends, 1 or 2 men like himself, who thought and talked of high and wonderful things, and 1 or 2 ladies, of course, Mrs. Ormond and perhaps Miss Newthorpe, but probably Miss Newthorpe was married now, and indeed he did not care much to talk with ladies. He would go occasionally out of London as he used to, perhaps would go abroad. If he crossed the sea he must think much of her, for the sea always brings thoughts of those one loves. And so he lived, only wishing for the time to go by. Lydia's visit was on Sunday. She was to come immediately after dinner, and perhaps, though it remained uncertain, for she had not ventured to speak of it in her letter, they would have tea with the Emersons. Concerning Thyrza's sister, Mrs. Emerson had much curiosity, but she was not ill-bred. She made no attempt to get a glimpse of Lydia as the latter went upstairs to Thyrza's room. Thyrza stood just within her open door. She had put a flower in her hair for the welcoming. "So this is where you have lived all this time," Lydia said, looking about the room. "How pretty it is, Thyrza, but of course it's a lady's room." The other stood with her hands together before her, and a little timidly said, "Do I look like a lady? Suppose you didn't know me, Liddy. Should you think I was a lady?" "Of course I should," her sister answered, though in a way which showed that she did not care to dwell on the subject. Still Thyrza laughed with pleasure. "And do you think I love my sister a bit the less?" "Of course I don't." Lydia was not quite at her ease. "I'm not at all sure of that. Take your things off and sit down in that chair, and talk to me as if we were in the old room at home. I must see our room again, Liddy. I must see it before long." Lydia always had to overcome feelings of suspicion and remoteness at the beginning of her meetings with Thyrza. Time had not changed her in this respect. She still feared that something was being concealed from her, and today it was long before she grew sufficiently accustomed to the room to talk with freedom. Thyrza lost all hope of persuading her to have tea with the Emersons. She was obliged to broach the subject, however, and it excited no less opposition than she had looked for. Lydia shrank from the thought. Yet, when Thyrza ceased to urge, and even exerted herself to make her sister forget all about it, Lydia said all at once, "Do you always have tea with them on Sundays?" "Yes, but it doesn't make the least difference. I have it here by myself other days, and I can do just as I like about it. Don't trouble, dear." "There won't be anybody except those 2? "Oh, no, there never is." Lydia changed her mind. Much as she disliked meeting strangers and sitting at their table, she felt a wish to see these people with whom Thyrza lived, that she might form her own opinion of them. Thyrza, much delighted, ran down at once to tell Mrs. Emerson. Having made up her mind to face the trial, Lydia went through it as might have been expected, sensibly and becomingly. Clara made much of her. Mr. Emerson, at home for once, was languidly polite. After tea, Thyrza was asked to sing, but she excused herself as having no voice today. Her real reason was that she could only sing weekday songs, and though not certain, she thought it just possible that Lydia might dislike that kind of thing on Sunday. However, the good Lydia had not quite reached that pass. The sisters went upstairs again. Lydia had found Mrs. Emerson very different from her expectation, and was feeling a relief. She talked naturally once more. A subject of much interest to both was the approaching marriage of Toddy Nancarrow. "But is it quite certain this time, Liddy?" "Oh, quite, dear. The names are up in the registry office." Lydia knew nothing of Toddy's fortune, nor did anyone else in Lambeth. To this day, Toddy and her husband have kept that a secret. "Oh, what a girl Toddy is!" Thyrza exclaimed, "and she used to declare that she wouldn't be married on any account. Of course I always knew that was all nonsense. I shall go and see her some day, Liddy, before long." Lydia noticed the frequency with which Thyrza spoke of shortly seeing old places and old friends. It puzzled her, but she asked for no explanation. Perhaps all these mysteries would be at an end in time. Thyrza found it very hard to part tonight. She found numberless excuses for detaining Lydia from moment to moment, when it was really time for her to go. She was agitated, and as if with some great joy. "Next Sunday at the same time, Liddy," she repeated again and again. "But is there any fear of me forgetting it, dearest?" urged her sister. "No, no, but I am so glad for you to come here. You like coming? I don't think I shall write to you in the week, but of course you'll write, if there's anything. I might send a line, but no, I don't think I shall. It'll be such a short time till Sunday, won't it? Does the week go quickly with you? Oh, we must say good-bye. It's getting too late. Good-bye, my own, my dearest, my old Liddy. Think of me every hour. I'm always the same to you, whatever kind of dress I wear. You know that, don't you? Good-bye, dear Liddy." She clung to Lydia and kissed her. They went downstairs together then, before opening the door, again embraced and kissed each other silently. When a few yards away, Lydia turned. Thyrza stood on the doorstep. Light from within the house shone on her golden hair and just made her face visible. She was kissing her hand. It was Saturday. The week had been neither long nor short. Thyrza could not distinguish the days in looking back upon them. She had not lived in time, but in the eternity of a rapturous anticipation. Her daily duties had been performed as usual, but with as little consciousness as if she had done all in sleep. She rose, and it was Saturday morning. What time today? That he would let one day pass had never occurred to her as a possibility, but perhaps he would be at Eastbourne in the morning, and in that case she must wait many hours. Happily, she had nothing to attend to. Today she could not even have pretended to live her wonted life. Mrs. Emerson would be out till evening. No one would come upstairs to disturb about trifles. She pretended to breakfast, then sat down by the window. She was fearful now, not for the event, but of her own courage when the time came. Could she stand before him? And what words could she speak to him? Yet she must not let him doubt what her 2 years had been. Would it be right to tell him that he came not unexpected, to confess that she had heard when he spoke to Mrs. Ormond? Not at once, not today. He must know, but not today. How short a time 2 years, how long, how endlessly long each hour on this day of waiting. For the morning passed, and he did not come. He was at Eastbourne. He had not even asked Mrs. Ormond to keep her word till the very day came. Her dinner was brought up, and was sent down again untouched. She sat still at the window. Every wheel that approached made her heart leap. Its dull rumbling into the distance sickened her with disappointment. But most likely he would walk to the house, and then she would not know till the servant came up to tell her. Why had she not thought to get a railway guide, that she might know all the trains from Eastbourne? She could not now go out to purchase one. He would come in her absence. It drew to evening. Thyrza knew neither hunger nor thirst. She did not even feel weary. Dread was creeping upon her. She fought with it resolutely. She would be no traitor to herself, to him her other self. He might very well leave it till evening, to make sure of her being at home. Her mind racked her with absurd doubts. Had she mistaken? Was this the day? Pale and cold as marble, whilst the evening twilight died upon her face. She did not move. Better to sit so still that she forgot impatience, perchance forgot time. The vehicles in the street were fewer now. Her heart throbs as each drew near were the more violent. Nor would the inward pulse recover its quietness when there was silence. She heard it always. She felt it as an unceasing pain. Why should she rise and light the lamp? If he did not come, what matter if she sat in darkness and pain forever? And the long summer evening did in truth become night. The street grew yet more quiet. She saw the moon, very clear and beautiful. There sounded a loud double knock at the street door. She sprang up and stood listening. It was a visitor to the Emersons. Even when assured of that, something in her would not believe it, hoped against conviction. But at length she went back to her chair. no tears, but the pain harder to bear than ever. She awoke at very early morning. She was lying on her bed, fully clad. There was a dread in her mind at waking. In a few moments she recognized it. Lydia was coming today. Would it be possible to sit and talk with her? Only by clinging with stern determination to the last hope. Something had rendered it impossible for him to come yesterday, and today he was not likely to come. No, not today, but there was always the morrow. By refusing to think of anything but the morrow, she might bear Lydia's presence. Sunday, Monday, now it was Tuesday at dawn. Thyrza had but one thought in her mind. Mrs. Ormond was treacherous. She had broken her promise. He was wishing to come to her, and knew not where she was. Lydia would not tell him. Lydia, too, was pitiless. She had sat still in her room since Sunday night. She had pleaded illness to avoid all visits and all occupation. Whether really ill or no, she could not say. Yes, there was the pain, but she had become so used to that. She only knew that the days and the nights were endless, that she no longer needed to eat, that the sunlight was burdensome to her eyes. Clara had been troublesome with her solicitude. It had needed an almost angry word to secure privacy. At midday, Thyrza took up the railway guide which she had procured and sought for something in its pages. Then she began to attire herself for going out. She looked into her purse. In a few minutes she went quietly down the stairs, as if for an ordinary walk, and left the house. End of chapter 36, recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 37 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 37. A Friendly Office. On the Friday when Thyrza, in her happiness, had said, "Tomorrow he comes," Mrs. Ormond also was thinking of a visitor, who might arrive at any hour. 9 days ago she had received a telegram from New York, informing her that Walter Egremont was there and about to embark for England. She, too, avoided leaving the house. Her impatience and nervousness were greater than she had thought such an event as this could cause her. But it was years now since she had begun to accept Walter in the place of her own dead son, and in that spirit she desired his return from the exile of twice 12 months. It was with joy that she expected him, though with one uncertainty which would give her trouble now and then, a doubt which was, she felt, shadowy, which the first 5 minutes of talk would put away. She had dined, and was thinking that it was now too late to expect an arrival, when the arrival itself was announced. "A gentleman asks if you will see him," said the servant. "Mr. Egremont." "I will see him." He came quickly to her over the carpet, and they clasped hands. Then, as he heard the door close, Walter kissed the hand he held, kissed it twice with affection. They did not speak at first, but looked at each other. Mrs. Ormond's eyes shone. "How strong and well you look," were her first words. "You bring a breath from the Atlantic." "Rather from a pestilent English railroad car." "We say railway and carriage, Walter." "Ah, I confused a cabman at Liverpool by talking the depot." He laughed merrily, a stronger and deeper laugh than of old. Personally he was not, however, much changed. He was still shaven, still stood in the same attitude, his smile was still the same indestructible movement of the features, but his natural wiriness had become somewhat more pronounced, and the sea-tan on his cheeks prepared one for a robuster kind of speech from him than formerly. "Of course you have not dined. Let me go away for one moment." "I thank you. Foreseeing this, I dined at the station." "Then you behaved with much unkindness. Stand with your face rather more to the light. Yes, you are strong and well. I shall not say how glad I am to see you. Perhaps I should have done, if you had waited to break bread under my roof." "I shall sit down if I may. This journey from Liverpool has tired me much. Oh yes, I was glad as I came through the Midlands. It was poetry again, even amid smoke and ashes. But you must not deny your gods. Ah, poetry of a different kind, from Whitman to Tennyson. And one in English home, grey twilight poured, No, I deny nothing. One's moods alter with the scene. I find that Mr. Newthorpe has good words for your Whitman. Of course he has. What man of literary judgment has not? He is here still. Not at present. They went a fortnight ago to Ullswater. To stay there till winter, I suppose, or till late in autumn. Walter did not keep his seat, in spite of the fatigue he had spoken of. In a minute or two he was moving about the room, glancing at a picture or an ornament. That photograph is new, I think, he said. A Raphael? Andrea del Sarto. Barbarian that I am! I should have known Lucrezia's face. And your poor little girls. I was grieved to hear of the death of Bunce's child. I always think of poor Bunce as a heavily burdened man. He came a month ago to see Bessie's grave. He talked to me in a very human way, and things are better with him. Pray sit down. No, there is nothing else new in the room. He seemed to obey with reluctance. His eyes still strayed. Mrs. Ormond kept a subdued smile, and did her best to talk with ease of matters connected with his voyage, and the like. Walter's replies grew briefer. He said at last, "The 2 years come to an end tomorrow." "They do." Mrs. Ormond joined her hands upon her lap. She avoided his look. "What have you to tell me of Thyrza?" he went on to ask, his voice becoming grave. "When did you see her?" "Quite recently. She is well and very cheerful." "Always so cheerful?" "Yes. And you will tell me now where she is?" She looked him steadily in the face. "You wish to know, Walter? I have come to England to ask it." "Yes, I will tell you." And she named the address. Walter made a note of it in his pocket-book. "And now will you also tell me fully about her life since I went away? I should like to know with whom she has been living, exactly how she has spent her time. Man of business." Mrs. Ormond tried to jest, but did it nervously. "Do I seem to you coarser grained than I used to be?" "More a man of the world, at all events. No, not fallen off in the way you mean, but I think you judge more soberly about grave matters. I think you know yourself better. Much better, if I am not mistaken. But still can have la tête montée on occasion, still think of many things in the idealist's fashion." "I sincerely hope so. Of everything, I trust." "Could make great sacrifices for an imaginary obligation?" He left his seat again. Mrs. Ormond was agitated, and both kept silence for some moments. "It grieves me that you say that," Walter spoke at length, earnestly. "This obligation of mine is far from imaginary. That is not very like yourself, Mrs. Ormond." "I cannot speak so clearly as I should like to, Walter. I, too, have my troublesome thoughts. Let us go back to my questioning. Tell me everything about her, from the day when you decided what to do. Will you?" "Freely, and hide nothing whatever that I know." For a long time her narrative, broken by questioning, continued. Egremont listened with earnest countenance, often looking pleased. At the end he said, "You have done a good work. I thank you with all my heart." "Yes, you owe me thanks," Mrs. Ormond returned quietly, "but perhaps you give them for a mistaken reason. And what you have told me of the growth of her character, there is nothing that I did not foresee. It is good to know that, even then, I was under no foolish illusion. But the circumstances were needed, and you have supplied them. How can I be mistaken in thanking you for having so tended her who is to be my wife? Wait, Walter. You foresaw into what she might develop, it is true, and it enables us to regard the past without too much sadness. Did you foresee her perfect equanimity when once she had settled down to a new life?" He said hesitatingly, "No." "Believing that she had taken such a desperate step purely through love of you, you thought it more than likely that she would live on in great unhappiness? Her cheerfulness surprises me, but it isn't impossible to offer an explanation. She has foreseen what is now going to happen. She knows you are my friend. She sees that you are giving great pains to raise her from her former standing in life. What more likely than that she explains it all by guessing the truth? And so her cheerfulness is the most hopeful sign for me." "That is plausible, but you are mistaken. Long ago I talked to her with much seriousness of all her future. I spoke of the chances of her being able to earn a living with her voice, and purposely discouraged any great hope in that direction. Her needlework, and what she had been trained to at the home, were, I showed her, likely to be her chief resources. I have even tested her on the subject of her returning to live with her sister. Hope has overcome all these considerations. You kept your sister from knowing where she was. Why, if there was not some idea of severing her from her old associations? I explained it to her in one of our talks. I showed her that her rashness had made it very difficult to aid her. You spoke of me to her? Never, as I have told you, nor has she ever mentioned you. I pointed out to her that of course I could not explain the state of things to the Emersons, and therefore Lydia had better not visit her for some time. Egremont sat down at a distance, and brooded. "But a contradiction is involved," he exclaimed presently. "How can a girl of her character have forgotten so quickly such profound emotion? You must not forget that weeks passed between my finding her and her going to live with the Emersons. During all that time the poor girl was wretched enough. Weeks! Her cheerfulness only came with time, after that. And it is your conviction that she has absolutely put me out of her mind? That she has found sufficient happiness in the progress she has felt herself to be making? That is my firm belief. Her character is not so easy to read as today's newspaper. She can suffer, I think, even more than most women, but she has, too, far more strength than most women, a mind of a higher order, purer consolations, and she has art to aid her, a resource you and I cannot judge of with assurance." Walter looked up and said, "You are describing a woman who might be the most refined man's ideal." "I think so. You admit that Thyrza is in every way more than fit to be my wife." "I will admit that, Walter." "Then I am astonished at your tone in speaking of what I mean to do." "You have asked me 2 questions," said Mrs. Ormond, her face alight with conviction. "Please answer 2 of mine. Is this woman worthy of a man's entire love?" He hesitated, but answered affirmatively. "And have you that entire love to give her? Walter, the truth, for she is very dear to me." In her room in London Thyrza sat and said to herself, "Tomorrow he comes." He answered, "I have not." "Then," Mrs. Ormond said, a slight flush in her cheeks, "how can you express surprise at what I do?" A long silence fell. Walter brooded, something of shame on his face from that confession. Then he came to Mrs. Ormond's side and took her hand. "You are incapable," he said gently, "of conscious injustice. Had you said nothing of this to me, I should have gone to Thyrza tomorrow and have asked her to marry me. She would not have refused. Even granting that her passion has gone, you know she would not refuse me, and you know too that I could enrich her life abundantly. My passion too is over, but I know well that love for such a woman as she is would soon awaken me. I do not think I should do her any injustice if I asked her to be my wife. Shall I be unjust to her if I withhold?" Mrs. Ormond did not answer at once. She retained his hand, and her own showed how strongly she felt. "Walter, I think it would be unjust to her if you asked her, remembering her present mind. It's not only that your passion for her is dead. You think of another woman." "It is true, but I do not love her." She smiled. "You are not ready to behave crazily about her, no, but I believe that you love her in a truer sense than you ever loved Thyrza. You love her mind. Has not Thyrza a mind? You do not know it, Walter. I doubt whether you would ever know it. Recall a letter you wrote to me, in which you dissected your own character. It was frank, and in a very great measure true. You are not the husband for Thyrza. You place Thyrza above Annabel Newthorpe? It was asked almost indignantly, so that Mrs. Ormond smiled and raised her hand. You, it is clear, resent it. He reddened. Mrs. Ormond continued, "I compare them merely. I don't think Thyrza will find the husband who is worthy of her, but I think it likely that she will win more love than you could ever give her. I have told you that she is dear to me. To you I would give a daughter of my own with entire confidence, for you are human and of noble impulses, but I do not wish you to marry Thyrza. Yes, you read my thought. It is not solely the question of love. I have so long wished you, to marry Annabel. To Thyrza you do not the least injustice by withholding your offer. She is happy without you. You are entirely free to consult your own highest interests. If I counsel wrongly, the blame is mine. But, Walter, you must after all decide for yourself. It is a most hazardous part this that I am playing. At least it would be, if I did not see the facts of the case so clearly. Rest till tomorrow, then let us speak again. Shall it be so?" Egremont left the chestnuts and walked along the shore in moonlight. His mind had received a shock, and the sense of disturbance affected him physically. He was obliged to move rapidly, to breathe the air. He had left America with fixity of purpose. His plain duty was to go to Thyrza and ask her to marry him. Be her position what it might, his own was clear enough. He looked forward with a certain pleasure to the mere discharge of so plain an obligation. Mrs. Ormond had studiously refrained from expressing any thought with regard to the future in her letters. He quite expected that she would repeat to him with a certain emphasis the fact of Thyrza's present cheerfulness, but he did not anticipate serious opposition to the course he had decided upon. Practically, Thyrza had lived in preparation for a life of refinement. Mrs. Ormond, he concluded, knew that he could act but in one way, and, though refusing to do so ostensibly, had in fact been removing the rougher difficulties. Her attitude now surprised him, made him uneasy. Yet he knew his own inability to resist her. He knew that she spoke on the side of his secret hope. He knew that a debate which had long gone on within himself, to himself unavowed, had at length to find its plain-spoken issue. His passion for Thyrza was dead. He even wondered how it could ever have been so violent. It seemed to him that he scarcely knew her. Could he not count on his fingers the number of times that he had seen her? So much had intervened between him and her, between himself as he was then and his present self. It was with apprehension that he thought of marrying her. He knew what miseries had again and again resulted from marriages such as this, and he feared for her quite as much as for himself, for there was no more passion. Neither on her side, it seemed. Was not Mrs. Ormond right? Was it not to incur a wholly needless risk? And suppose the risk were found to be an imaginary one, what was the profit likely to be, to each of them? But as often as he accepted what he held to be the common sense of the case, something unsettled him again. The one passion of his life had been for Thyrza. He called it dead. Does not one mourn over such a death? He would not have recourse to the old dishonesty, and say that his love had been folly. Was it not rather the one golden memory he had? Was it not of infinite significance? One loves a woman madly, and she gives proof of such unworthiness that love is killed. Why, even then the dead thing was inestimably precious. One would not forget it. And Thyrza was no woman of this kind. She had developed since he knew her. Mrs. Ormond spoke of her as few can be justly spoken of. Was it good to let the love for such a woman pass away, when perchance the sight of her would revive it and make it lasting? The stars and the night wind and the breaking of the sea which Thyrza loved, spoke to him. Could he not understand their language? On Monday morning he took the train to London, thence northwards. A visit to the Newthorpes after 2 years of absence was natural enough. End of chapter 37. Recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 38 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 38. The Truth. Mrs. Ormond was successful, but success did not bring her unmixed content. She was persuaded that what she had done was wholly prudent, that in years to come she would look back on this chapter of her life with satisfaction. Yet for the present she could not get rid of a shapeless misgiving. This little centre of trouble in the mind was easily enough accounted for. Granted that Thyrza could live quite well without Walter Egremont, it was none the less true that, in losing him, she lost a certainty of happiness. And does happiness grow on every thicket that one can afford to pass it lightly? The fear lest Egremont should reap misery from such a marriage and cause misery in turn was no longer seriously to be entertained. It could not now have justified interference, had there been nothing else that did so. Mrs. Ormond could not rob Thyrza thus without grieving. But It was the happiness of two against that of one, and, however monstrous the dogma that one should be sacrificed even to 1,000,000, such a consideration is wont to have weight with us when we are arguing with our conscience and getting somewhat the worst of it. Mrs. Ormond felt sure that Annabel Newthorpe would not now reject Walter if he again offered himself. Many things had given proof of that. Annabel knew that Thyrza had thoroughly outlived her trouble. She knew, moreover, that Egremont had never in reality compromised himself in regard to her. In her eyes, then, the latter was rather the victim of misfortune than himself culpable. If Walter eventually, of course some time must pass, again sought to win her, without doubt he would tell her everything, and Annabel would find nothing in the story to make a perpetual barrier between them. The marriage which Mrs. Ormond so strongly desired would still come about. On the other hand, in spite of arguments that seemed irresistible, she could not dismiss the question. Does Thyrza know anything of Egremont's bygone passion? That she could know anything of the compact which had run its 2 years was of course impossible. But Walter's persistence in urging that, if once she had learned his love for her, that, together with the circumstances of her life, would make sufficient ground for hope, this persistence had impressed Mrs. Ormond. In a second long conversation the subject had been gone over, point by point, for a second time. If harm come, Mrs. Ormond said to herself, I am indeed to blame. For, though his wishes oppose it, I had but to show doubt, and he would have taken the manly part and have gone to Thyrza. She did not seek to defend herself by saying, as she might well have done, that throughout he encouraged her in her resistance. He was of firmer substance than 2 years ago, yet had not become, nor ever would, a vigorously independent man. In her hands the decision had lain, and the affair was decided. On Tuesday, the day after Egremont's departure for the north of England, she was still thinking these thoughts. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, having seen her children come in from the garden and gather for tea, she went with a book to spend an hour in the arbour where she had had that fateful conversation with Walter on the summer night. As she drew near to the covered spot, it seemed to her that there was a footfall behind on the grass. She turned her head, and with surprise saw Thyrza. With something more than surprise. As she looked in Thyrza's face, that slight uneasiness in her mind changed to a dark misgiving, and from that to the certainty of fear. Thyrza had never regarded her thus, and she herself had never seen features so passionately woe-stricken. The book fell from her hand. She could not utter a greeting. I want to speak to you, Mrs. Ormond. Come in here, Thyrza. Why have you come? What has happened? She drew back under the shelter of leaf-twined trellis, and Thyrza followed. Mrs. Ormond met the searching eyes, and compassion helped her to self-command. She could not doubt what the first words spoken would be, yet the mystery of the scene was inscrutable to her. I want to ask you about Mr. Egremont, Thyrza said, resting her trembling hand on the little rustic table. I want to know where he is. Prepared as she had been, the words, really spoken, struck Mrs. Ormond with new consternation. The voice was not Thyrza's. It had no sweetness, but was like the voice of one who had suffered long exhaustion, who speaks with difficulty. Yes, I will tell you where he is, Thyrza, the other replied, her own accents shaken with sympathy. Why do you wish to hear of Mr. Egremont? I think you needn't ask me that, Mrs. Ormond. Yes, I must ask. I can't understand why you should come like this, Thyrza. I can't understand what has happened to make this change in you since I saw you last. Mrs. Ormond, you do understand. Why should you pretend with me? You know that I have been waiting since Saturday. Thyrza spoke as if there was no mystery in her having attached a hope to that particular day. All but distraught as she was, she made no distinction between the mere fact of her abiding love, which she could not conceive that Mrs. Ormond was ignorant of, and the incident of her having surprised a secret. Since Saturday, Mrs. Ormond repeated. What did you wait for on Saturday? She had a wretched suspicion. From Egremont alone that information could have come to Thyrza. Had he played detestably false, having by some means, at the height of his passion, communicated with the girl? But the thought could only pass through her mind. It would not bear the light of reason for a moment. Impossible for him to speak and act so during these past days, knowing that his dishonesty was certain of being discovered. Impossible to attach such suspicion to him at all. I expected to see him, Thyrza replied. I knew he was to come in 2 years. I have waited all the time, and now he has not come. I heard—" She checked herself, and looked at the trellis at the back of the summer-house. She understood now that it was needful to explain her knowledge. "You heard, Thyrza? That night that he was here, I had walked to look at your house. I was going home again when he passed me. He didn't see me, and went into the garden. I couldn't go back at once. I had to sit down and rest. It was on the other side of the leaves," she pointed. "I sat down there without knowing he would be here and I should hear him talking to you. I heard all you said, about the 2 years. I have been waiting for him to come." Mrs. Ormond could not reply. What words would express what she felt in learning this? Thyrza's eyes were still fixed upon her. "I want you to tell me where he is, Mrs. Ormond." It was a summons that could not be avoided. "Sit here, Thyrza. I will tell you. Sit down and let me speak to you." "No, no, tell me now. Why not? Why should I sit down? What is there to say?" The words were not weakly complaining, but of passionate insistence. Thyrza believed that Mrs. Ormond was preparing to elude her, was shaping excuses. Her eyes watched the other's every movement keenly, with fear and hostility. She felt within reach of her desire, yet held back by this woman from attaining it. Every instant of silence heightened the maddening tumult of her heart and brain. She had suffered so terribly since Saturday. It seemed as if her gentleness, her patience, were converted into their opposites, which now ruled her tyrannously. "Mr. Egremont is not in London," Mrs. Ormond said at last. She dreaded the result of any word she might say. She was asking herself whether Walter ought not to be summoned back at once. Was it too late for that? "Not in London? Then where? You saw him on Saturday?" "Yes, I saw him." "And you would not tell him where I was, Mrs. Ormond. You spoke like you did that night. You persuaded him not to come to me, when I was waiting. I forgave you for what you said before, but now you have done something that I shall never forgive. Thyrza, there's nothing you can say will make me forgive you. Your kindness to me hasn't been kindness at all. It was all to separate me from him. What have you told him about me? You have said I don't think of him any more. You made him believe I wasn't fit for him, and now you will refuse to tell me where he is. Thyrza!" Mrs. Ormond took the girl's hands forcibly in her own and held them against her breast. She was pale and overcome with emotion. "Thyrza, you don't know what you are saying. Do force yourself to be calmer, so that you can listen to me." "Don't hold my hands, Mrs. Ormond. I have loved you, but I can't pretend to. Now that you have done this against me, I will listen to you, but how shall I believe what you say? I didn't think one woman could be so cruel to another as you have been to me. You don't know what it means to wait as I have waited. If you knew, you'd never have done this. You wouldn't have had the heart to do this to me." "My poor child, think, how could I know that you were waiting? You forget that you have only just told me your secret for the first time. I have seen you always so full of life and gladness, and how was I to dream of this sudden change?" Thyrza listened, and, as if imperfectly comprehending, examined the speaker's face in silence. "I am not the cruel woman you call me," Mrs. Ormond went on. "I had no idea that your happiness depended upon meeting with Mr. Egremont again." "You had no idea of that?" Thyrza asked, slowly, wonderingly. "You say that you didn't know I loved him?" "Not that you still loved him. 2 years ago, I knew it was so then, but I fancied you thought I had forgotten all about him. How could you think that? Is it possible to love anyone and forget so soon and live as if nothing had happened? That cannot be true, Mrs. Ormond. I know you wished me to forget him, and that is what you told him when you saw him on Saturday. You said I thought no more of him, and that it was better he shouldn't see me. Oh, what right had you to say that? Where is he now? You say you are not cruel. Let me know where I can find him." There was but one answer to make, yet Mrs. Ormond dreaded to utter it. The girl's state was such that it might be fatal to tell her the truth. Passion such as this, nursed to this through 2 years in a heart which could affect calm, must be very near madness. Yet what help but to tell the truth? Unless she feigns that Egremont's failure to come on Saturday was her fault, in the sense Thyrza believed, and then send for him, that this terrible mischief might be undone. If only she could have time to reflect. Whatever she did now, in this agitation, she might bitterly repent. Only under stress of the direst necessity could she summon Egremont back. There was something repugnant to her instinct, something impossible, in the thought of undoing all she had done. Egremont's position would be ignoble, impossible to retrace her steps. "I have no wish to prevent you from seeing him, Thyrza," she said, making her resolve even as she spoke. "He is not in London now, but he will be back before long, I think. Is he in England?" "Yes, in the north. He has gone to see friends. You don't know that he has been in America during these 2 years." Something was gained if Thyrza could be brought to listen with interest to details. "In America? But he came back at the time. How could you refuse to keep your promise? What did he say to you? How could he go away again and let you break your word to him in that way?" Mrs. Ormond said, as gently as she could, "I didn't break my word, Thyrza. I gave him your address. He had it on Friday night." She, whose nature it was to trust implicitly, now dreaded a deceit in every word. She glanced at Mrs. Ormond without change of countenance. "And," she said slowly, "you persuaded him not to come." Mrs. Ormond paused before replying. "Thyrza, is all your faith in me at an end? Cannot I speak to you like I used to, and be sure that you trust my kindness to you, that you trust my love?" "Your love?" Thyrza repeated, more coldly than she had spoken yet. "And you persuaded him not to come to me?" "It is true, I did." Mrs. Ormond had never spoken to anyone with a feeling of humiliation like this which made her bend her head. Thyrza still looked at her, but no longer with hostility. She gazed with wonder, with doubt. "Why did you do that to me, Mrs. Ormond?" There was heartbreaking pathos in the simple words. Tears rushed to the listener's eyes. "My child, if I had known the truth, I should have said not a word to prevent his going. I did not know that you still loved him, hard as it is for you to believe that. I was deceived by your face. I have watched you month after month, and, as I knew nothing of your reason for hope, I thought you had found comfort in other things. Cannot you believe me, Thyrza?" "And you told him that?" "Yes, I told him what I thought was the truth. Thyrza, I have been cruel to you, but I had no thought that I was so." Thyrza asked, after a silence, "But you told him where I was living?" "I told him. He asked me, and I told him, as I had promised I would." Thyrza stood in deep thought. Mrs. Ormond again took her hands. "Dear, come and sit down. You are worn out with your trouble. Don't repel me, Thyrza. I have done you a great wrong, and I know you cannot feel to me as you did, but I am not so hard-hearted that your suffering does not pierce me through. Only sit here and rest." She allowed herself to be led to the seat. Her eyes rested on the ground for a while, then strayed to the leaves about her, which were golden with the sunlight they intercepted, then turned again to Mrs. Ormond's face. "He knew where I lived. How could you be sure he wouldn't come to me?" Mrs. Ormond sunk her eyes and made no reply. "Did he promise you that he would never come?" "He made no promise, Thyrza." "No promise? Then how do you know that he won't come?" A gleam shot to her eyes, but upon the moments of hope followed a revival of suspicion. "You say you can't prevent me from seeing him. Tell me where he is, the place. You won't tell me. And if I did, how would it help you? Cannot I go there, or can't I write and say that I wish to speak to him? Thyrza, I asked no promise from him that he wouldn't go to you. I don't think you would really try to see him, knowing that he has your address." "You asked no promise, Mrs. Ormond, but you persuaded him. You spoke as you did 2 years ago. You told him I could never make a fit wife for him, that he couldn't be happy with me, nor I with him." "No, I did not speak as I did 2 years ago. I know you much better than I did then, and I told him all that I have since learnt. No one could speak in higher words of a woman than I did of you, and I spoke from my heart, for I love you, Thyrza, and your praise is dear to me." That fixed, half-conscious gaze of the blue eyes was hard to bear, so unutterably piteous was it, so woefully it revealed the mind's anguish. Mrs. Ormond waited for some reply, but none came. "You do not doubt this, Thyrza?" Still no answer. "Suppose I give you the address. Do you feel able to write before he has—" There was a change in the listener's face. Mrs. Ormond sprang to her and saved her from falling. Nature had been tried at last beyond its powers. Mrs. Ormond could not leave the unconscious form. Her voice would not be heard if she called for help. But the fainting fit lasted a long time. Thyrza lay as one who is dead, her features calm, all the disfiguring anguish passed from her beauty. Her companion had a moment of terror. She was on the point of hastening to the house, when a sign of revival checked her. She supported Thyrza in her arms. "Thank you, Mrs. Ormond," was the latter's first whisper, the tone as gentle and grateful as it was always wont to be. "Can you sit alone for a minute, dear, while I fetch something?" "I am well, quite well again, thank you." Mrs. Ormond went and speedily returned. Thyrza was sitting with her eyes closed. They spoke only broken words, but at length Mrs. Ormond said, "You must come into the house now, Thyrza. You shall be quite alone, you must lie down." "No, I can't stay here, Mrs. Ormond. I must go back before it gets too late. I must go to the station." Even had Thyrza's condition allowed of this, her friend would have dreaded to lose sight of her now, to let her travel to London and thereafter be alone. After trying every appeal, she refused to allow her to go. "You must stay here for the night, Thyrza. You must. I have much more to say to you, but first you must rest. Come with me." Her will was the stronger. Thyrza at length suffered herself to be taken into the house, and to a room where she could have perfect quietness. Mrs. Ormond alone waited upon her, brought her food, did everything to soothe body and mind. By sunset the weary one was lying with her head on the pillow. On a table within her reach was a bell, whose sound would at once summon her attendant from the next room. At 10 o'clock Mrs. Ormond entered silently. 3 nights of watching, and the effects of all she had endured this afternoon, were weighing heavily on Thyrza's eyelids, though as yet she could not sleep. Foreseeing this, Mrs. Ormond had brought a draught, which would be the good ally of nature striving for repose. Thyrza asked no question, but drank what was offered like a child. "Now you will soon rest, dear. I must not ask you to kiss me, Thyrza." The lips were offered. They were cold, for passion lay dead upon them. She did not speak, but sank back with a sigh and closed her eyes. Again at midnight Mrs. Ormond entered. The small taper which burnt in the room showed faintly the sleeping face. Standing by the bed, she felt her heart so wrung with sorrow that she wept. In the morning Thyrza declared that she did not suffer. She rose and sat by the open window. She fancied she could hear the sea. "You said you had more to tell me, Mrs. Ormond," she began, when the latter sat silently by her. "To speak with you and try to help you, my child, that was all. But you told me very little yesterday. I am not sure that I understood. You need not be afraid to tell me anything. I can bear anything. Will you ask me what you wish to know, Thyrza? You say you persuaded him, and yet that you said good of me." The other waited. "Didn't he come from America to see me?" "He did." "You mean that he came because he thought it was right to. I understand. And when you told him that I was not thinking of him, he felt himself free?" "Yes. Do you think, is it likely that he will ever wish to see me now? If he knew that you had suffered because he did not come, he would be with you in a few hours." Thyrza gazed thoughtfully. "And he would ask me to marry him?" "Doubtless he would. So when you persuaded him not to see me, he was glad to know that he need not come?" It was a former question repeated in another way. Mrs. Ormond kept silence. It was several minutes before Thyrza spoke again. "I don't know whether you will tell me, but did he think of anyone else as well as of me when he came back to England?" "I am not sure, Thyrza. Will you tell me what friends he has gone to see?" "Their name is Newthorpe. Miss Newthorpe, the same I once saw here." "Yes. What is Miss Newthorpe's name, Mrs. Ormond?" "Annabel." Thyrza moved her lips as if they felt parched. She asked nothing further, seemed indeed to forget that she had been conversing. She watched the waving branches of a tree in the garden. Mrs. Ormond had followed the working of the girl's mind with intense observation. She knew not whether to fear or to be glad of the strange tranquillity that had succeeded upon such uncontrolled vehemence. What she seemed to gather from Thyrza's words she scarcely ventured to believe. It was a satisfaction to her that she had avoided naming Egremont's address, yet a satisfaction that caused her some shame. Indeed, it was the sense of shame that perhaps distressed her most in Thyrza's presence. Egremont's perishable love, her own prudential forecasts and schemings, were stamped poor, worldly, ignoble, in comparison with this sacred and extinguishable ardour. As a woman, she felt herself rebuked by the ideal of womanly fidelity. She was made to feel the inferiority of her nature to that which fate had chosen for this supreme martyrdom. In her glances at Thyrza's face she felt, with new force, how spiritual was its beauty, for in soulless features, however regular and attractive, suffering reveals the flesh. This girl, stricken with deadly pallor, led the thoughts to the purest ideals of womanhood transfigured by woe in the pictures of old time. "I will go by the train at 12 o'clock, Thyrza said, moving at length. "I want you to stay with me till tomorrow, just till tomorrow morning, Thyrza. If my presence pains you, I will keep away, but stay till tomorrow. If you wish it, Mrs. Ormond. Will you go out into the garden, to the shore? I had rather stay here." She kept her place by the window through the whole day, as she had sat in her own room in London. She could not have borne to see the waves wait on the beach and the blue horizon. The sea that she had loved so, that she had called her friend, would break her heart with its song of memories. She must not think of anything now, only, if it might be, put her soul to sleep and let the sobbing waters of oblivion bear it onwards through the desolate hours. She had no pain, her faculties were numbed, her will had spent itself. Mrs. Ormond brought her meals, speaking only a word of gentleness. In the evening Thyrza said to her, "Will you stay a few minutes?" She sat down and took Thyrza's hand. The latter continued, "I shall be glad if they would give me the sewing to do again, and the work at the home. Do you think they will, Mrs. Ormond? Don't you wish to go on with your lessons?" "No, I can't stay there if I don't earn enough to pay for everything. I shall try to keep on with the singing." It was perhaps wiser to yield every point for the present. "It shall be as you wish, Thyrza," Mrs. Ormond replied. After a pause, "Mrs. Emerson will wonder where I am. Will you write to her, so that I needn't explain when I get back tomorrow?" "I have just had an anxious letter from her, and I have already answered it." Thyrza withdrew her hand gently. "I was wrong when I spoke in that way to you yesterday, Mrs. Ormond," she said, meeting the other's eyes. "You haven't done me harm intentionally. I know that now. But if you had let him come to me, I don't think he would have been sorry, afterwards, when he knew I loved him. I don't think anyone will love him more. I was very different 2 years ago, and he thinks of me as I was then. Perhaps, if he had seen me now and spoken to me, I know I am still without education, and I am not a lady, but I could have worked very hard, so that he shouldn't be ashamed of me." Mrs. Ormond turned her face away and sobbed. "I won't speak of it again," Thyrza said. "You couldn't help it, and he didn't really wish to come, so it was better. I am very sorry for what I said to you, Mrs. Ormond." But the other could not bear it. She kissed Thyrza's hands, her tears falling upon them, and went away. End of chapter 38. Recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 39 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 39. Her Return. It was a rainy autumn, and to Thyrza the rain was welcome. A dark, weeping sky helped her to forget that there was joy somewhere in the world, that there were some whom golden evenings of the declining year called forth to wander together, and to look in each other's faces with the sadness born of too much bliss. When a beam of sunlight on the wall of her chamber greeted her as she awoke, she turned her face upon the pillow and wished that night were eternal. If she looked out upon the flaming heights and hollows of a sunset between rain and rain, it seemed strange that such a scene had ever been to her the symbol of hope. It was cold now, and very distant. What were the splendors of heaven to a heart that perished for lack of earth's kindly dew? To the eyes of those who observed her, she was altered indeed, but not more so than would be accounted for by troubles of health, consequent upon a sort of fever, they said, which had come upon her in the hot summer days. In spite of her desire, this weakness had obliged her to give up her singing practice for the present. Dr. Lamb, Mrs. Ormond's acquaintance, had said that the exertion was too much for her. What else that gentleman said in private to Mrs. Ormond, it is not necessary to report. It was a graver repetition of something that he had hinted formerly. Mrs. Ormond had been urgent in her entreaty that Thyrza would come to Eastbourne for a time, but could not prevail. Mrs. Emerson refused to believe that the illness was anything serious. I assure you, she said to Mrs. Ormond, Thyrza isn't anything but low spirits as a rule. She doesn't laugh quite so much as she used to, but I can always make her as bright as possible by chatting with her in my foolish way for a few minutes. And when her sister comes on Sunday, there's not a trace of gloom discoverable. I've noticed it's been the same with her the last 2 autumns. She'll be all right by winter. It was true that she disguised her mood with almost entire success during Lydia's visits. Lydia herself, for some cause, was very cheerful throughout the season. She believed with more readiness than usual when Thyrza spoke of her ailments as trifling. Every Sunday she brought a present of fruit. Thyrza knew well with how much care the little bunch o' grapes and the sweet pears had been picked out on Saturday night at the fruit shop in Lambeth Walk. "You're a foolish old Liddy to spend your money on me in this way," she said once, "as if I hadn't everything I want." "Yes, but," said Lydia, laughing, "if I don't give you something now and then, you'll forget I'm your elder sister, and I shall forget it too, I think. I've begun to think of you as if you was older than me, Thyrza." "So I am, dear, as I told you a long time ago." "Oh, you can talk properly, which I can't, and you can write well, and read hard books. But I used to nurse you on my lap for all that, and I remember you crying for something I couldn't let you have, quite well." Thyrza laughed in her turn, a laugh from a heart that mocked itself. Crying for something she might not have. Was she then so much older? To Lydia nothing was told of the cessation of lessons, and on Sunday all signs of needlework were hidden away. Mrs. Emerson of course knew the change that had been made, but it was explained to her as all being on the score of health, and Thyrza had begged her to make no allusion to the subject on the occasional evenings when Lydia had tea in Clara's room. And Clara was of opinion that it was very wise to rest for a while from books. "Depend upon it, it's your brain work that brought about all this mischief," she said. And after bidding her sister good-bye with a merry face, Thyrza would go up to her room and sink down in weariness of body and soul, and weep her fill of bitter tears. The nights were so long. She never lay down before 12 o'clock, knowing that it was useless. Then she would hear the heavy-tongued bells tolling each hour till nearly dawn. It was like the voice of a remorseless enemy. "I am striking the hour of 2. You think that you will not hear me when I strike next. You weep and pray that sleep may close your ears against me. But wait and see." She would sometimes, in extremity of suffering, fling her body down and let her arms fall straight and whisper to herself, "I look now so like death, that perchance death will come and take me." That she might die soon was her constant longing. There were times when her youth asserted itself and bade her strive, bade her put away the vain misery and look out again into the world of which she had seen so little. A few weeks ago she had rejoiced in the acquiring of knowledge, and longed to make the chambers of her mind rich from the fields to which she had been guided, and which lay so sunny-flowered before her. But that was when she had looked forward to sharing all with her second and dearer self. Now, when her thoughts strayed, it was to gather the flowers of deadly fragrance which grew in the garden of despair. The brief glimpses of health made the woe which followed only darker. A strange, unreal hope, an illusion of her tortured mind, even now sometimes visited her. It was certain that Egremont knew where she lived. It might be that even yet he would come. Perhaps Miss Newthorpe would not receive him as he hoped. Perhaps Mrs. Ormond would have pity, and would tell him the truth, and then he could not let her perish of vain longing. What other could love him as she did? Who else thought of him? You are all to me. In life or death there is nothing for me but you. If he knew that, he would come to her. She had read a story somewhere of someone being drawn to her who loved him by the very force of her passionate longing. In the dread night she wondered if such a thing were possible. She would lie still and fix her mind on him, till all of her seemed to have passed away save that one thought. She was back again in the library, helping to put books on the shelves. Oh, that was no 2 years ago. It was yesterday, this morning. Not a tone of his voice had escaped her memory. She had only to think of the moment when he held his hand to her and said, "Let us be friends," and her heart leaped now as it had leaped then. Could not her passion reach him, wherever he was? Could he sleep peacefully through nights which for her were one long anguish? So it went on to winter, and now she had more rest. Her brain was dulled with the foul black atmosphere. She slept more, though a sleep which seemed to weigh her down, an unhealthy torpor. The passion of her misery had burned itself out. Lydia came and spent Christmas Day with her. They talked of their memories, and Thyrza asked questions about Gilbert Grail, as she had several times done of late. Lydia had no very cheerful news to give of him. Mrs. Grail can't do any work now. She sits by the fire all day, and at night she won't let him do anything but talk to her. It isn't at all a good servant they've got. She's expected to come at 8 in the morning, but it's almost always 9 before she gets there. Couldn't you find someone better, Liddy? I'm trying to, but it isn't easy. I do what I can myself. Mrs. Grail sometimes seems as if she doesn't like me to come about. She wouldn't speak to me this morning. I'm sure I don't know why. She's changed a great deal from what she was when you knew her, and she can't bear to have things moved in the room for cleaning. She gets angry with the servant about it, and then the girl talks to her as she shouldn't, and it makes her cry. Is she impatient with Gilbert? Thyrza asked. No, I don't think so, but she always wants him to be by her. If he's a few minutes late, she knows it and begins to fret and worry. So he sits all the evening just keeping her company. Yes, he reads to her a good deal, generally out of those religious books. You remember? I feel sorry for her. I'm so sure there's other things he might read would give her a deal more comfort. And you'd think he never got a bit tired. He's that kind and good to her, Thyrza. Yes, I know he must be. Does Mr. Ackroyd ever come to see him? Not to the house, no. Nobody comes. Thyrza was very silent after this. 2 weeks later, when the new year was frost-bound, Lydia received this letter from her sister. I want to come and see you in the old room, as I said I should, and at the same time I want to see Gilbert, but I must see him alone. I could come at night, and you could be at the door to let me in, couldn't you, dear? You said that Mrs. Grail goes to bed early. I could see Gilbert after that. You may tell him that I am coming, and ask him if he will see me. I hope he won't refuse. Write and let me know when I shall be at the door. Tomorrow night, if possible. You will be able to send a letter that I shall get by the first post in the morning. Had the visit proposed been a secret one, to herself alone, Lydia would not have been much surprised, as Thyrza had several times of late said that she wished to come, but the desire to see Gilbert was something of which no hint had been given till now. Strange fancies ran through her head. She doubted so much on the subject that she resolved to say nothing to Gilbert. If Thyrza persisted in her wish, it would be possible to arrange the interview when she was in the house. She wrote in reply that she would be standing at the front door at 8:30 on the following evening. Exactly at the moment appointed, a closely wrapped figure hurried through the darkness out of Kennington Road to the door where Lydia had been waiting for several minutes. The door was at once opened. Thyrza ran silently up the stairs, her sister followed, and they stood together in their old home. Thyrza threw off her outer garments. She was panting from haste and agitation. She fixed her eyes on Lydia, but neither spoke nor smiled. Are you sure you did right to come, dearest? Lydia said in a low voice. Yes, Liddy, quite sure, was the grave answer. You look worse tonight. "You look ill, Thyrza." "No, I am quite well. I am glad to be here." Thyrza seated herself where she had been used to sit, by the fireside. Lydia had made the room as bright as she could, but to Thyrza how bare and comfortless it seemed. Here her sister had lived, whilst she herself had had so many comforts about her, so many luxuries. That poor narrow bed, there she had slept with Liddy. There too she had longed vainly for sleep, and had shed her first tears of secret sorrow. Nothing whatever seemed altered, but yes, there was something new. Above the bed's head hung on the wall a picture of a cross, with flowers twined about it, and something written underneath. Noticing that, Thyrza at once took her eyes away. "It's a bitter night," Lydia said, approaching her and examining her face anxiously. "You must be very careful in going back. You seem to have got a chill now, dear. You tremble so. I'll stir the fire and put more coals on." "You told Gilbert?" Thyrza asked suddenly. "You didn't mention it in your letter. He'll see me, won't he?" "No, I haven't spoken to him yet, dear. I thought it better to leave it till you were here. I'm sure he'll see you, if you really wish." "I do wish, Liddy. I'm sorry you left it till now. Why did you think it better to leave it?" "I don't quite know," the other said with embarrassment. "It seems strange that you wanted to see him." "Yes, I wish to." "Then I'll go down in a few minutes and tell him." They ceased speaking. Lydia had knelt by her sister, her arm about her. Thyrza still trembled a little, but was growing more composed. Presently she bent and kissed Lydia's hair. "You didn't believe me when I said I should come," she whispered, smiling for the first time. "Are you sure you ought to have come? Would Mrs. Ormond mind?" "I am quite free, Liddy. I can do as I like. I would come in daylight, only perhaps it would be disagreeable for you if people saw me. I know they have given me a bad name. No one that we need to care about, Thyrza." "Gilbert has no such thoughts now?" "Oh, no." "Shall I see much change in him?" "Not as much as he will in you, dearest." They were silent again for a long time. Then Lydia went to speak with Gilbert. Alone, Thyrza tried to recall the mind with which she had gone down to have tea with the Grayles on a Sunday evening. It used to cause her excitement, but that was another heart-throb than this which now pained her. In those days Gilbert Grayle was a mystery to her, inspiring awe and reverence. How would he meet her now? Would he have bitter words for her? No, that would be unlike him. She must stand before him and say something which had been growing in her since the dark days of winter began. Only the utterance of those words would bring her peace. No happiness. Happiness and she had nothing to do with each other. She thought she would not live very long. She must waste no more of the days that remained to her. There was need of her here at all events. The parting from her sister would be at an end. Lydia would rejoice. He too, yes, he would be glad, for he would know nothing of the truth. It might be that his whole future life would be made lighter by this act of hers. Mrs. Ormond alone would understand. It would give her pleasure to know that Gilbert Grayle's sorrow was at an end. So many people to be benefited, and the act itself so simple, so merely a piece of right-doing, the reparation of so great an injury. Strange that her whole mind had undergone this renewal. Half a year ago, death would have been chosen before this. Lydia returned. "Mrs. Grayle will be gone in half an hour. He will see you then, Thyrza." Very few words were interchanged as the time passed. They held each other by the hand. At length Lydia, hearing a sound below, went to the door. "You can go now," she said, returning. "Shall I come down with you?" "No, Liddy." "Oh, can you bear this, Thyrza?" The other smiled, made a motion with her hand, and went out with a quick step. The parlour door, entrance so familiar to her, was half open. She entered and closed it. Gilbert came forward. His face was not at all what she had feared. He smiled pleasantly, and offered his hand. "So you have come to see me as well as Lydia. It is kind of you." The words might have borne a very different meaning from that which his voice and look gave them. He spoke with perfect simplicity, as though no painful thought could be excited by the meeting. Thyrza saw, in the instant for which her eyes read his countenance, that he did not often smile thus. He was noticeably an older man than when she abandoned him. His beard was partly grizzled, his eyes were yet more sunken. There was some change, too, in his voice. Its sound did not recall the past quite as she had expected. But the change in her was so great that he could not move his eyes from her. When she looked up again, he still seemed to be endeavoring to recognize her. "I didn't know whether you would see me," she said with hurried breath. "I am very, very glad to see you." He seemed about to ask her to sit down. His eyes fell on the chair which was always called hers. Thyrza noticed it at the same time. From it she looked to him. Gilbert averted his eyes. "I did not come to see Liddy," Thyrza said, forcing her voice to steadiness. "It was to speak to you. I didn't dare to hope you would be so—" "Don't say what it pains you to say," Gilbert spoke, when her words failed. "It will pain me even more. Speak to me like an old friend, Miss Trent." "Can you still feel like a friend to me?" "I don't change much," he said, "and it would be a great change that would make me have any but friendly thoughts of you." She raised her face. "I behaved so cruelly to you. If I could hope that you would forgive that—" A sob broke her voice. "Don't talk of forgiveness," Gilbert replied with less self-control. "I have never thought a hard thought of you. I can't bear to hear you speak in that voice to me." The tenderness he had concealed found expression in the last words. Her wonderful new beauty, the humility of her bowed head, her tears, overcame the show he had made of easy friendliness. He saw her eyes turned to him again, and this time he met their gaze. "Do you know all of my life since I left you?" Thyrza asked. "Liddy knows how I have lived all the time, from that day to this. Has she told you?" "Yes, she has told me." "Will you let me fulfill the promise I made to you? Can you forget what I have done? Will you let me be your companion? Do all I can to make your home a happy one? I have no right to ask, but if not now, if some day I could be a help to you, I will come to live with Liddy. We will find a room somewhere else. I will work with Liddy till you can let me come." Her pallor turned to a deep flush. She spoke brokenly, till her lips became mute, the last word dying in a whisper. She had not known what it would cost her to say this. A deadly shame enfolded her. She could have sunk to the ground before him after the first sentence. Gilbert listened and was shaken. He knew that this was no confession of love for him, but of the sincerity of what she had said he could have no doubt. There was not disgrace upon her. She humbled herself solely in grief for the suffering she had caused him. He loved her the more for the awe her matured beauty inspired in him. That Thyrza should come and speak thus was more like a dream than simple reality, and for all his longing he durst not touch her hand. "What you offer me," he said in low, tremulous accents, "I should never have dared to ask, for it is the greatest gift I can imagine. You are so far above me now, Thyrza. I should take you into a life that you are no longer fit for. My home must always be a very poor one. It would shame me to give you nothing better than that." "I want nothing more than to be with you, Gilbert. I am not above you. You are better in everything. I broke a promise which ought to have been sacred. If you let me share your life, that is your forgiveness. I want you to forgive me. I want to be a help to you still. I wish to forget all that came between us. You won't reject me." "Oh, Thyrza, I love you too much. I am too selfish to act as I ought to. Thyrza, that you can be my wife still, when no spark of hope was left to me." It did not seem to Lydia that she had waited long when she heard her sister's step on the stairs again. "I mustn't stay another minute," Thyrza said, going at once to where her hat and cloak lay. "It will be late before I get home." "I shall come with you as far as the bus." Lydia would have asked no question, though agitated with wonder and a surmise she scarcely dared to entertain. When they were both ready to go out, Thyrza turned to her. "Gilbert has been very good to me, Liddy. He will forget all the harm I have done him, and I shall be his wife." The other could find no word for a moment. "Are you glad of this, Liddy?" "I don't know what to think or say," her sister replied, looking at her with half-tearful earnestness. Did you always mean this, when you said you were coming here soon? No, not always, but I was able to do it at last. Now I shall rest, dear sister. You are sure that this is right? It isn't only a fantasy that you'll be sorry for that'll make everything worse in the end. I shall never be sorry, and everything will be better, Liddy. They kissed each other. Come, dear, I mustn't wait. They walked quickly and without speaking as far as the lights and noise of Westminster Bridge Road. For them, the everyday movement of the street had no meaning. Such things were the mere husk of life. Each was absorbed in her own being. I shall come again on Saturday night, Thyrza said hurriedly, as they parted. And perhaps I shall stay over Sunday, may I? Do. Be at the door again at the same time. End of chapter 39, recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 40 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 40, Her Reward. This was on Thursday. The 2 days which followed were such as come very rarely in a London winter. Fog had vanished, the ways were clean and hard. Between the housetops and the zenith gleamed one clear blue track of frosty sky. The sun, the very sun of heaven, made new the outline of every street, flashed on windows, gave beauty to spires and domes, revealed whiteness in untrodden places where the snow still lingered. The air was like a spirit of joyous life, tingling the blood to warmth and with a breath freeing the brain from sluggish vapors. Such a day London sees but once in half a dozen winters. Thyrza felt the influence of the change. She breathed more easily. Her body was no longer the weary weight she had failed under. When she rose and saw such marvelous daylight at her window, involuntarily she let her voice run over a few notes. The power of song was still in her. Ah, if health and happiness had companioned with her, would she not have sung as few ever did? But henceforth that was part of the past, part of what she must forget and renounce. When she said to Mrs. Ormond that she would still try to keep up her singing, there was a thought in her mind worthy of a woman cast in such a mould as hers. She had a vision of herself, on some day not far off, sending forth her voice in glorious song, and knowing that among the crowd before her he sat and listened. He would know her then. To him her voice would say what no one else understood, and for a moment, she wished it to be for no more than a moment, he would scorn himself for having forgotten her. It was all gone into the past, buried forever out of sight. She would no longer even sigh over the memory. If the sky were always as today, if there were always sunlight to stand in and the living air to drink, she might find the life before her in truth as little of a burden as it seemed this morning. But the days would again be wrapped in nether fumes, the foul air would stifle her blood would go stagnant, her eyes would weep with the desolate rain. Why should Gilbert remain in England? Were there no countries where the sun shone that would give a man and a woman toil whereby to support themselves? Luke Ackroyd had spoken of going to Canada. He said it cost so little to get there, and that life was better than in England. Could not Gilbert take her yonder? But there was his mother, old, weary. No such change was possible for her. And the thought of her reminded Thyrza of one of the first duties she must take upon herself. It mattered little where she lived, mattered little if the sundawn never broke again. Her life was to be in a narrow circle, and to that she would accustom herself. What of tomorrow? Today she was full of courage, even of a kind of hope. Never should Gilbert feel that she was not wholly his. Never would she wrong his faithfulness by slighting the claims of his love. In her misery she had said that there were things she could not do, could not bear, as if a woman cannot take up any burden that she wills, and carry it faithfully even as far as the gates of death. And this duty before her she would not even think of as a burden. There are some women who never know what love is, who marry a man because they respect and like him, and are good wives their life long. She would be even as one of these. Suppose love to be something she had outgrown, the idleness of girls. Now was the season of her womanhood, and the realities of life left no room for folly. How long since she had felt so well. She sewed through the morning, and had but little trouble to keep her thoughts always forward-looking. She sang a little to herself, for who but must sing when there is sunlight? She ate when dinner was brought to her. Then she prepared to go out for half an hour. Clara just then came up. "Ah, you are going out. Do come with us into the park, will you? You haven't to go anywhere. My husband has taken a half-holiday on purpose to skate. Reckless man. He says you don't get skating weather like this every day. Can you skate?" Thyrza shook her head, smiling. "No more can I. Harold wants to teach me, but it seems absurd to bruise oneself all over and make oneself ridiculous too, to learn an amusement you can't practice once in 5 years. But do come with us. It really is nice to watch them skating." "Yes, I will come, gladly," Thyrza said. And so they went to the ice in Regent's Park, and Mr. Emerson put on his skates and was speedily exhibiting his skill amid the gliding crowd. Clara and her companion walked along the edge. Thyrza, regarding this assembly of people who had come forth to enjoy themselves, marvelled inwardly. It was so hard to understand how anyone could enter with such seriousness into mere amusement. How many happy people the world contained! Of all this black-coated swarm, not one with a trouble that could not be flung away at the summons of a hard frost. They sped about as if on wings. They shouted to friends. They had catastrophes and laughed aloud over them. And, as she looked on, the scene grew so unreal that it frightened her. These did not seem to be human beings. How came it that they were exempt from the sorrow that goes about the world, blighting lives and breaking hearts? Or was it she that lived in a dream, while these were really awake? She was not sorrowful now, but light-hearted pastime such as this was unintelligible to her. Clara chatted and ran and thoroughly enjoyed herself. At one point she came at length to a pause, having lost sight of her husband, fretting that she could not find him. Her eye discovered him at length, however, and just as she spoke her satisfaction she was surprised by a laugh from Thyrza, a real laugh, sweet and clear as it used to be. "What is it?" she asked in wonder. "Oh, look! Do look!" Just before them on the ice a little troop of ducks was going by, foul, dispossessed of their wonted swimming ground by the all-hardening frost. Of every 2 steps the waddlers took, one was a hopeless slip, and the spectacle presented by the unhappy birds in their effort to get along at a good round pace was ludicrous beyond resistance. They sprawled and fell, they staggered up again with indignant wagging of head and tail, they rushed forward only to slip more desperately. Now one leg failed them, now the other, now both at once, and all the time they kept up a cackle of annoyance. They looked about them with foolish eyes of amazement and indignation. They wondered, doubtless, what the world was coming to, when an honest duck's piece of water was suddenly stolen from him, and he was subjected to insult on the top of injury. Thyrza gazed at them, and the longer she gazed, the more merrily she laughed. "Poor ducks! I never saw anything so ridiculous. There, look, the one with the neck all bright colours. He'll be down again. There, I said he would. Why will they try to go so quickly? They wouldn't stumble half so much if they walked gently." Thyrza had felt that nothing in the world could move her to unfeigned laughter. Yet, as often as she thought of the ducks, it was with revival of mirth. She laughed at them long after, alone in her room. It was a brighter day on the morrow, and still she knew that lightness of heart, that freedom of the breath which is physical happiness. Had she, by the mere act of redeeming her faith to Gilbert, brought upon herself this reward? It was so strangely easy to keep dark thoughts at a distance. She had not lain awake in the night, for her a wonderful experience. Could it last? There was a letter this morning from Gilbert. She did not open it at once, for she knew that there would be more pain than content in reading it. Yet, when she had read it, she found that it was not out of harmony with her mood. He wrote because he could say things in the silent way which would not come to his lips so well. The gratitude he expressed simply, powerfully moved Thyrza, not as the words of one she loved would have moved her, but to a feeling of calm thankfulness that she had it in her power to give so much joy. And perhaps some day she could give him affection. She had, in her belief, spoken truly when she said that he was above her. He was no ignorant man, without a thought save of his day's earnings. She could respect his mind, as she had always done, and his character she could reverence. It was well. She told Mrs. Emerson that she was going to see her sister again, and that probably she would not return till Sunday night. On setting forth she had a letter to post. It was to Mrs. Ormond. Purposely she had delayed writing this till Saturday afternoon. She wished to show that there had been a couple of days for thought since the step was taken, and that she could speak with calm consciousness of what she had done. The posting of this letter was like saying a last good-bye. Lydia was again waiting just at the door, and again they reached the room without having been observed. "I shall go down at once," Thyrza said. "Gilbert expects me. I am going to speak to Mrs. Grayle." Lydia was pleased to see that the pale face had not that terrible look tonight. Tonight there were smiles for her and many affectionate words. During Thyrza's absence of half an hour she sat puzzling over the mystery, as she had puzzled since Thursday night. Would all indeed be well? It was so sudden, so unthought of, so hard to believe. For Lydia had by degrees come to think of her sister as raised quite above this humble station. Though she could not reconcile herself to it, though she would above all things have chosen that Thyrza should still marry Gilbert, yet there was a contradictory sort of pride in knowing that her sister was a lady. Lydia, we are aware, was little given to logical processes of thought. Her feelings often got her into troublesome perplexities. Thyrza came up again. Mrs. Grayle had received her with tears and silence at first, but soon with something of the gratitude which Gilbert felt. "I told them I was going to stay till tomorrow. I shall have tea with them then. You'll spare me for an hour, Liddy?" There was no talk between them as yet on the main subject of their thoughts. Something that was said caused Lydia to go to her cupboard and bring forth an object which Thyrza at once recognized. It was Mr. Body's violin. "I shall always keep it," she said. "I have had offers to buy it, but I shall have to be badly in want before it goes." She had redeemed it from the pawnbrokers, and no one had opposed her claim to possess it. The expenses of the old man's burial had been defrayed by a subscription Ackroyd got up among those who remembered Mr. Body with kindness. Thyrza touched the strings, and shrank back frightened at the sound. The ghost of dead music, it evoked the ghost of her dead self. They fell into solemn talk. Thyrza had resolved that she would not tell her sister the truth of everything for a long time. Some day she would do so, when the new life had become old habits. But, as they sat by the fire and spoke in low voices, she was impelled to make all known. Why should there any longer be a secret between Liddy and herself? It would be yet another help to her if she told Liddy. She felt at length that she must. So the story was whispered. Lydia could only hold her sister in her arms and shed tears of love and pity. "We will never speak of it again, dearest," Thyrza said. "Never, as long as we live. No, never as long as we live." "It's all very long ago already," Thyrza added. "I don't suffer now, dear one. I have borne so much that I think I can't feel pain any more. With you, here in our home, I am happy, and wherever I am, I don't think I shall ever be unhappy. I have written to Mrs. Ormond, and she will let him know. He will think I came back because I had long forgotten him, and was sorry that I ever left Gilbert. You see, that's what I wish him to believe. Now there will be nothing to prevent him from marrying who he likes. No one can say that he has done harm which can never be undone, can they? I shall rest now, and life will seem easy. So little will be asked of me, I shall do my best so willingly." In the morning Thyrza said, "I have a fancy, Liddy. I want you to do my hair for me again." "Like you wear it now?" No, I mean in the old way. Will it make me look a child again? Never mind, that is what I should like. I'll have it so when I go downstairs to tea. And whilst Lydia was busy with the golden tresses, Thyrza laughed suddenly. She had only just thought again of the ducks in the park. She told all about them, and they laughed together. I wonder whether Mrs. Jarmy knows I'm here, Thyrza said. You think not? Won't someone be coming to see you? Won't Mary? Yes, she always calls for me to go to chapel. Would you rather not see her? Not today, Liddy. Not till I'm in my own home. But I may tell her you're here. I'll go down in time to meet her, and I won't go to chapel this morning. No, I'll stay with you this morning, dear. So it was arranged. And they cooked their dinner as they used to, only Thyrza declared that Lydia had been extravagant in providing. I see how you indulge yourself now that I'm away. Oh yes, of course you pretend it's only for me. How could she be so merry, Lydia thought, but this smile was not always on her face. The day passed very quickly. Lydia said she would go out whilst Thyrza was with the Grayles. She had promised to see someone. Thyrza did not ask who it was. When she came upstairs again, the other had not yet returned. She was yet a quarter of an hour away. Then she appeared with signs of haste. I was afraid you'd be here alone, she said. But have you had tea, Liddy? Yes? This yes was said rather mysteriously, and Lydia's subsequent behavior was also mysterious. She took her hat off and stood with it in her hand, as if not knowing where to put it. Then she sat down, forgetting that she still wore her jacket. Reminded of this, she stood about the room undecidedly. What are you thinking of, Liddy? Nothing. She sat down at last, but had so singular a countenance that Thyrza was obliged to remark on it. What have you been doing? Never mind, if you'd rather not tell me. 2 or 3 minutes passed before Lydia could make up her mind to tell. She began by saying, You know when I went down to see Mary this morning? Yes. She said she'd seen Mrs. Poole, and that I were to be sure to go round to Mrs. Poole some time in the afternoon, as she wanted to see me particular. Yes, and that's where you went? Lydia seemed to have no more to say. Thyrza looked at her searchingly. Well, Liddy, there's nothing in that. What else? I know there's something else. Yes, there is. I went to the house, and when I knocked at the door, Mr. Ackroyd opened it. Thyrza had begun to tremble. Her eyes watched her sister's face eagerly. She read something in the heightened colour it showed. And then, Liddy, and then? He asked me to come into the sitting-room, and then he said he wanted me to marry him, Thyrza. Liddy, is it true at last? Thyrza could scarcely contain herself for joy. She had longed for this. No happiness of her own would have been in truth complete until there came like happiness to her sister. She knew how long, how patiently, with what self-sacrifice Lydia had been faithful to this her first love. Again and again the love had seemed forever hopeless, yet Lydia gave no sign of sorrow. The sisters were unlike each other in this. Lydia's nature, fortunately for herself, was not passionate, but its tenderness none knew as Thyrza did, its tenderness and its steadfast faith. Thyrza, anyone would think you are more glad of it than I am. There are no words to tell my gladness, dearest. Good Liddy, at last, at last. Her face changed from moment to moment. It was now flushed, now again pale. Once or twice she put her hand against her side. How excitable you always were, little one, Lydia said. Come and sit quietly. It's bad luck when anyone makes so much of a thing. Thyrza grew calmer. Her face showed that she was suppressing pain. In a few minutes she said, I'll just lie down, Liddy. I shall be better directly. Don't trouble, it's nothing. Come and sit by me. How glad I am. Look pleased, just to please me, will you? Both were quiet. Thyrza said it had only been a feeling of faintness. It was gone now. The fire was getting low. Lydia went to stir it. She had done so and was turning to the bed again, when Thyrza half rose, crying in a smothered voice, "Liddy, come!" Then she fell back. Her sister was bending over her in an instant, was loosening her dress, doing all that may restore one who has fainted. But for Thyrza there was no awaking. Had she not herself desired it? And what gift more blessed of all that man may pray for? She was at rest, the pure, the gentle, at rest in her maidenhood. The joy that had strength to kill her was not of her own. Of the two great loves between which her soul was divided, that which was lifelong triumphed in her life's last moment. She who wept there through the night would have lain dead if that cold face could in exchange have been touched by the dawn to waking. She felt that her life was desolate. She mourned as for one on whom the extremity of fate has fallen. Mourn she must, in the anguish of her love. She could not know the cruelty that was in her longing to bring the sleeper back to consciousness. The heart that had ached so wearily would ache no more. For the tired brain there was no more doubt. Had existence been to her but one song of thanksgiving, even then to lie thus had been more desirable. For to sleep is better than to wake, and how should we who live bear the day's burden but for the promise of death? On Monday at noon there arrived a telegram, addressed to Miss Thyrza Trent. Gilbert received it from Mrs. Jarmy, and he took it upstairs to Lydia, who opened it. It was from Mrs. Ormond. She was at the Emersons, and wished to know when Thyrza would return. She desired to see her. "Will you write to her, Gilbert?" Lydia asked. "Wouldn't it be better if I went to see her?" Yes, that was felt to be better. It was known that Thyrza had written to Mrs. Ormond on Saturday, so that nothing needed to be explained. Gilbert had only to bear his simple news. Arrived at the house, he had to wait. Mrs. Ormond was gone out for an hour, and neither Mr. Emerson nor his wife was at home. He sat in the Emersons' parlour, seldom stirring, his eyes unobservant. For Gilbert Grail there was little left in the world that he cared to look at. Mrs. Ormond came in. She regarded Gilbert with uncertainty, having been told that someone waited for her, but nothing more. Gilbert rose and made himself known to her. Then, marking his expression, she was fearful. "You have come from Miss Trent, from Thyrza," she said, giving him her hand. "She could not come herself, Mrs. Ormond." "Thyrza is ill?" He hesitated. His face had told her the truth before he uttered, "She is dead." It is seldom that we experience a simple emotion. When the words, incredible at first, had established their meaning in her mind, Mrs. Ormond knew that with her human grief there blended an awe-struck thankfulness. She stood on other ground than Lydia's, on other than Gilbert's. Her heart had been wrung by the short, unaffected letter she had received from Thyrza, and, though she could only acquiesce, the future had looked grey and joyless. To hear it said of Thyrza, "She is dead," chilled her. The world of her affections was beyond measure poorer by the loss of that sweet and noble being. But could she by a word have reversed the decision of fate, love would not have suffered her to speak it. They talked together, and at the end she said, "If Lydia will let me come and see her, I shall be very grateful. Will you ask her, and send word to me speedily?" The permission was granted. Mrs. Ormond went to Walnut Tree Walk that evening, and Gilbert conducted her to the door of the room. The lamp gave its ordinary stinted light. There was nothing unusual in the appearance of the chamber. In the bed one lay asleep. Mrs. Ormond took Lydia's hands and without speaking kissed her. Then Lydia raised the lamp from the table and held it so that the light fell on her sister's face. No remnant of pain was there, only calm, unblemished beauty. The lips were as naturally composed as if they might still part to give utterance to song. The brow showed its lines of high imaginativeness, even more clearly than in life. The golden braid rested by her neck as in childhood. "Have you any picture of her?" Mrs. Ormond asked. "No." "Will you let me have one made, drawn from her face now, but looking as she did in life? It shall be done by a good artist. I think it can be done successfully." Lydia was in doubt. The thought of introducing a stranger to this room to sit and pore upon the dead base with cold interest was repugnant to her. Yet if Thyrza's face really could be preserved, to look at her, for others dear to her to look at, that would be much. She gave her assent. Mary Bower came frequently. Her silent presence was a help to Lydia through the miseries of the next few days. One other there was who asked timidly to be allowed to see Thyrza once more, her friend Totty. She sought Mary Bower, and said how much she wished it, though she feared Lydia would not grant her wish. But it was granted readily. Totty had her sad pleasure and her solemn memory. Mrs. Ormond knew that it was better for her not to attend the funeral. On the evening before, she left at the house a small wreath of white flowers. Lydia, Gilbert, Mary Bower, Luke Ackroyd, and his sister, these only went to the ceremony. He whom Thyrza would have wished to follow her, and thought at least, to the grave, was too far away to know of her death till later. The next day, Lydia sat for an hour with Ackroyd. They did not speak much, but before she left him, Lydia looked into his face and said, "Do you wish me to believe, Luke, that I shall never see my sister again?" He bent his face and kept silence. "Do you think that I could live if I believed that she was gone forever, that I should never meet Thyrza after this, never again?" "I shall never wish you to think in that way, Liddy," he answered kindly. "I've often talked as if I knew things for certain, when I know nothing. You're better in yourself than I am, and you may feel more of the truth." The next morning Lydia went to her work as usual. Gilbert had already returned to his. The clear winter sunshine was already a thing of the far past. In the streets was the slush of thaw, and darkness fell early from the obscured sky. End of chapter 40. Recording by Ella Barnett. Chapter 41 of Thyrza. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ella Barnett. Thyrza by George Gissing. Chapter 41. The Living. This winter the Newthorpes spent abroad. Mr. Newthorpe was in very doubtful health when he went to Ullswater just before Egremont's return to England, and by the end of the autumn his condition was such as to cause a renewal of Annabel's former fears. On a quick decision they departed for Cannes, and remained there till early in the following April. "There's a sort of absurdity," Mr. Newthorpe remarked, "in living when you can think of nothing but how you're to save your life. Better have done with it, I think. It strikes me as an impiety, too, to go playing at hide-and-seek with the gods." They came back to Eastbourne, which, on the whole, seemed to suit the invalid during these summer months. He did little now but muse over a few favourite books and listen to his daughter's conversation. Comparatively a young man, his energies were spent, his life was behind him. To Annabel it was infinitely sorrowful to have observed this rapid process of decay. She could not be persuaded that the failure of his powers was anything more than temporary. But her father lost no opportunity of warning her that she deceived herself. He had his reasons for doing so. His temper was perfect. His outlook on the world remained that of a genial pessimist, a type of man common enough in our day. He seemed to find a pleasure in urbanely mocking at his own futility. "I am the sort of man," he once said, "of whom Turgenev would make an admirable study. There's tragedy in me if you have the eyes to see it. I don't think anyone can help feeling kindly towards me. I don't think anyone can altogether despise me. Yet my life is a mere inefficiency." "You have had much enjoyment in your life, father," Annabel replied, "and enjoyment of the purest kind. In our age of the world I think that must be a sufficient content." "Why, there you've hit it, Belle. 'Tis the age. There's somebody else I know who had better take warning by me, but I think he has done." They were talking thus as they sat alone in one of the places of shelter on the parade. Other people had departed on the serious business of dining, but the evening was beautiful, and these two were tempted to remain and watch the sea. "You mean Mr. Egremont?" Annabel said. "Yes, I wonder very much what he will be at my age. He won't be anything particular, of course." "No, I don't suppose he will do anything remarkable," the girl assented, impartially. "Yet he might have done," recommenced her father, with some annoyance, as if his remark had not elicited the answer he looked for. "This mill work of his I consider mere discipline. I should have thought 2 years fit enough. 3 certainly ought to be. A 4th, and he will never do anything else." "What else should he do?" Mr. Newthorpe laughed a little. "There's only one thing for such a fellow to do nowadays. Let him write something." "Right," Annabel mused. "Yes, I suppose there is nothing else. Yet he happens to have sufficient means." "Do you mean it for an epigram? Well, it will pass. True, there's the hardship of his position. There's nothing for him to do but to write, yet he is handicapped by his money. I should have done something worth the doing if I had had to write for bread and cheese. Let him show that he has something in him, in spite of the fact that he has never gone without his dinner." "Yes, but that would prove him an extraordinary man, and we agree that he is nothing of the kind. Haven't you ever felt a sort of uneasy shame when you have heard of another acquaintance taking up the pen? Of course I have. I felt the same when I've heard of someone being born. Suppose I announced to you that I was writing a novel." "I am a philosopher, Belle." "Precisely. It would be disagreeable to me if I heard that Mr. Egremont was writing a novel. If he published anything very good, it wouldn't trouble one so much after the event. I don't see why he should write. I think he'd better continue to give half his day to something practical and the other half to the pleasures of a man of culture. It will preserve his balance." "Bea mia, you are greatly disillusioned for a young girl." "I don't feel that the term is applicable to me. I am disillusioned, father, because I am getting reasonably old." "You live too much alone." "I prefer it." Mr. Newthorpe seemed to be turning over a thought. "I suppose," he said at length, with a glance at his daughter, "that what you have just said explains our friend's return to his oilcloth. Not entirely, I think." You sent him about his business, however." Annabel looked straight before her at the sea. Her lips barely smiled. "You are mistaken. He gave me no right to do so." "Oh? Then I have been on a wrong tack. Shall we walk homewards?" Towards the end of August, Mr. and Mrs. Dalmain were at Eastbourne for a few days. Paula spent 1 hour with her cousin in private, no more. The two had drifted further apart than ever, but in that 1 hour Paula had matter enough for talk. There had been a general election during the summer, and Mr. Dalmain had victoriously retained his seat for Vauxhall. His wife could speak of nothing else. "What I would have given if you could have seen me canvassing, Belle. Now I found the one thing that I can do really well. I wish Parliaments were annual." "My dear Paula, what has made you so misanthropic? I don't understand. You know I never do understand your clever remarks, Belle. Please speak quite simply, will you? Oh, but the canvassing! Of course I didn't get on with people's wives as well as with people themselves. Women never do, you know. You should have heard me arguing questions with working men and shopkeepers. Mr. Dalmain once told me I'd better keep out of politics, as I only made a bungle of it. But I've learnt a great deal since then. He admits now that I really do understand the main questions. Of course, it's all his teaching. He puts things so clearly, you know. I suppose there's no one in the house who makes such clear speeches as he does. The result of your work was very satisfactory. Wasn't it? 1,500 majority. Then we drove all about the borough, and I had to bow nicely to people who waved their hats and shouted. It was a new sensation. I think I never enjoyed anything so much in my life. He is enormously popular, my husband, and everybody says he is doing an enormous lot of good. You know, Belle, it was a mere chance that he isn't in the ministry. His name was mentioned. We know it for a fact. There's no doubt whatever he'll be in next time if the Liberal government keeps up. It is so annoying that parliaments generally last so long. Think what that will be when he is a minister. I shouldn't wonder if you come to see me some day in Downing Street, Belle. I should be afraid, Paula. Nonsense. Your husband will bring you. Don't you think Mr. Dalmain's looking remarkably well? I'm so sorry I haven't got my little boy here for you to see. We've decided that he's to be Prime Minister. I hope you read Mr. Dalmain's speeches, Belle. Frequently. That's good of you. He's thinking of publishing a volume of those that deal with factory legislation. You should have heard what they said about him at the election time. Paula was still charming, but it must be confessed a trifle vulgarized. Formerly she had not been vulgar at all. At present one discerned unmistakably the influence of her husband and of the world in which she lived. In person she showed the matron somewhat prematurely. One saw that in another 10 years she would be portly. Her round fair face would become too round and too pinky. Mentally she was at length formed, and to Mr. Dalmain was due the credit of having formed her. This gentleman did his kinsfolk the honour of calling upon them. He had grown a little stouter. He bore himself with conscious dignity. You saw that he had not much time nor much attention to bestow upon unpolitical people. He was suave and abrupt by turns. He used his hands freely in conversing. Mr. Newthorpe smiled much during the interview with him, and a few hours later, when alone with Annabel, he suddenly exclaimed, "What an ignorant, pretentious numbskull that fellow is!" "Of whom do you speak?" "Why, of Dalmain, of course. My dear father, a philanthropist, one of the forces of the time." Mr. Newthorpe leaned back and laughed. "Perfectly true," he said presently. "Whence we may arrive at certain conclusions with regard to mankind at large in our time in particular. That poor pretty girl, it's too bad. She is happy. True again, and it would be foolish to wish her miserable. Belle, let us join hands and go to the old ferryman's boat together." "It would cost me no paying, father. Still, we will walk a little longer on the seashore." And whilst this conversation was going on, Mr. and Mrs. Dalmain sat after dinner on the balcony of their hotel, talking occasionally. Dalmain smoked a cigar. His eyes betrayed the pleasures of digestion and thought on high matters of state. He said all at once, "By the by, Lady Wigger is at the Queen's Hotel, I see. You will call tomorrow." "Lady Wigger? But really, I don't think I can, dear," Paula replied, timidly. "Why not?" "Why, you know she was so shockingly rude to me at the Huntleys' ball. You said it was abominable, yourself." "So it was, but you'd better call." "I'd much rather not." Dalmain looked at her with Olympian surprise. "But, my dear," he said with suave firmness, "I said that you had better call. The people must not be neglected. They will be useful. Do you understand me?" "Yes, love." Paula was quiet for a few moments, then talked as brightly as ever. One day close upon the end of September, Mrs. Ormond had to pay a visit to the little village of Westdean, which is some 4 miles distant from Eastbourne, inland and westward. Business of a domestic nature took her thither. She wished to visit a cottage for the purpose of seeing a girl whom she thought of engaging as a servant. The day was very beautiful. She asked the Newthorpes to accompany her on the drive. Mr. Newthorpe preferred to remain at home. Annabel accepted the invitation. The road was uphill until the level of the downs was reached. Then it went winding along with fair stretches of scenery on either hand, between fields fragrant of autumn, overhead the broad soft purple sky. First East Dean was passed, a few rustic houses nestling, as the name implies, in its gentle hollow. After that another gradual ascent, and presently the carriage paused at a point of the road immediately above the village to which they were going. The desire to stop was simultaneous in Mrs. Ormond and her companion. Their eyes rested on as sweet a bit of landscape as can be found in England, one of those scenes which are typical of the southern countries. It was a broad valley at the lowest point of which lay West Dean. The hamlet consists of very few houses, all so compactly grouped about the old church that from this distance it seemed as if the hand could cover them. The roofs were overgrown with lichen, yellow on slate, red on tiles. In the farmyards were haystacks with yellow conical coverings of thatch, and around all closed dense masses of chestnut foliage, the green just touched with gold. The little group of houses had mellowed with age. Their guarded peacefulness was soothing to the eye and the spirit. Along the stretch of the hollow the land was parcelled into meadows and tilled of varied hue. Here was a great patch of warm grey soil, where horses were drawing the harrow. Yonder the same work was being done by sleek black oxen. Where there was pasture, its chalky brown colour told of the nature of the earth which produced it. A vast oblong running right athwart the far side of the valley had just been strewn with loam. It was the darkest purple. The bright yellow of the kelp spread in several directions, and here and there rose thin wreaths of white smoke, where a pile of uprooted couch grass was burning. The scent was borne hither by a breeze that could be scarcely felt. The clock of the old church struck 4. "A kindness, Mrs. Ormond," said Annabel. "Let me stay here whilst you drive down into the village. I don't wish to see the people there just now. To sit here and look down on that picture will do me good." "By all means, but I dare say I shall be half an hour. It will take 10 minutes to drive down. Never mind, I shall sit here on the bank and enjoy myself." Now it happened that on this same September day a young man left Brighton and started to walk eastward along the coast. He had come into Brighton from London the evening before, having to pay a visit to the family of an acquaintance of his who had recently died in Pennsylvania, and who, when dying, had asked him to perform this office on his return to England. He was no stranger to Brighton. He knew that, if one is obliged to visit the place, it is well to be there under cover of the night, and to depart as speedily as possible from amid its vulgar hideousness. So, not later than 8 on the following morning, he had left the abomination behind him, and was approaching Rottingdean. His destination was Eastbourne. The thought of going thither on foot came to him as he glanced at a map of the coast whilst at breakfast. The weather was perfect, and the walk would be full of interest. One would have said that he had a mind very free from care. For the most part he stepped on at a good round pace, observing well. Sometimes he paused, as if merely to enjoy the air. He was in excellent health. He smiled readily. At Rottingdean he lingered for a while. A soft mist hung all around. Sky and sea were of a delicate blurred blue-grey, the former mottled in places. The sun was not visible, but its light lay in one long gleaming line out on the level water. Beyond, all was vapour-veiled. There were no breakers. Now and then a larger ripple than usual splashed on the beach, and that was the only sound the sea gave. It was full tide. The water at the foot of the cliffs was of a wonderful green, pellucid, delicate, for which the chalk was visible, with dark masses of weed here and there. Swallows in great numbers flew about the edge, and thistledown floated everywhere. From the fields came a tinkle of sheep bells. The pedestrian sighed when he rose to continue his progress. It was noticeable that, as he went on, he lost something of his cheerfulness of manner. Probably the early rising and the first taste of exercise had had their effect upon him, and now he was returning to his more wonted self. The autumn air, the sun-stained mist, the silent sea, would naturally incline to pensiveness one who knew that mood. The air was unimaginably calm. The thistledown gave proof that only the faintest breath was stirring. On the downs beyond Rottingdean lay 2 or 3 bird-catchers, prone as they watched the semicircle of call-birds in cages, and held their hand on the string which closed the nets. The young man spoke a few words with one of these, curious about his craft. He came down upon New Haven, and halted in the town for refreshment. Then, having loitered a little to look at the shipping, he climbed the opposite side of the valley and made his way as far as Seaford, thence another climb and a bend inland, for the next indentation of the coast was Cuckmere Haven, and the water could only be crossed at some distance from the sea. The country through which the Cuckmere flowed had a melancholy picturesqueness. It was a great reach of level meadows, very marshy, with red-brown rushes growing in every ditch, and low trees in places, their trunks wrapped in bright yellow lichen. Nor only their trunks, but the very smallest of their twigs was so clad. All over the flats were cows pasturing, black cows contrasting with flocks of white sheep, which were gathered together, bleating. The coarse grass was sun-scorched. The slope of the downs on either side showed the customary chalky green. The mist had now all but dispersed, yet there was still only blurred sunshine. Rooks hovered beneath the sky, heavily, lazily, and uttered their long caws. The Cuckmere was crossed, and another ascent began. The sea was now hidden. The road would run inland, cutting off the great angle made by Beachy Head. The pedestrian had made notes of his track. He knew that he was now approaching a village called Westdean. He had lingered by the Cuckmere. Now he braced himself, and he came in sight of Westdean as the church clock struck 4. He wished now to make speed to Eastbourne, but the loveliness of the hollow above which the road ran perforce checked him. He paced forward very slowly, his eyes bent upon the hamlet. Something moved near to him. He looked round. A lady was standing in the road, and, of all strange things, a lady of whom at that moment he was thinking. "By what inconceivable chance does this happen, Miss Newthorpe?" he said, taking her offered hand. "Surely the question would come with even more force from me," Annabel made answer. "You might have presumed me to be in England, Mr. Egremont. I, on the other hand, certainly imagined that you were beyond the Atlantic. I have been in England a day or 2. But here, looking down upon Westdean, I have walked from Brighton, one of the most delightful walks I ever took. A long one, surely. I am waiting for Mrs. Ormond. She is with the carriage below. I chose to wait here, to feast my eyes." Both turned again to the picture. The two did not soar ill together. Annabel was very womanly, a fair, thoughtful countenance, and she stood with no less grace, though maturer, than by the ripples of Ullswater 4 years ago. She had the visage of a woman whose intellect is highly trained, a face sensitive to every note of the soul's music, yet impressed with the sober consciousness which comes of self-study and experience. A woman, one would have said, who could act as nobly as she could speak, yet who would prefer both to live and to express herself in a minor key. And Egremont was not unlike her in some essential points. The turn for irony was more pronounced on his features, yet he had the eyes of an idealist. He, too, would choose restraint in preference to outbreak of emotion. He, too, could be forcible if occasion of sufficient pressure lay upon him. And the probability remained that both one and the other would choose a path of life where there was small risk of their stronger faculties being demanded. They talked of the landscape, of that exclusively, until Mrs. Ormond's carriage was seen reascending the hill. Then they became silent, and stood so as their common friend drew near. Her astonishment was not slight, but she gave it only momentary expression, then passed on to general talk. "I always regard you as reasonably emancipated, Annabel," she said, "but none the less I felt a certain surprise in noticing you intimately conversing with a chance wayfarer. Mr. Egremont, be good enough to seat yourself opposite to us." They drove back to Eastbourne. All conversed on the way with as much ease as if they had this afternoon set forth in company from the Chestnuts. "This is what, at school, we used to call a lift," said Egremont. "A welcome one, too, I should think," Mrs. Ormond replied, "but you always calculated distances by walks. I remember, when others measure by the carriage or the railway. Annabel, you too are an excellent walker. You have often brought me to extremities in the lakes, though I wouldn't confess it. And pray, Mr. Egremont, for whom was your visit intended? Shall I put you down at Mr. Newthorpe's door, or had you my humble house in view?" "It is natural to me to count upon the Chestnuts as a place of rest, at all events," Walter replied. "I should not have ventured to disturb Mr. Newthorpe this evening." "We will wait at the door, Mrs. Ormond," put in Annabel. "Father will come out as he always does." Accordingly the carriage was stopped at the Newthorpe's house, and, as Annabel had predicted, her father sauntered forth. "Ah, how do you do, Egremont?" he said, after a scarcely appreciable hesitation, giving his hand with perfect self-possession. "Turned up on the road, have you?" The ladies laughed. Annabel left the carriage, and the other two drove on to the Chestnuts. Egremont dined and spent the evening with Mrs. Ormond. Their conversation was long and intimate, yet it was some time before reference was made to the subject both had most distinctly in mind. "I went to see Grail as soon as I got to London," Egremont said at length. "I am glad of that. But how did you know where to find him?" "They gave me his address at the old house. He seems comfortably lodged with his friend Ackroyd. Mrs. Ackroyd opened the door to me. Of course I didn't know her, and she wouldn't know me. Grail told me who it was afterwards. I could recall no likeness to her sister." "There is very little. The poor girl is in calm water at last, I hope. She was to have been married on Midsummer Day, and, the night before, Mrs. Grail died, so they put it off. And what of Mr. Grail?" "He behaved admirably to me. He did not let me feel for a moment that I excited any trouble in his memory." "But does his life seem bitter to him? His employment, I mean." "I can't think he finds it so. He spoke very frankly, and assured me that he has all the leisure time he cared to use. He says he is not so eager after knowledge as formerly. It is enough for him to read the books he likes. I went with the intention of asking him to let me be of some use, if I could, but it was a delicate matter, in any case, and I found that he understood me without plain speech. He conveyed his answer distinctly enough. No, I sincerely think that he has reached that point of resignation at which a man dreads to be disturbed. He spoke with emotion of Mrs. Ackroyd. She is invaluable to him, I saw. She is a true-hearted woman." Egremont let a minute pass, then said, "You will show me the portrait?" "Certainly. It hangs in my bedroom. I will fetch it." She went and returned quickly, carrying a red crayon drawing framed in plain oak. In the corner was a well-known signature, that of one of the few living artists to whom one would appeal with confidence for the execution of a task such as this, a man whom success has not vulgarized, and who is still of opinion that the true artist will oftener find his inspiration in a London garret than amid the banality of the plutocrat's drawing-room. The work was of course masterly in execution. It was no less admirable as a portrait. In those few lines of chalk Thyrza lived. He had divined the secret of the girl's soul, that gift of passionate imagination which in her early years sunk her in hour-long reverie, and later burned her life away. The mood embodied was one so characteristic of Thyrza that one marvelled at the insight which had evoked it from a dead face. She was not happy, she was not downcast. Her eyes saw something, something which stirred her being, something for which she yearned passionately, yet with knowledge that it was forever forbidden to her. A face of infinite pathos, which drew tears to the eyes, yet was unutterably sweet to gaze upon. Holding the picture, Egremont turned to his companion and said in a subdued voice, "This was Thyrza?" her very self. He knew her story, the bare facts, of course without names, without details. He would take nothing for the original drawing, Lydia has it, and nothing for this copy which he made me. He said I had done him a great kindness. Oh, if one could be a man like that! The words answered to his thoughts, yet implied something more than their plain meaning. They uttered more than one regret, more than one aspiration. "Let me take it, Walter." "One moment, this was Thyrza. Let me take it. Tell me, has Miss Newthorpe seen it?" "Yes." Mrs. Ormond bore the picture away. In a few minutes Egremont took his leave, and went to the hotel to which he had sent his travelling bag from Brighton. It was long before he slept. He was thinking of a night a little more than a year ago, when he had walked by the shore and held debate with himself. On the following evening, shortly before sunset, Annabel and he walked on the short dry grass of the down that rises to Beachy Head. There had been another day of supreme tranquillity, of blurred sunshine, of soothing autumnal warmth. And this was the crowning hour. The mist had drifted from the land and the sea. As the two continued their ascent, the view became lovelier. They regarded it, but spoke of other things. "I have no wish to go back to America," Egremont was saying, "but, if I do, I shall very likely settle there for good. I don't think I am ideally adapted to a pursuit of that kind, but habit makes it quite tolerable." "What should you do if you remained in England?" Annabel asked, her voice implying no more than friendly interest. "I might say that I don't know, but it wouldn't be true. I know well enough I should live the life of a student, and of a man who looks on contemporary things with an artistic interest, though he lacks the artistic power to use his observations. In time I should marry, I should have pleasure in my house, should make it as beautiful as might be, should gather a very few friends about me. I should not become morbid. The danger of that is over. Every opportunity I saw of helping those less fortunate than myself I should gladly seize. It is not impossible that I might seek opportunities, that I might find some institution, of quite commonplace aims be assured. For instance, I should like to see other homes like Mrs. Ormond's. Many women could conduct them, if the means were supplied. And so on. Yes, that is all very reasonable. It lies with yourself to decide whether you might not have a breezier existence in America. True, but not with myself to decide whether I remain here or go back again. I ask you to help me in determining that." Annabel stood as one who reflects gravely yet collectedly. Egremont fixed his eyes upon her until she looked at him, then his gaze questioned silently. "Let us understand each other," said Annabel. "Do you say this because of anything that has been in the past?" "Not because of it, in continuance of it. Yet we are both very different from what we were when that happened. Both, I think. I do not speak now as I did then, yet the wish I have is far more real. They were more than halfway up the ascent. It was after sunset, and the mood of the season was changing. The plain of Pevensey lay like a vision of fairyland, the colouring indescribably delicate, unreal, bands of dark green alternated with the palest and most translucent emeralds. The long stretch of the coast was a faint outline, yet so clear that every tongue of sand, every smallest headland was distinguishable. The sky that rested on the eastern semicircle of horizon was rather neutral tint than blue, and in it hung long clouds of the colour of faded daffodils. A glance overhead gave the reason of this wondrous effect of light. There, and away to the west, brooded a vast black storm cloud, ragged at the edge, yet seeming motionless. The western sea was very night, its gloom intensified by one slip of silver shimmer, wherein a sail was revealed. The hillside immediately in front of those who stood here was so deeply shadowed that its contrast threw the vision of unearthly light into distance immeasurable. A wind was rising, but, though its low whistling sound was very audible, it seemed to be in the upper air. Here scarcely a breath was felt. Annabel said, "Have you seen Thyrza's portrait?" "Yes." She raised her eyes. They were sad, compassionate, yet smiled. She could not have lived. But you are conscious now of what that face means. I know nothing of her history from the day when I last saw her, except the mere outward circumstances. Nor do I, but I saw her once here, and I have seen her portrait. The crisis of your life was there. There was your one great opportunity, and you let it pass. She could not have lived, but that is no matter. You were tried, Mr. Egremont, and found wanting. Her love for me did not continue. It was already too late at the end of those 2 years. Was it? What secret knowledge have you? None whatever as you mean it, but it was not too late. They were silent, and as they stood thus the sky was again transformed. A steady yet soft wind from the northwest was propelling the great black cloud seaward, over to France. It moved in a solid mass, its ragged edges little by little broken off, its bulk detached from the night which lay behind it. And in the sky which it disclosed rose, as it were, a pale dawn, the restored twilight. Theremid glimmered the pole star. Eastward on the coast, at the far end of Pevensey Bay, the lights of Hastings began to twinkle. Out at sea was visible a single gleam, appearing and disappearing, the lightship on the Sovereign Shoals. Annabel continued speaking. We have both missed something that will never again be offered us. When you asked me to be your wife 4 years ago at Ullswater, I did not love you. I admired you, I liked you. It would have been very possible to me to marry you. But I had my ideal of love, and I hoped to give my husband something more than I felt for you at the time. A year later I loved you. I suffered when you were suffering. I was envious of the love you gave to another woman, and I said to myself that the moment I hoped for had come only in vain. Since then I have changed more than I changed in those 12 months. I am not in love with you now. I can talk of these things without a flutter of the pulse. Is it not true? She held her hand to him, baring the wrist. Egremont retained the hand in both his own. I can tell you, you see, she went on, what I know to be the truth, that you missed the great opportunity of your life when you abandoned Thyrza. Her love would have made of you what mine never could, even though she herself had been taken from you very soon. I can tell you the mere truth, you see. There you still ask for me. I don't ask, Annabel. I have your hand, and I keep it. You may. I don't think I should ever give it to any other man. The night was thickening about them. Shall we go up to the head? Egremont asked. No higher. She said it with a significant look, and he understood her. End of chapter 41. Recording by Ella Barnett. End of Thyrza by George Gissing.